Bienvenidos, motorsport fans around the world. We're coming to you live from the vibrant city of Valencia, Spain, as it transforms itself into the global capital of racing for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. Set against the stunning backdrop of the Mediterranean, this year's event promises to deliver some proper high-octane action. And it all starts here for the karting at the Aspar Circuit in Valencia. What a place it is, opening in this year of 2024. The event record so far set by the sprint seniors, with Spain's Ruben Moya, a 55.890. That was done in time qualifying as he starts today's racing on pole position. But a little closer dive and look at the circuit. It is a total of 1,448 meters, 200 meters down the start-finish straight. It's a 255 infield through turns 7 and 8. There are 21 corners out there with the track widening between 8 to 10 meters. Elevation, there isn't really any. It's a flat circuit here at the Aspar Circuit, meaning that for the drivers, they've had challenging conditions with the rain coming down and causing a little bit of drama for them. But the tracks, like we were saying, 21 corners out there. It is a long old lap, 13 to the right, 8 to the left, and the 2 hairpins out there. And as you can see, what a roller coaster it is. But there is plenty of overtaking opportunities. We have seen them in towards turns 1, 2, the first chicane, through turns 5 as well, in towards turn 9 and 17. There's a couple of other places as well. We've seen those little cheeky overtakes here and there for drivers to send it down the inside. But all the way throughout it, it has just been close racing. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box this weekend to deliver some of the fantastic action. As there you can see, top speeds drivers would be reaching around about 120 kilometers an hour in the senior category here, and that is into the top section in towards turn number 9. That is the quick moment on the track. The chicane halfway down the straight slows them down enough where they won't reach that top speed, but an average speed of around 94 kilometers an hour as well around the circuit. I mean, it is a fast, demanding circuit for our drivers this weekend as they get themselves ready for the first of the qualifying heats. Now, if you are joining us and you've been looking at the original timetable, yes, we are a little bit behind schedule, but we have got a new timetable now as we get ready for racing, and this race is due to start in around 2 minutes time. It is Sprint Junior qualifying heat 1 coming up next. 9 laps, 13-kilometer race distance, and I've got to say, so far, Andrew, this weekend qualifying's been interesting, but it's been all down to Switzerland, with Chiara Batigue putting it on pole position.
Absolutely, Chiara Batigue has been very, very quick so far this weekend, and really a journey into the unknown. This is such a new circuit. It's not one that's been on the international karting calendar before, but for this 3rd edition of the FIA Motorsport Games, the 2nd time karting has been involved in the FIA Motorsport Games. It really is an open playbook as to who we're going to see performing this weekend. Jagrat Troja, very experienced driver representing India, was fastest in the first group of qualifying yesterday, and will start towards the front of the field as well with a really, really good opportunity there. And a lot of quality in this field, a lot of experience. Running, of course, with the OKN Junior platform. Equal machinery across the board. All set to go. It's going to be driver versus driver. It
certainly is, yeah. Running on the Mojo D2 tyres this weekend as well. Slightly hard compound, but drivers have been getting used to them pretty promptly over the course of the weekend session so far, including warm-up and all of that. Now, you're seeing here, there's been a little bit of a switch around. Chiara Batigue has decided to switch sides of the grid as she tries to get started up there. A little bit sluggish off the line, but engines fire up. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for the first qualifying heat of this year's FIA Motorsport Games in the Sprint Junior category. It is Chiara Batigue and Jagrat Troja for Switzerland and India on row number 1. Mats van Rooyen of the Netherlands and Bosco Arias of Spain go from row 2. Iskandar Fakari of Turkey and Riley Harrison for Australia go from row number 3. Martin Menezes from Portugal and George Edgar for the United Kingdom go from row 4. They'll have Karika Walczek and Theo Salamau on row number 5. Alex Sharma and Ian Kraling on row 6. They'll have Rian Damadasa and Vicente Garcia on row 7. Benji Westwood and Theodore Tobal go from row number 8 with Jakub Gasparovic and Felipe Benito Ramos on row number 9.
Second half of the field, Jussi Sauer and Nicholas Karagiannis go from row 10. Mariano Axel Nocom starts on the 11th row of the grid as alongside Zacharias Ringström. Vanessa Schilkenese starts alongside Bautista Panetta on row 12, Eric Poulsen and Martina Rumlanova on row 13. Devin Grabko of the United States is on the 14th row of the grid alongside Ener Pizzuto in the number 68. Jack Moore and Marta Kobahidze start on row 15. Mariano Lopez and Luis Cedeno start on row 16. Lucas Peliziari and Michael Lederer go from the 17th row of the grid. It's a 36-strong field, all drivers in Sprint Junior in the single group. The grid is completed by Piero Bellasasso and Ori Goldberg.
Well, I actually think, Andrew, we're down to just 35 in this one because Sri Lanka's input to this year's Motorsport Games, Rian Damadasa, showing on our timing screen as not out on circuit. Now, I'm not sure if that is just a timing glitch or the driver of the number 80 from Sri Lanka is not out there. That is going to be one we're going to have to keep a very close eye on. But as you can see, drivers heading into the final sector of the lap here as they prime themselves, getting ready to go. This is the exit of turn 17, the short straight between themselves. This is turn 18, effectively would be the last corner on the circuit. However, they've got the extra turns here of 19, 20 and 21 as they go through the chicane. They will not go through the chicane at the start of the races. They'll go straight to the tram lines here, and it's a wide circuit there. You can see how spread out they're going to be as we enter those tram lines. First race of the day. Is it green? Yes, it is. We are racing, and it's a brilliant start from the outside of row number 1, but Chiara Batig loses the lead, and is that Spain taking the lead? I think it is. Bosco Arias leads the way as they exit out of turn 1 and 2 the first time.
Yeah, really good start for Bosco Arias, who was 3rd the last time FIA Karting came to Valencia on a different circuit, but we know he's got good form in 2024 in his home country. Out is the number 82. That is Jakub Gasparovic for Slovakia, who that's not the way that Gasparovic would have wanted to start his FIA Motorsport Games. There's other drivers. There's a lot of drivers involved, not just Gasparovic. Costa Rica are in there, Austria, Chile, Italy, Peru, Luxembourg are all in a bit of bother there. Georgia as well. And, well, we said this track because it's so new. Everybody has not raced on this circuit before. No. We've done lots of free practice. We've done a time qualifying. Slow procedure is out immediately at the end of the first lap. What drama.
Yeah, indeed. And that is all in and around that turn 5 and 6 area, which effectively is the first kind of major pinch point on circuit. Well, the front of the grid have seen now that yellow flag, the slow procedure out. They'll take it nice and cautiously through that sector as they go through. It's kind of the end of sector number 1, and as you can see, marshals and drivers there have done a fantastic job to clear the circuit. This is the large, long 255-meter back straight, which isn't straight. It's turn 7 and 8 as they go through, but certainly a very dramatic start there, Andrew, and already I think that's about 10 drivers out of this race. Grid down to 26 runners, but it is Spain who's leading the way ahead of Chiara Batig, Jagat Titroja from Riley Harrison of Australia. Then it is the Netherlands with Mats van Rooyen. It's Iskandar Fakari from Turkey, George Edgar in 7th place, Theo Salamau for Brazil in 8th, Martin Menezes 9th for Portugal, and then it's Ian Kraling for Germany rounding out the top 10 at this moment in time, but still a very shaky start for the juniors.
Biggest gainer on that chaotic first lap was the driver representing Czechia, Martina Rumlanova. Rumlanova brilliantly working a path through to gain 10 places and is up to 16th. All of these drivers will compete in 3 of these qualifying heats, 2 today and then another tomorrow. Their final races, their medal races, are tomorrow, of course, as well. For Bosco Arias, this is in some ways good. You can just pull the nerves down, compose himself ahead of the remaining time, the remaining laps. There you can see the small rudimentary kart park down there at turn number 6. And of course, this being an OK category, when drivers do come to a full and complete stop, they have one opportunity and one opportunity only to push start, get restarted. If that push start is unsuccessful, they are out of the race.
Yeah, exactly. There's no push to start button on these. It's a case of you have to lift up the compression valve, you have to push it along, and already on your own, it's difficult to do. You saw at the start of this race, the mechanics struggling to get these ones going. They do take a lot of effort. So when you're a driver out there, and these are big karts, they are the Kart Republic KR2s, the same chassis that the seniors would use. It's just a smaller engine, well, same engine, but just restricted engine that they've got on board. So effectively, it is exactly the same kart, and they are quite large in their own aspect in terms of width out there. Still under yellow flags procedure at this moment in time as we enter now onto lap number 4 of this race. The timer still does keep going. It doesn't pause or anything like that. So we are on now lap 4 of 9. And I suspect if we look out there, if we see static yellow flags, that would indicate that we are going green this time. And Andrew, I'm seeing statics out there.
Yeah, we are seeing those static yellows. So unless there is a change that race control need to respond to, we are going to be going green next time. You can see the drivers trying to get a bit of heat into the tyres. Air temperature currently 17 degrees. A lot of rain overnight. Some thunderstorms blew their way through the Valencia area that have particularly affected things here at the Aspar Circuit, both for the karters and for the cross car as well at this venue. But Bosco Arias knows now that, well, he's done the first hard bit, get a good start and get into the lead of this race. He's got another 5 laps to hold on to this first heat. It's Spain from Switzerland, India in 3rd, Australia P4, the Netherlands P5, Turkey in P6. They'll go through the chicane, and it looks like we are going to be going back to green. Bosco Arias backs it up. He can take his time. He has the prerogative to go once they're over the acceleration line. He's really backing it up at this point. And now he goes with the hammer. Now we go back to green, back to racing. 5 laps to go, and immediately tries to get down the inside of Batigue. That didn't work at all. 3 wide into turn 1 on the restart. India down to around 8th place. Everything going on as well. George Edgar trying to go round the outside for the United Kingdom. Great start for Bosco Arias. He caught the rest of the field sleeping there, but that was a close moment between Switzerland and India.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's watch them now again as they head down that infield straight. That was a very dramatic getaway there for the likes of India, as again Turkey sends it down the inside. A brilliant run there for Iskandar Solfakari, claiming another couple of positions there. Riley Harrison and I think Salamao for Brazil getting just caught out there as they can see the breakaway for Bosco Arias, and Chiara Batigue is under investigation. I did expect something of those lines to come up on the screen, but we'll have to see what the stewards make of that move as they head down, because you've got to think all of that track space, and they found themselves on the same part of the track going down and towards turn number 1. Back here then, and you can see here Australia on the back foot. Harrison having to deal with the likes of Salamao de Troja, Edgar there. Theodor Tabau for Estonia's made up 7th place in this race. Is looking very, very strong. Ian Craley and Martin Menendez now outside the top 11. Has got the likes of Nicholas Karayanis, who's gained 9 places now, as well, drivers are just chopping and changing all the way throughout this one. Back with these battles here, and Salamao for Brazil right behind Harrison, right alongside, and now in front of Harrison, moves up another place.
Yeah, good driving there from Salamao for Brazil. Was able to take advantage of that small mistake from Harrison in the number 52. This is going to be the end of the 6th lap. Bosco Arias for Spain, the host nation, is your race leader. They had not won a gold medal before yesterday. 8 medals from the first 2 editions of the FIA Motorsport Games, but a 0 in that gold column became 2 yesterday, and there's some really high hopes for the host nation here in Valencia, particularly with this driver, Bosco Arias. Being caught, though, a little bit by Chiara Batig, and Chiara's been so quick so far this weekend, regularly at the front in the free practice sessions that we saw yesterday. Mats van Rooyen as well there for the Netherlands. The Netherlands, curiously, have never had a medal in karting, which is quite remarkable when you think about it. This is a replay of the start. This is what's under investigation there between Batig and de Troja.
Yeah, indeed. Just that little bit too tight on the inside there. There's another angle from the outside, and there was actually a little bit of contact between the two of them as well. So incredible kart control from Jaguar de Troja there to just keep it in a straight line, because as well, that grass will be soaking wet, of course. The track has dried. You can still see there's wet patches out on the circuit, but that grass will be incredibly wet. On to lap 8 then of 9. The race slowly coming to a close here as Bosco Arias still controlling the lead here, but it's Ganasol Fakari in P4, now setting the fastest lap of the race. You can see there now behind Mats van Rooyen from the Netherlands, and you can see that gap is just slowly starting to close in. But I've got to say, Andrew, that nose cone looking mighty low. It's not wobbling. I think it just might be the setup that they've got on that wagon at the moment. But yeah, it's just scraping on the floor versus when you look at Mats van Rooyen's nose cone, isn't scratching on the floor.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye across the course of the results, of course, if a driver does have a dropped front fairing. That is looked at the end of the race. It's an automatic 5-second penalty applied post-race. I like the start, though, the race pace from Sulfikari, another driver who, on the entry list for Sprint Junior this weekend, I think he's one of the favourites, as Karagiannis has a little look down the inside of Tobel there into turn 1, not quite able to make his way through. Turkey had a good start, took a silver medal yesterday elsewhere, was out of the race. Is that Magnussen out of...
no.
Sorry, that's the other Danish driver, Ringström, is out of this race. Turkey already on the board. Got a silver yesterday in the Rally 2 gravel event, and I think, they're another nation, particularly in this event, who've got some big hopes.
Yeah, certainly have. On to the final lap then. Spain leads the way by 0.7 of a second. Bosco Arias, who started this one on the second row of the grid. Qualifying went well, but didn't have pole position. That went to Switzerland, but out of the final corner, he'll see the checkered flag. That's a first win of the day, and it goes to the home nation. Spain sees the checkered flag first with Bosco Arias. Chiara Batig holds on to second, but is under investigation. Don't forget, Iskander Sulfikari in third for Turkey. Then it's Mats van Rooyen of the Netherlands, Theo Salamau for Brazil, Jaguar de Troja of India, George Edgar for the United Kingdom, Riley Harrison for Australia, Ian Kraling for Germany, and Theodor Tobal from Estonia round out the top 10.
Great race that from Bosco Arias to get things going. Wins on the road by 0.7 of a second. We will see the juniors out again later on this afternoon. Their second set of heats will be going off from 12:30 local time. Actually, a little bit later now with the changes to the schedule, and will be around 1 o'clock. There's a provisional result running through the rest of the order. Menezes, Chilcaneta, Benito Ramos, Sharma, and Nocham all in the top 20. Then we get into the drivers who had some problems out there in that one. Westwood, Grabko, Goldberg, Ringström, and Poulsen in the top 25. Numerous retirements at the start of that race. Anthony, not good results for Ryan Darmadasa, who mentioned wasn't out there before the start of the race. Vincente Garcia for Chile, Jakub Gasparovic for Slovakia, Ener Pizzuto for Italy, Georgia, Peru, Costa Rica, Luxembourg, Austria and Mexico all in trouble at the very start of that race.
Indeed, yeah, and let's have a look at the highlights from that one. The initial getaway, fantastic. You can see there Bosco Arias of Spain just sending it down the inside, just finds that gap between the two lines of karts and just squeezes it through. A brilliant, brilliant getaway. We saw the earlier incidents there, a couple of drivers off, and there you can see actually quite a big contact with the wall there for Jakub Gasparovic. That was him out in the first lap. Then it went to the next group of drivers. Actually, they're just off to the right-hand side of the screen, so we just missed that one off screen. And the kart park that unfolded, and like you were saying, so many drivers involved in that one in the likes of Austria, Luxembourg, You had the likes of the Peru, Georgia, Italy there, Slovakia, Chile. They were all involved in that moment. There was the scary moment for India's driver, Jagrat Troja, going wheel to wheel with Chiara Batig, and that involved then Chiara Batig now being under investigation for that one.
Yeah, and we'll keep you posted on any news that we receive about that here in the commentary box. This was the highlights from the restart. Bit of a moment there for the number 78 running wide, that being Martin Menezes. I wondered what had happened to Menezes being down in the second half of the field for Portugal. Nice move this from Salomão for Brazil in the number 54. That was in getting past Australia. Australia's Riley Harrison. Not a good end, unfortunately, for Zacharias Ringström in that one, but another opportunity for the Dane later on. But Bosco Arias takes the first victory of the day here in the karting arena at the Aspar Circuit for the host nation, and they've got more hopes coming up in the next race, of course, Anthony, when we move to Sprint Senior. Yeah,
indeed. That will be a very, very interesting one coming up in a few moments' time. That race is due to start in a few moments, but we are a ways away from that one. But like you say, great start for Spain there in the junior category. Really, really strong performance there. But I think we could possibly head down to Parc Fermé. It'd be great to chat to Spain, and hopefully one of our new additions here in the paddock, Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, who have you got down there?
Anthony, I'm down then with Bosco Arias, our first winner of today and a Spanish winner on home soil. Bosco, can you tell me a little bit about how the track was, how the kart was?
The track, it was a little bit slippery, but I feel very confident with the car. Maybe in the setup it's like a little bit on the back, but I feel very confident and I'm happy.
And we saw a majority of the race was under full course yellows. You led really carefully, really sensibly. Can you tell me a bit about how you dealt with that restart?
Yeah, I go slow and I put the gas in the perfect side, and I get a little bit of gap, and that's all.
And you're on home soil, Spanish crowd. Has that given you confidence for this weekend?
Yes, I'm very confident in this track, but it's a new track, so it's new for all. But I'm very fast and all.
Great to hear from you, Bosco. That's our first winner of today. Let's head back up into the box ahead of our first Sprint Senior race.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Fermé. And yeah, great to hear there from Bosco. As you can imagine, a little bit of tension on that restart. Don't want to go too soon. But as you can see, next race, Sprint Senior qualifying Heat 1 is coming up next. 11 laps, 16-kilometer race distance. And like we were saying, we've just seen Spain on top after starting from the second row of the grid. You've got Spain starting P1 in this one with the likes of Ruben Moya. What a qualifying he had out there. He beat the likes of Jakub Mikulev and Malta, Vlakav Prochaska as well from Czechia. You had the likes of Japan as well from Kota Tsuchihashi out there as well, starting it on the second row of the grid. So there's a vast amount of drivers and nations out there in that top sector. Brilliant to see, but like you say, Spain, home nation, once again, pole sitter. They're looking so strong this season, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's to be expected to a degree with a host nation. They do have the home advantage, but as we just heard from Bosco Arias there, this is such a new track that this is probably one of the events where Team Spain have the least home advantage from years as they've gone by. A few of the karts being recovered, of course, back from the Sprint Junior first heat. Great to have you with us this morning at Valencia. And the grid of 35 drivers will be out on circuit soon for, once again, the first of 3 heats for the seniors to set the grid for tomorrow's medal race final. 2 of them will be today. Another one will be tomorrow morning. And of course, we shouldn't forget that we do have medal races here today in the shape of the Karting Endurance race. That'll be later on this afternoon, and also the debut in the FIA Motorsport Games of Sprint Mini. Their first heat is not too far away, but there are the drivers getting set for this first qualifying heat in Sprint Senior. And there you see on the left-hand side of your screen, kart number 11, Ruben Moya, very experienced driver across a multitude of different karting disciplines. And he is sure to be fired up. And I would say on balance, Anthony, that this is, of all the chances that, that Spain have got this weekend, this is probably their strongest one in the seniors with Ruben Moya.
Yeah, 100%. Very talented driver, knows karting very strongly, does a lot of work with the Pantano team in the world of other karting around Europe, and he's very well known in that form of things. But you can see drivers getting themselves formed up, ready to go for this one. But and again, an astonishing time for him, 55.890. I think it was a couple of tenths faster than anyone else out on the circuit. Just got that lap coming in, and it kind of happened at around the P4 lap out there ahead of time qualifying. So that was a very interesting one out there. But you've got a field of very talented drivers, no more so than the representative for the Republic of Korea, Kyo Lee, this year's 2024 OKN World Cup winner at PFI this year at the World Championship. So again, a very talented driver all the way throughout this field. And again, he starts this one a little further back in the field, but he still is inside the top 10 rows of the grid. The driver of the number 20 starts alongside Brazil, Lucas Moura, as well on row number 7. So again, there is just some talent all the way throughout this field. But it's going to be, I think, a little bit of a tricky one here, because there's a little bit of unknown going into this.
I mean, yes, in terms of the senior scene, there are some new drivers that we haven't seen too much or at all in FIA racing, FIA karting across 2024 or in previous years as well. You've got names such as Alex Machado, again, very experienced in other categories. Not seen him in OK karting before. Luca Magnussen as well, son of Jan Magnussen. And a younger brother of Kevin Magnussen in Formula 1. We'll be keeping an eye on him. Jakob Micallef as well is going to be out there. And I think we can now throw down to Nicole, who's with our pole sitter.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm over then with Ruben. Ruben, you're on home soil out in Spain, giving you some confidence?
Yes, it's nice to race here in Spain. It's quite nice. I'm in home soil, but I never drove here, just the 2 sessions 2 weeks ago. But yeah, in the end it's home, so it's home.
And obviously, of course, front row, so you were the fastest driver out there in quali. But how different do you think the racing on this circuit is going to be to just putting a fast lap in?
I think
and obviously, Kart Republic, the OKN engine, what's that combination like, along with the Mojo tyre?
it's standard. It's at the end, at least it's everything for everyone. It's the same for everyone. So at least we have this.
Great to hear from you, Ruben. Good luck for your first race. We'll head back up then into the box with the boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, great to hear from Ruben Moyer at the head of that one. But like you say, everyone is in the same boat. Of course, the seniors also running on the same, the D2 tyre from Mojo. So there's no difference between the two categories in that. Well, the only thing that they have different is that the engines are unrestricted. They're just that little bit faster.
Yeah, a little bit faster and a bit more weight as well, of course, for the seniors. A 10-kilogram weight difference between the juniors and the seniors. And I wonder what they've learnt as well from just watching that first junior race. We obviously saw a bit of a meeting of the minds and the metal at turn number 6. And sometimes you can see the juniors be very, very brave. The seniors, a little bit calmer. Out there on circuit with a bit more experience. A lot of experience for this young man as well. Jakob Micallef for Malta. He was racing in Italy last week and was in very, very good form. Malta looking for a breakthrough in the medals. They haven't taken a karting FIA Motorsports medal before, and again, they've got a very good chance here with the driver there in kart number 24.
They certainly do. It's a long old day ahead of them, long old weekend, of course, as well, because the all-important finals that will come up tomorrow, that will be where those medals come in. All the racing you see right here is to determine where they will start for those finals. But as you can imagine, a lot of tension just building up out there on the grid. The same could be said for the likes of the Czechia team. So Czechia out there as well in the form of Václav Prochaska starting it in the number 8 on row number 2. Again, has been a very impressive driver so far this weekend, and just seeing him at the top, being used to the sort of conditions that we've had out there with a lot of rain on a flat track. It's sort of conditions that he's used to in his home country.
Absolutely. Yeah, Czechia have had a good record in this event, and we'll see if they can build on their medal tally. I think now we're going to throw back down to Nicole. Nicole, who have you got?
With Jakub Mikulev then, Jakub, what do you think the qualifying is like in comparison to the racing? Are you expecting a completely different thing?
Yes, I mean, the first lap is important, the first 2 laps, but after it's like qualifying, you just push and do a good time.
And you're representing Malta this year at the FIA Games. When you got the call to say that you would be the one of one in the karting category, how did that make you feel?
I was happy as I was going to represent my country, and it was a very big honor.
And of course, across Valencia, there's lots of different motorsport events going along the other disciplines. Have you been paying attention to Malta's progress with the medals?
Yes, and I want to get a medal this week, so yeah.
Great to hear from you, Jakub. We had a little bit more time then, but I'll throw you back up into the box before these seniors head off.
Thanks, Nicole. Again, it is great to hear from these drivers ahead of these races, because usually we just kind of stare at them and we think, what are they thinking? What are they thinking right now? But great to get that little bit of insight ahead of these races. We are just waiting for the recovery operation out on circuit. As you can imagine, a lot of karts out in that previous race, so we've still got a little bit of time before we head to that one. So hopefully we can chat to a few more drivers ahead of this one. But already, like we've said, Spain on a good start. And actually, like you were alluding it a little bit there, they've had a good start to the medals. But again, we're going to head down to the grid. Nicole Sutherland, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Václav, the number 8 kart, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, I feel very good because I knew I have the speed for the race. I'm starting third, so that's very good position. And yeah, I feel confident.
And it's heating up out here slightly. It's warmer conditions than it was yesterday in qualifying. Does that change the way you drive the kart?
No, completely same. Fits me the better, even better, yeah.
And with the OK engine, the Mojo tyre, can you tell me a little bit about how you perfect a lap? What are those things that you do to make sure you're really quick?
Yeah, I need to warm the tires because it's hard to drive with this. But yeah, prepare the first lap and then push as much as hard.
And a moment ago, I caught up with Ruben, I caught up with Jakub. They're both very quick drivers. I know Ruben has had a lot of success throughout Europe. Have you been looking at the other drivers to see who's around you? Will you be changing the way you race because they're very quick, or?
Yeah, like the Spain is pretty good. He's like talented driver, so it will be hard, but yeah, let's see.
And I asked Jakub a similar question a moment ago. You know, throughout Valencia, you've got all the disciplines going on this week. Have you been looking at how your country are getting on in the tallies?
Yeah, it looks good, especially in the endurance karting, so I'm excited.
Great to hear from you. We'll head back up into the box then.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, great chats with these drivers. I'm liking this. Great little insight there down into all of that. You know, you got to think, the mentality that these drivers go through a little bit, where they've got to think, oh, I know that he's quick. I'm starting behind. What am I going to do different in this one? That must be a real kind of a twist in the mind of a young racer.
It's in some ways one of the most dangerous parts of the race, because the driver, particularly when there is a little bit of a weight, they can get in their own minds sometimes. And that was a great question from Nicole as well about the aspect of racing in an event where there's other things going on. You know, how are the rest of your team doing? It's something that we don't normally get. Let's head down to Nicole again. I think she's with another driver.
We're playing a little bit of tennis, I think. We're going back and forth, back and forth. I'm with Kota. Kota, representing Japan, what's the racing like out in Japan, and how do you transfer some of the skills out there to the skills out over in this grid?
Yeah, Sorry, slowly, please.
Okay. So you race out in Japan.
Yep.
What is the racing like over there? And what has the racing been like so far this week?
Feeling it's not bad. I will do my best. Thank you.
Maybe we could do a little bit of a walk then. We'll head to the number 37, just behind Cotter. This race, this event, very exciting. How are you feeling?
It's exciting because like there is all the drivers all around the world, and it will be tough for everybody because most of the drives are unknown. So there is some good drivers, so it will be tough.
And for you, has there been any standout drivers or standout countries so far in the competition?
Like Spain is really good now. Mikhaelaev is really good. Like there is too many good drivers, but yesterday the quali was really hard because the conditions was mixed. We didn't test at all. Like most of the drivers, they didn't test, so it was hard. Like most of the good drivers are in the back right now, so let's see in the final.
And so you just said mixed conditions yesterday. Would you prefer a little bit more of that throughout the weekend, or would you like it to stay dry?
Like it doesn't matter to me right now because I'm fast in the rain and like not super fast, but fast in the dry too. But I think I prefer rain right now.
Okay then. And as for your competitors around you, when you got the call from Turkey that you were coming out to the event, did you do any research into who they were, or you kind of head down just looking at yourself?
Like when they called me, I was really excited, and like I was expecting some drivers to come, and some of them are here. So the driver profile is really high, so it will be really good.
And obviously, every driver within the grid, they're the only driver to be representing their country within the class that you're in. Is that a bit of pressure to do well?
Yeah, there is pressure because like you're representing your country, so like all eyes on you. So it will be really like hard because there will be a lot of pressure.
Great to hear from you, and best of luck for this race. Still a little bit more time, I believe, so I'm going to head over to the driver from Georgia, the number 12. We'll catch you for an interview. How are you feeling ahead of the first race of today?
Quite positive, to be honest. We had a really great pace yesterday. We were P5 in qualifying, and I hope we go further up on the grid for the heats.
And I've been asking the same question to some of your competitors. Have you been catching up with some of your fellow drivers from Georgia, seeing how their progress is getting on so far in the competition?
Yes, I did. So like in GT class, we have pole. In other class like P3, P4, so we are doing great so far. I hope everything goes well.
And the driving out in Georgia, is there anything specifically from racing out there that you've taken into this competition?
Not really, to be honest. Georgian karting is quite low level, so I usually drive Europe, so that's where I learned everything.
So coming into this competition where the level is very high, international drivers, is that a bit more nerve-wracking because you don't tend to see too much of that in Georgia?
To be honest, no. I know what I'm capable of. I can go much faster than these guys. I'm pretty confident.
I like the confidence. Best of luck to you in this race.
Thank you.
We'll head back up into the box then. I think these drivers will be shortly heading off. Great to speak to our grid of seniors ahead of their first race.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the pre-grid. Yes, indeed, they've had a little bit of a wait ahead of this one. I can just see from our commentary position, there is still one or two karts still out on circuit. The recovery operation still very much underway out there. And like we're saying, so many drivers just getting caught out on circuit. But right now, everyone just priming themselves ready. We've seen some great insights there for the drivers. Great to hear there, actually, from Lado Kukinidze, just saying that, the Georgia team, yeah, they're doing fantastic. We're doing well in GT racing and all of that. It's nice to see that these drivers are keeping tabs of their home country when there are other competitors in the other classes around here in Valencia. But no, it is absolutely superb to see. Wind is picking up now It's a nice day out there, beautiful blue sky. It's just that little bit chilly out there still at the moment, isn't it, Andrew?
It's got that slightly October feel for the drivers out there, and also potential for how they're going to race out there, because it's now a headwind down the pit straight, which is different to what we had earlier on in the weekend. So we'll see how that affects things like the slipstream and how the circuit is going to race out there. And if you're just joining us, about to see the start of the first heat of the weekend for the Sprint Senior event here at the Aspar Circuit in Valencia for the 3rd edition of the FIA Motorsport Games. Andrew Mather, Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you in the box, with Nicole Sutherland down there in the pits getting us all the stories. And we'll be across the course of the day as we go through these 2 rounds of heats for the sprint events, junior, senior and mini, and then the medal race for the endurance, the team endurance event will be this afternoon, a 4-hour-long race. Very much looking forward to that here at the circuit. Quick reminder of the running order in this race. Ruben Moyer will be on pole position, Jakub Mikulev alongside on the front row, Vaclav Prokaska on row 2 alongside Kota Toshihashi. Lado Kukianidze is on row 3, Barta Yildirim also on that row, Alex Machado and Roberto Bas on row number 4.
Indeed. Well, still lots happening in that grid, but yeah, like you're saying, the top 8 rows there still looking very, very strong. Now, I want to talk a little bit about medals overall, because of course we've had the medals overall so far this weekend, this year's event in 2024, and like we were saying, historic rally, Rally 2, Rally 4, it's gone the way of Italy and Spain for the gold. So Spain claiming their first 2, like you alluded to earlier on, Andrew. But the question is that they still don't lead the medals overall, because it's still Italy now that dominate the gold medals overall throughout the 3 games now. This is the 3rd installment of it. Now they've got 5 gold medals of Italy, so technically they still lead the medals leaderboard at the moment, but it's Spain who's leading this weekend. But overall, if that kind of makes sense a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
I think we're still in the early throes
early
of
stages
of
yes.
the FIA Motorsport Games. Let's head back down to the pre-grid. I think we've got another driver with Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. We're back down again then, this time with the 21 Lebanese driver, Stephanie Habika. Stephanie, great to see you in the competition. How are you feeling?
It's a great competition to be at. It's my first time here. It's the first time Lebanon enters, and my first time in OKN. So it's exciting to be here and see how it's going to go.
And within the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games, you're one of 2 Lebanese drivers representing your country. How does that feel?
It's great. I'm very happy to be here and to be like one of the first to represent Lebanon, and hopefully we'll have more and encourage other Lebanese drivers to get started and come to the international stage.
And you said just a moment ago you're not too experienced on the OKN kart, but you are experienced within your racing. You've raced in France, Dubai, Lebanon, the UK. Can you tell me a little bit about your career so far and how you'll be using that this week?
Yeah, I've started in the Middle East racing in Lebanon, Dubai, and then eventually moved to the UK. I think in the UK I've learned a lot when it comes to racing and the racecraft. It's a very tough grid to race in, so hopefully this will give me a bit of an advantage now when it comes to the heats.
And as for the competition so far this week, have you found the competitors, high standard? Are they, going to be tough to race against?
It's definitely a tough grid. A lot of them, I think, have a lot of experience in OK, so it's a bit hard to catch up, but hopefully it'll be good.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Boys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there in the pre-grid area. Once again, great insight there from the entire grid. So great to see that new innovation this weekend. Right, so I think drivers have been given the whistle. We are moments away from getting this one started. Track is now clear. As you can see, Ruben Moyer not seating in his kart. He's the sort of driver who always assists his mechanic of initially getting it going and then jumping in while it's moving. But like you're saying, Spain starting this one on pole position. they are primed, ready to claim another potential victory. So far today in the karting categories, we've just witnessed Bosco Arias in the junior sprint category claim his first win. Who will it be in sprint senior? Engines finally fire up. Drivers make their way out on track. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Ruben Moya of Spain and Jakub Miklev of Malta go from row number 1. Vaclav Prochaska and Kota Tsuyashi from Japan go from row number 2. Lado Kukianidze and Fatih Yildirim go from row number 3. That's Georgia and Turkey on row 3. Alex Machado and Roberto Bass go from row number 4. They'll have Luca Magnussen and Taylor Greenfield from row number 5. Elia Weiss and Marcus Gilkunas round out row number 6. They'll have Lucas Mora and Kuo Lee on row 7. Guy Elbag and Leo Nilsson go from row 8. They'll have Jean Caras and Miguel Silva on row number 9.
Second half of the field, Daniel Dalakian starts on row 10 alongside David Cosma Cristobal. That's Armenia and Romania on that one. Ishan Madesh for India is on row 11 alongside Kuba Rajski for Poland. Carlos Fonseca from Costa Rica is on row 12 alongside Mozambique's Ghazi Madlakar. The Dominican Republic are represented on row 13 by Ada Herrera. Chinese Taipei is on that one as well with Chen Yi Kai. Row 14, Argentina and Camilo Trapper alongside Trinidad and Tobago's Benjamin Mahon. Australia are on row 15 alongside Lebanon. Pip Kasabin and Stephanie Hobaker on that one. Row 16, Hungary's Gerger Kochkar starts alongside Mexico's Pato Hoppenstedt. Row 17, Mohamed Ahmed from Botswana alongside Baruch Roy Bako for Nigeria. 35 strong field in this one, completed by the Philippines driver Prix Trevino.
Indeed, and for the Philippines, this is their debut in the FIA Motorsport Games, and only 2 drivers joining them for this year's Games in 2 different categories, both, though, in the karting sprint categories. You've got the juniors of Axel Nocom, and, of course, in this one, the seniors, Prix Trevino, joining them in the category. But like you say, only 2 drivers from the Philippines, and this is hopefully for them opening up the doorway to other drivers from their fellow nation to see whether or not they will come to the next event of the Motorsport Games. Well, there you can see drivers making themselves sparse there. Now they're keeping nice and steady, but now they switch into the tram lines there. Ruben Moya being very late there to get onto that, maybe trying to keep it off the dirty part of the track. Doesn't look like we're going. It looks like it is a false start, and yeah, drivers going round again. From our angle there, it looked absolutely fine because it looked like 2 solid rows, but obviously from the rest of the angles, from our race director Gonzalo Planta's view from the FIA, he has deemed that not good to go, and he sent them round again.
Has indeed. Drivers will use this unscheduled opportunity, get a bit more heat into their tyres, brakes and materials. Moya and Miklev on row 1. Prokaska and Toshihashi on row number 2. Kukianidze and Yildirim on row 3. Machado and Bass on row 4. Magnussen and Greenfield complete the top 10. This is the first of 3 heats for the Sprint Senior competition, the 3rd FIA Motorsport Games, live here at the Aspar Circuit in Valencia. Drivers heading into... we've not talked too much about the different parts of this circuit so far, Anthony. Very much a bit of a greatest hits track in some ways. The unique feature of it being very wide compared to other circuits, but this Sector 3, very technical, brilliant sequence of corners. It's going to be a challenge for the seniors in this one. Heading towards the tram lines, Moya pulls to driver's right. Miklev on the left-hand side into those tram lines. They'll wait for the lights to go out, then we'll be racing for 11 laps here at the Aspar Circuit. Lights are green. Great start for Moya on the inside. Miklev's going to have to be patient. That long run down towards turn 1 is challenging for the lead. Doesn't quite get there, but we'll be happy with second place. Moya leads out of turn 3. It's been a good start for Toshihashi as well. For Japan, at least 1 driver is off towards the back of the field, so the early stages claiming drivers once again, as we saw in the juniors. Moya looking comfortable though. He's done his job. got from pole position holds the lead.
Here we go then, down the 255-meter infield straight, and can confirm it was the number 7 from Costa Rica, Carlos Froesca. Unfortunately, not able to get restarted. He's only allowed one attempt to get it going. The marshal's pleading with him, no, you can't get that one restarted. You had one attempt, that's it. Unfortunately, you're out of this race, which is a big shame. Interesting one here. Moya's not broken away, and I put that down to the circuit here. It's such a fast open circuit that the slipstream, the toe, is so powerful out there. There you can see Kukiatsi just behind for Georgia, under pressure from Alex Machado from Andorra in the number 1 car, trying to get involved in the battle. But there's a 4-car breakaway, and you can see how close they are out there.
And it's almost a bit of a double-edged sword, this circuit, as it's playing at the moment. Well, we'll come back to that because there's a challenge here for 3rd place, and Prokaska for Czechia has got through past Japan, past Toshihashi there for 3rd place. Warning flag for India. That's the number 17 of Ishan Madesh. This circuit, we're in October, we're towards the end of the traditional European and international karting season. This circuit is so new, it's only had 1 regional kart meet before it. Normally, even though the temperatures are a little bit cooler, you'd have a track that's been rubbered in over all the racing across the course of the summer. Combine that with the heavy rain that we've had so far this weekend as well. The track is very green. There's not a lot of grip out there for the drivers, and it'll get better across the course of the weekend. As you see Fonseca there out of the race. We've got 34 drivers running in this one at the moment, although I think we lost Taylor Greenfield as well. Yes, we have. Unfortunately for Peru, Taylor Greenfield is out of this race.
Yeah, it certainly is. Peru, of course, the winners of the junior sprint category last year. Their driver who won that race, Andreas, is now racing in the F4 category. So he is here in Valencia, but racing at the Ricardo Tromo circuit about half an hour down the road. And of course, if you are in Valencia watching the motorsport games, do head down to the Aspar circuit, of course. Fantastic facility, the cafe, the mezzanine ground as well. You can see the whole circuit from there, and of course we've got crosscar here as well. So do make sure you come on down, spend that time to head over to this circuit. Down in towards turn 1 they go then. Still Moya holding on to the lead of this one. The gap now half a second from the rest of the field. Biggest movers out there further down the order. You've got Gregor Kaska, who's having a brilliant run. The Hungarian up 11 places so far in this race, and it's just outside, or inside, I should say, the top 20. Back here with Prokaska, and as you can see, just trying to keep up with the likes of Mikhailov just ahead, but as well as under pressure from the likes of the driver from Japan. Toshinasi still there, only a handful of tenths just further behind. As well, you've got Cookie and Idze in P6 also. Down 1 place, but still in that top group of drivers. Back through the final chicane then they go. Moya's lead still increasing, and is using his years of experience in karting here, but the battle for 2nd place is on as Prokaska is trying to fight back here on Jakub Mikhailov. Not able to find the way through, though, in towards turn number 1 and 2. He stays behind then as they exit out of sector number 1. This again, you can line it up, and he's going to line it up again. Gets the switch over out of turns 5 and 6. And there it is, just straight away. Can get on that power down that 255 meter infield straight and secures it in towards turns 9 and 10.
Same move that we saw on Toshihashi earlier on in this race. So Prokaska has really got that part of the circuit sorted. Question is, has he got enough time now to try and close that gap, which at the moment is around a second, to the race leader for Team Spain, Ruben Moya, into the chicane through turns 20 and 21. End of the 5th lap. Moya's lead is still 1 second. This next lap is going to be very telling to see, can Prokaska move through and start closing that gap. Also want to draw attention to Leo Nielsen, another driver that I'm looking forward to see how he gets on this weekend. Has had a decent season in FIA karting, but the Swedish driver is up 5 places in this one, up to 11th. It's just behind Luca Magnussen in the number 9 for Denmark. So other drivers out there making good progress.
Yeah, certainly so. Good run on this one here. Nice, close fighting. It's all as close as it can be here between these top drivers. The battle for second place effectively is on here. And there you can see Cookie and Idse is still just closing in on the back of these drivers ahead. The rest of the field you can see now coming through the final couple of corners. And again, another driver looking quick, Lithuania looking quick. Markus Šilkūnas in the senior category. Well-known driver trying to push his way through the field, and there he is pushing his way through the field. The driver of the number 22 getting past the likes of Cookie and Idse and is fighting back through the field now.
Good move there from Šilkūnas. Was fastest of anyone through that first sector, so is looking to attack in the second half of this race. A little bit further down the field, Kuba Rajski has had some good progress for Team Poland, is up 7 places into the top 15. Gergo Kochar, we mentioned earlier, and is continuing to hold there in the top 20, having gained 11 places in this one. Pip Kasselbein and Stephanie Hobaker also up 4 spots in this race to 25th and 26th respectively. All these drivers will make it through to the final, but it's such a big grid. These heats, very important to maximise your chances on Sunday. And this is another one of the big differences with an FIA Motorsport Games versus other FIA karting events. No championships, no seeded plates. It's all about the medals. 4th, 5th, 6th, commendable results, but it'll ultimately, you're not going to be taking anything home if you're not in the top 3.
No, exactly that. It all does fall down to those top 3. Gold, silver and bronze up for grabs then in all the categories here this weekend, but they will come in the finals tomorrow. Again, all of this racing today to organise these drivers into that position. Now, David Cosme-Christopher from Romania is just picking up a warning flag here. Now, he does need to be careful here. He is pushing his way through the field. He's doing a relatively good job. He's in 21st place at the moment. But he is a driver that is well known in the world of karting, but just seems to be struggling at the Aspar Circuit this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see David Cosme-Christopher getting quicker across the course of the weekend. I think for the drivers in the second half of the field, they'll look at this race, they'll look at what they've learnt. Again, this is the first time. They've done plenty of free practice and timed qualifying, and you can learn a lot from that, but race conditions always throw something different into the mix, and with a brand new circuit, I think these drivers are very much still in that learning phase. We're on lap 9 of 11 for this first qualifying heat in Sprint Senior. Karting Mini coming up as well here at the Aspar Circuit. Kyo Lee, the winner of the inaugural FIA Karting World Cup, held at PF International in the United Kingdom for the OKN category, has just received a notification there from the race stewards, the race officials out there. Where is Kyo Lee at the moment for the Republic of Korea? 16th.
16th, yeah. So he's got a bit of work ahead of him here just to see what he can do, push himself forward on this one. Jakub Mikulev here not dropping. Prochaska is still on that rear bumper. A scene where he made the move earlier on. Gonna think he's gonna want to try and repeat that move, maybe carbon copy it, get it back if he can make this slipstream work here. As Šilkūnas again, who we saw earlier on making the moves, is still on the move here. Fastest lap of the race now, currently P6, up 6 places, but we stay focused on this battle here right now because I don't think Mikulev is done with this battle just yet.
No, he's got to have to do it on the brakes. Prochaska has looked pretty good out of all of the traction zones these last 3 or 4 laps. The rest of the field going through. There's a quick look at the battle between Bas and Albag for 8th place. Last lap then for Ruben Moya. This has looked like a very routine drive from Ruben Moya. Is 0.9 of a second clear of this battle for second place. That was a good run through the first couple of corners for Mikulev. Mikulev knows that the run out of turn number 6 is an opportunity. Is that a problem there for the number 27 of Baruch Roy Bako? No, I think he's just still getting up to speed. He's going to hopefully hold on the lead lap there, the driver representing Nigeria. But here's Ruben Moya. Very routine drive so far. He's going to make his way through past the back marker before the last couple of corners, and he'll be happy with the performance here, Anthony.
He certainly will do, and that would mean it's going to be a Spain on top in 2 different categories here, but the fight is still on behind. My goodness me, what happened there from our angle. Moya takes the win, though. Spain on top in senior as well. Prochaska does hold on to second place, Mikolev third. But what happened at the end there? Was that just getting involved a little bit there with maybe Baruch Robako from Nigeria, just trying to get out of the way there of the drivers coming behind, but everyone going for the same part of the track still.
Roy Bacco headed into the pits, and correctly so. And I think that before and just bunched everybody up a little bit there and caught them out. But they're all over the line, they're all through, they've all got their first heat complete, and it's a win for Spain, a win for Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya will, of course, have pole position for the second heat later on this afternoon. And in second place there, good start for Václav Prochaska. Czechia trying to add to their historic medal table in the karting disciplines. They had a bronze medal in the endurance 2 years ago in Marseille. We'll see the medal race, of course, for karting endurance later on this afternoon. Third place for Jakub Mikolev. Yes, lost a position, but I think on a return from the front row of the grid, we'll be pretty pleased there with third.
Certainly will do, and there you can see the full results then heading out on your screen for the field. But again, a very dramatic little race there for the seniors, but nice and calm. There, the rest of the field then, we've, say, the top 10, Leo Nilsson, Magnussen looking very strong, Elia Weiss, 12th place, Cookie Nidze, unfortunately dropping down to 13th place at the end of that one, Dalakian finishing in 14th, ahead of QO Lee, Jakub Rashki from Karas, then it's Cosma from Mora, Silva from Koska, running up to the top 21. Here's a look at the highlights, and Andrew, that inside line from Moya worked well, but this one here from Mikolev, I thought he was going for the lead there. So that shows that both lines here potentially work.
They definitely do. I think the thing, because the track is so wide, if you do start on the outside, initially you're probably not going to get any advantage, but you can carry so much speed around the outside. That's going to be an interesting feature to see across the course of this weekend. Not a good start for Costa Rica. Fonseca out on lap 1. This was the start of the progress for Czechia. Prochaska getting past Toshihashi there for what was third place, and then went and did pretty much the same move out of turn 6, sweeping through 7, the flat out section through turn 8 and towards turn 9. That was the key one to get Prochaska up to second place. Good attacking race as well for Lithuania. Markus Solkunas in the number 22 gained 6 places out there. A bit of a mistake later on in the race from Toshihashi as well in the number 19, but a good return in the intermediate points. That was the moment there. Okay, so it was Mikolev and Machado. That was Mikolev trying to hold on to third place ahead of Machado. We'd seen that the run had been bunched up a little bit with the back marker. No problems for Ruben Moya, though. Moya wins. We'll have a perfect score after the first round of heats. We will see the seniors back out later on this afternoon. I think around about 1:30 here local time.
Indeed. Well, very dramatic opening stuff then for the Sprint Junior and Sprint Senior. They'll be back out later on today. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you with Ruben Moya.
Thank you, Anthony. In Parc Ferme then, Ruben, I think you've just proved once again that Spain are the country to beat so far in this race. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was quite a good race. I was just controlling the pace and the distance with the guy behind, so good.
Obviously, this is a circuit we've not seen so far on FIA karting events. It's quite a wide track. Can you tell me a bit about what it's like to race on?
Yes, the track is quite wide. But the tarmac is one of the best tarmacs I have ever driven because it's proper racetrack tarmac. So even if we don't have driver on the track track has a lot of grip, so it's quite nice.
So do you think actually the way the tarmac is works quite well with the Mojo D2 tyre?
It works good with everyone, but especially Mojo D2 tyres that doesn't have nothing of grip. This tarmac helps a lot.
And moving into the rest of the races for today then, Ruben, confidence level, is it increasing or are you just feeling steady, feeling calm?
Yeah, I'm feeling steady. I know what I have. I know more or less what the other have, so I will just try to keep on with my strategy and try to give everything to win.
A strategy, is that a secret or am I allowed to know what that is?
If everyone who knows a little bit of racing should know.
Great to hear from you, Ruben. We'll head back up into the box then ahead of our next race of today.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, indeed. Karting Mini coming up next. And there you can see, very delightfully displayed by Ross Upton, our judge of facts on the grid there. 3 minutes to go before that next race. It is, of course, Sprint Mini qualifying heat A versus D. 7 laps these races, 10-kilometer race distance. These drivers on the Paralin Opportunity chassis running on the XS configuration, which means these karts just that little bit more restricted than what they would usually be, but still mighty, mighty quick out there ahead of this field. And, well, in qualifying, America on top with the likes of Joshua Bergman. What a qualifying they had, and again, I think a nice surprise for the USA, a country that has not won medals, and I think it's their first proper appearance in karting in this one. They have raced in previous years. I think they started GT, then they did, I think, GT and esports in the second round. This is the first time we're seeing them in karting, and they put it on pole.
And Bergman was absolutely delighted, which we always love to see with the Minis, the enthusiasm they have. And I say this very historic moment, we've not seen Karting Mini as a discipline in the FIA Motorsport Games before. The continuation of the growth of these events that started back at Vallelunga in 2019. Unfortunately, there was delays through the period of 2020 and 2021 to the second edition in Marseille and at Paul Ricard in France for the second one. But yeah, ever growing is the FIA Motorsport Games, and for the Minis here, a chance to be the first ever gold medalist in this event.
No, exactly, because it all did start a little bit later on. I mean, it was only six events. It was, I think, 50 nations in the first one. Then it went to 16 events in 2022, 72 nations, 26 events, and I think there's around 86 nations here across all the disciplines at Valencia. So it's only grown, as you mentioned. This is what we love about it. And like you say, the new inclusions here with, of course, Karting Mini and as well Cross-Car Mini as well, who are here at the same circuit. So the Mini category in both off-road and the karting side of things as well. So that is absolutely fantastic to see. Now, the Sprint Minis, so many of them as well in the inaugural round. I think there was about 44 entries into the weekend, which means, of course, it has been split up into different groups out there, which means this is a little bit of a smaller grid that you see. But this is the top 19 as the engines fire up. Drivers make their way onto track. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. It is for the United States of America, Joshua Bergman starting it on pole position. India's Rivan Pritham goes from row number 1 as well. Xavier Lazaro for Portugal goes from row 2. They'll have the likes of Manuel Kalinda starting alongside. Nahil El Gahoudi and Michael Vino go from row number 3. They'll have Francisco Rojas and Pedro Santarosa on row number 4. Ayrton Tona and Rafael Cañas go from row number 5.
Turkey have Chan Uzler on row number 6. Hong Kong on that row as well with Mason Kwong. Luca Makura and Alonso Gonzalez go from row number 7. Cristobal Ricci and Gigi Mabagishvili start on row number 8. Saif Al Obeidi starts on row 9 alongside Anes Orellana. Eduardo Campos completes the 19 runners in this one. This is groups A and D. Groups B and C will be in the next race. Same principle for the drivers as individuals. They all have 3 heats. 2 today, 1 tomorrow. The slight difference that you've alluded to there, Anthony, is that because we have more than 36 drivers, there is an eliminatory process. The 40 or so drivers on these grids will be slightly cut down, of course, to that maximum grid of 36 for the medal race for the final tomorrow. So drivers will be looking to get a good start here, progress forward, keep themselves ideally in the first half of the field to A, make the cut for Sunday in the intermediate classification, and then secondly, make the cut, having made the cut, be as high up the grid as possible for the final, the medal race later on in the competition. And I'd say most importantly as well for the Minis, enjoy it. Enjoy it here at a very different event. It's not the same as another karting race. The fact that you've got all these different disciplines going on across the city and the region of Valencia, including here at the Aspar Circuit. It's great to see the smiles on the faces of the Sprint Minis, who are some of, if not the youngest competitors across the whole FIA Motorsport Games. They are ready to go.
They certainly are. Final few corners then, and well, you've got drivers with hands up in the back who are probably thinking, why are we going so slow so early? The red line is there. That's technically where they should be starting their formation, like 2x2 rolling start, but it is quite late on, so they do it quite early. Now, right, okay, so they're going through the chicane. Now, I don't think they were supposed to do that because the barriers were open. They were supposed to go straight over, and I think, yes, we are going to go round again because, as you can see, when they exit out of that final corner, they're already halfway down the tram lines and past the acceleration line, so that's why they should stay in there. So, again, they'll go round again, false start, but like you say, beginnings of, I think, what's going to be a pretty dramatic little race because these karts on a track this large, slipstream and towing is a huge, huge benefit.
I think one of the biggest topics of discussion in a jovial way, looking forward to these races, is how many karts wide are we going to be into turn one? It's a long run, ladies and gentlemen, down to turn one, and yeah, I think we're going to see some really, really exciting races. If there's going to be a class where the width of the circuit, up to 15 meters or so in width at some points round this track, then yeah, it's going to be the Minis that are going to be delivering a lot of excitement here this weekend. Second formation lap then. Reminder of the grid. Bergman for the United States of America on pole position in kart 139. Rivan Dev Preetam for India alongside on that front row in kart 119. Xavier Lazaro on row number 2 for Portugal in kart 132, and then 110 alongside on that second row of the grid for El Salvador. It's Manuel Calendi. Drivers coming through the last corner of the formation lap. They'll hopefully head into the tram lines and we can get this race underway.
Yeah, I think they are calling them in. Yes, you can see there. One of our officials here at the circuit, I believe that's Noelia standing there on the track, just directing the drivers into the tram lines. No, go straight on, straight on. There we go. We've got it straight through into those tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. We are green and racing for the first time ever in FIA Motorsport Games in Sprint Mini, down in towards turn one, and it's a brilliant start for that inside row, and America's Joshua Bergman still leads the way as they exit out of the first sector. Still moments there. There's a bit of drama in the background there. One driver not getting through, didn't quite see the cart number as it panned through, but we will try and get an update, and I think it was Malta's Ayrton Tonner, unfortunately, who is already out of this first race of the weekend.
Shame there for Ayrton Tonner, but again, there's a good amount of opportunities to race through. It's just not going to be the start that the driver from Malta would have desired. So, at the front of the field, it's Joshua Bergman for the United States of America. Portugal have had a good start there as well with Xavier Lazaro onto the pit straight, and through the chicane they go. This is going to be where it's going to get interesting now. This is the long run down towards turn number one. How does Bergman defend this? It's so wide down there into turn one. He's defended it with some pretty good top-end speed into turn one. There's a good battle there as well between Francisco Rojas for Mexico and El Salvador's Manuel Calendi. So that's Mexico and El Salvador fighting over fourth place. Who's made good progress on that first lap? I can tell you that Gigi Mabagishvili for Georgia has gained 4 places, is up to P12. Your biggest mover out there, Mozambique. Eduardo Campos started 19th, is now P14.
Again, good improvements there throughout the field here as we watch this slipstream, the tow here, Portugal versus the United States of America. Bergman and Lazaro line astern here, and you can see this is a carbon copy of mini racing from around the world. It is line astern, it is slipstream, it is push each other along. 8 wheels works better than 4, and we're seeing this right now. I don't think we're going to see a change from these two in the early stage of this race. We might have to wait, but, well, Xavier Lazaro sees a warning flag, so does need to be careful, though, in this race.
Yeah, we'll have that on the mind there in kart number 132. Lazaro is the fastest driver, though, 63.267, and Nahil El Gahoudi there in 3rd place for Morocco. A driver who's got a lot of experience across continental karting, has raced at a very high level in mini categories. It's definitely a driver that we're going to be keeping an eye on across the course of the weekend. Morocco's history in the FIA Motorsport Games, looking to grow, looking to get a medal for the first time, if possible. Still early stages of this one, coming up to the end of lap number 3. Bergman a little bit wide there, and you sometimes see this in sprint mini racing. Lazaro, there's the racing driver in the kart there going, I want to be first, but I agree with you, Anthony, that tactically the better thing is just to sit there in 2nd place. There is a move for 4th place. That is Kalendi down the inside of Rojas, El Salvador up 1 position.
Yeah, past Mexico there. So Francisco Rojas down into P5 now. And another thing that these drivers have to take into consideration, as unfortunately that is Alabadli of Qatar going no further. Well, he's got going again, but he's right at the back of the field now, and I would say pretty much out of contention in this first race. It was a huge shame. The thing what we're seeing there from Bergman and Lazaro is momentum. Momentum is key in the mini category because, like you say, these engines are in the XS configuration, which means they're slightly restricted. They only rev up to 12,000 versus the Mini 60 engine that can rev up to around 14,000. So, again, maintaining the speed through the corner, that's the vital part of this, and that's why you're seeing them use all the track and a little bit more to try and limit how much they're turning, scrubbing speed, everything like that. It's such a different style of racing from the seniors and the juniors, because the seniors and the juniors, they have the power to get out of these sticky situations. The minis don't, so it's all down to momentum.
And they've got to take care of their equipment as well, of course, across the course of the weekend. You know, this is only the first race. There's no good going too hard and causing yourself problems for heats 2 and 3. You've got to ease your way into this and pick up points when you can, just like that. Beautiful move down the inside by Yuvandev Pritam for India with the red and white helmet design there. Whoa, big slide and just about caught. That was Pedro Santa Rosa for Brazil in kart 104. Bit of a wild moment. Again, that just shows you get off the racing line here. It's not a totally rubbered in track at the moment. The grip can be at a bit of a premium. End of the 5th lap. Bergman's still leading this one from Lazaro. They've worked beautifully together here in this heat so far, Anthony. Building that lead now. 1 minute 3.1s for both of them last time around. They've got now a 1.8 second advantage over Nahil El Gahoudi. And that's no detriment to Nahil El Gahoudi. As you said, 8 wheels better than 4.
Yeah, he's on his own.
To work the way. Very good work from Nahil El Gahoudi, but he hasn't got any help out there. We will most likely start to see these two fights as we're heading towards the last lap.
Yeah, the idea is that they open up what essentially we like to call it a battle buffer. A battle buffer. So they're opening up a 2-second gap here. So that means on the last lap, maybe the last couple of laps, they will go and they will start battling away. And when they do, when the minis start going for it, trust me, it's brilliant racing because, like you say, they can go so side by side around most of the lap, but still no change between these two at the end of lap number 6. We'll be going on to that final lap this time around. This is where you start to see the defensive driving. So now Bergman's going to hold the inside line here. Lazaro switches to the outside. He'll carry the speed through the corner. Can he get the switch over at the first part of the lap? He's going to line it up, and he has got the switch over. Xavier Lazaro down the inside, gets through, and it is Portugal now leading from the United States of America on the final lap, but here comes Bergman back. Bergman's going to fight back on this one. He's got the toe down the back straight. Can he carry the speed? I don't think he can as he tries to now go for the switchback, but this is brilliant stuff from the Minis.
This is proper racing here for the first heat of these FIA Motorsport Games for Sprint Mini. Bergman, it's going to be tricky to find a way through in this part of the course, but if he can work Lazzaro off the main racing line, he could have a chance into the final chicane. Are they going to draw alongside? Still a couple of corners to go, and then a bit of a run to the line, to the checkered flag. Can Portugal and Lazzaro hold on for the first win in Sprint Mini? On the line, yes they can. Lazzaro wins by 0.035 of a second. The USA finished P2 with Joshua Bergman. Morocco complete the top three with Nahil El Gahoudi. Good racing there. Fair racing as well, Anthony, between Lazzaro and Bergman. We want to see more of that in Sprint Mini.
Oh, yes, indeed. Right on that final lap of the race. As close you could be, but again, it just shows the circuit really plays into the Mini's hands here. Yes, okay, they are going to be the slowest karts that we see here this weekend. Well, actually, yeah, I think they will be. But again, still mighty quick out there because these drivers, like you say, they can just carry so much speed through those corners. Brilliant to see. Let's take you through the full results in that one then. Portugal claiming their first win of the weekend in the karting category with the likes of Xavier Lazzaro. Joshua Bergman for the United States of America third. Morocco seeing Nahil El Gahoudi and El Salvador's Manuel Talenda finishing in P4. Rivan Pritham for India finishing in P5. Francisco Rojas of Mexico finishing in P6. Michael Vino from Indonesia finishing in 7th place from Pedro Santa Rosa from Brazil in P8. That half spin meaning he didn't lose out on any positions, finishing where he started in P8. Costa Rica's Rafael Cañas finishing in 9th place, and Turkey's Kan Özler as well, finishing inside the top 10. The highlights from this one, there was the first initial, we've gone the wrong way, let's go round again, easily done. Of course, their first time out on the circuit in a race situation, and sometimes it can get just that little bit confusing. Back into the tram line, second time's a charm. Great start from the inside row here, and look, all of them diving straight to the inside, not the 8 wide that we were expecting.
Very, very well poised there by Bergman, because Bergman could have done that too much. There's still a puddle on driver's right that he was able to almost thread the invisible needle to not go too far to the right-hand side, but still defend the line, make sure that no one's going to get underneath through that first corner. Good battle this. This was between El Salvador and Mexico. Manuel Calendi going through there on the way to finishing P4. Good driving as well after a difficult start for Rivan Pritham there. That was the half spin, well held by Pedro Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa would come home in 8th place. There's another look at the reverse angle of it. This was the key moment, though. We always knew it was coming. Beautiful positioning from Xavier Lazzaro for Portugal, getting down the inside and able to hold on for the remainder of the final lap. A good win to start the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And that overtake actually started at turn number 1. It finished at turn 3, and that just shows you've got to really think about it. It wasn't all plain sailing, though, because Joshua Bergman started to fight back down that back straight. They've got a long one there, 255-meter run up in towards turns 9 and 10. But it was a photo finish on the line. 0.03 of a second separated the top two there. Lazzaro from Bergman, Portugal from the United States of America. But that is not it for the Minis, because the second group is coming up in a few moments' time. But between now and then, let's head back down to Parc Ferme. And Nicole Sutherland, it's back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Down then in Parc Ferme with that winner from Portugal, Xavi. Xavi, what a battle between you and Joshua Bergman. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, I was always pushing him. And then I said, like, to me, I'm going to pass him on the last lap. He put himself on the inside. I was on the outside. And I passed him. He did the error, but that's normal. And then the whole lap, I was like fighting with him. It was so funny. and I would like a lot.
And as soon as you came into Parc Fermé, you came over the Way Bridge. Your teammates from Portugal came over to congratulate you. Are you getting a lot of support from them this weekend?
Yeah, I'm a lot surprised because my team, it's not so good, but we do our best and I'm supporting.
Well, what you've just showed then, Xavi, your best is absolutely fantastic. Looking forward to seeing what else you get up to this week. Congratulations. We'll head back up then ahead of our second mini race. What a weekend so far.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there. As you can see, the next race is primed, ready to go. Sprint Mini, but this time it is qualifying heat B versus C for their 7-lap race. And once again, Andrew, we see Spain on top, but the engines fire up. Let's quickly fire through the full starting lineup in this one. It is Spain back on top with Navala Morales starting this one on pole position. Jean Lindemann from the Netherlands goes from row number 1. They'll have Bennett Corges from Estonia and Alexandre Point from Luxembourg on row number 2. Austin Gibson for the United Kingdom and Min Jae Kim for the Republic of Korea going from row number 3. They'll have Valentino Menesio from Argentina and Benjamin Poulsen of Sweden on row number 4. Jay Kostecki of Australia and Lithuania's Joris Stankevičius will go from row number 5.
On the 6th row of the grid for Denmark, it's Albert Poulsen will be joined on that one by Faris Haroun from the United Arab Emirates. Colombia's Geronimo Zulaga starts on row number 7 alongside Dominik Wojcik for Poland. Sebastian Verheer starts for Austria on the 8th row of the grid. Is joined by Uzbekistan's Vladislav Kim. Great to have Team Uzbekistan back here once again for the karting events in the FIA Motorsport Games. Germany's Amelie Hoivers is on row 9, joined by Slovakia's Otto Hrober. 20 drivers in the field for this one, completed by row 10. Albania's Rohan Uzayeri there on kart number 101, and Italy's Nathan Lotriante.
Indeed, yeah, Albania, good to see how many drivers they've got in this one. 5 drivers entered into this year's Motorsport Games for the country of Albania. Karting Slalom, Auto Slalom, Esports GT, Karting Mini, of course, with Ryan out there, and Esports F4 as well. So Albania actually quite a strong showing this weekend, as well as many other countries out there. Like I say, the biggest involvement we've seen in the history of the FIA Motorsport Games, of course, in the 3rd installment of the event this year in Spain. And like we're saying, Spain now looking for maybe their 3rd different qualifying heat winner of the weekend. Could that be possible? Navala Morales, pole position.
I think it's very possible. Navala Morales has had some great form so far in 2024. Morales has raced many times in front of our eyes, Anthony.
Oh, yes, indeed,
we know what's capable there. It could be 7 laps once again for the Minis to complete the first round of heats across all of our sprint categories. Keep an eye on Bennett Corges there as well in the bright green helmet, kart number 112 for Estonia. Heading towards the tram lines. Are we good for a race start? Do the lights turn from red to green? Don't think we do, no. There's a bit of a delta there across the front row. I can understand why our race director Gonzalo Planto has sent them around again.
Yeah, I think seeing them from the side there briefly, you saw the inside row go pretty early. The outside row was still like, well, hold on, hold your horses. So, yeah, I think there was a little bit of a disparity there between the 2 rows, and they do get sent round again. Well, that gives them a little bit more time to get the tyres up to temperature. Of course, the Mini's running on the Mojo C2 tyre, so the slightly smaller compound there for the drivers getting themselves up to temperature ready ahead of this one. They've already just witnessed a very close fight there between Minis, and they've seen the strategy that they saw deploy in that first race, tight to the inside line. Do you think we'll see that again, or are we going to see something different from this group?
I would suspect we'll see the same again with that tight to the inside line. Maybe someone switches out late on to give themselves that sweep into turn one, but we'll see in due course. Morales on this second formation lap at the front of the field. Sen Lindemann alongside on that front row of the grid. I keep an eye on the likes of Alexandre Point for Luxembourg, another very experienced driver at this level, has raced internationally before in 2024. Austin Gibson as well for the United Kingdom, going through a very competitive national championship to be here this weekend. How are we looking this time? Lights are red for the minis. Do they go green? No, we're going to go around again for another formation lap, another false start.
I think it's just a little bit too early on that power. You're hearing the revs, even on the camera. They're accelerating from such a long way back, and the acceleration line is the yellow line. And that there is kind of a guide for the drivers, say that, yeah, it's at around this area here. That's where you put the power down, and that you find that on around the 6th row of the grid in the tram lines. And these drivers, you can hear it from the engine notes, they're kind of accelerating from effectively where the red line is. So that is quite a long way back, and it's a long old straight they've got here. That's why that chicane is in the middle of it. That shortens the start-finish straight to 200 meters. But when they go straight through, it's actually quite a lengthy straight. I think 369 meters at the top of my memory, I think it is, out of that essentially turn 18 over the start-finish straight on the race start.
Another driver we need to keep an eye on in this one, Jay Kostecki from Australia. Hello to everyone in Australia. It's just gone 9:30 in the evening. Kostecki, a very familiar name to those who follow motorsports in Australia. And yet that is a relation. Jay Kostecki is the younger cousin of Brody Kostecki, last year's V8 Supercars champion. And won last week in Italy as well, did Jay Kostecki. So another driver in terms of form book who is going to be looking good here. Bit of work to do though, starting on the 5th row of the grid.
Yeah, certainly so. Would be a fantastic one to see on this. Right, now, keep it steady, keep it slow. Wait, you've got to keep the pace nice and low, and you can see there, they're trying to communicate that to the drivers. Wait for the yellow line. We are green, we are racing. Here we go then, down in towards turn number 1, and we're not seeing the same. We're seeing a very spread out grid here as they head down in towards turn 1. They're 3 wide in the mid-pack. Is it going to go well? They concertina up at the exit of turn number 2. They're still 3 wide in the mid-pack there, incredibly close, but that means that the leaders get away pretty well at the front here, but it's still a strong getaway for the front runners, and it is still Navarro Morales who leads the way in the treble one as they head down the back straight for the first time.
Really good driving from Cordius and Gibson there. They were able to hold Lindemann out there through the first couple of corners, gain themselves a number of positions. And it's Morales who leads, coming out of turn number 6, down into this tighter section now through the 3rd sector. Are we going to see the same again? You think we would see the same again. The fact you've got a breakaway of 2 now for Morales and Cordius, they should spend the next couple of laps working the gap away from Gibson. Gibson looking to hold on to 3rd place and track position there ahead of Kostecki. Great start for Jay Kostecki. We said keep an eye on him from 9th place on the grid. The Australian is down the inside of the Briton and is up to 3rd.
Absolutely superb on that one. Again, wasting no time to instantly pile on the pressure. But of course, as well, Marcero is still there as well, also piling on the pressure to Austin Gibson from the United Kingdom. So again, they're all in a little bit of a chop and change here. But again, you're seeing that slipstream, that toe effect a little bit more here right now. The field is a little bit more compact at the front here compared to the first group of drivers. You've got the breakaway of the top 2, Cordius and Morales. They're still breaking away, but here Gibson under pressure from Nazario just behind, still just attacking that little bit more here and there. Lindemann as well has closed in the 129. The driver from the Netherlands looking very strong here, is down at the start of the race, but is still now trying to fight back as those 3 are still very close in the background there. But the top 2 here carbon copy of what we saw in the first race here, Andrew. This time, though, it's Spain and Estonia going battle.
It is indeed. It's interesting to see if Gorgeous can get back onto the rear bumper of Morales over the next lap or so. Change for 4th place. I think that was Manacero down the inside of Gibson. Oh, was out of this one is Benjamin Poulsen for Sweden. Benjamin Poulsen has had a problem there. I think that's through the exit of sector number 1. Poulsen will rejoin the race. Oh no, apologies. It's on the chicane
yeah.
On the pit straight there at the end of the lap. There is the 1-2-2 of Min Jae Kim, currently racing in this battle that's all around 4th place. Gibson has got back through into 4th place, and the Netherlands are up to 5th once again. Lindemann, who started on the front row of this one. Coming round to complete lap number 3 then. Morales and Gorgeous still leading this one. Kostecki in that tricky spot now of being quick, has got good race pace, but has got no friends around him to help him along and close that gap, because this battle for 4th place raging on here. Austin Gibson at the head of it, a national champion in 2023, and he's doing well to hold off the charging pack of Lindemann for the Netherlands, Manacero for Argentina, Kim for the Republic of Korea, and a great start as well for Faris Haroun for the United Arab Emirates, up 4 places to 8th.
Just saw there the graphic showing Kostecki with the fastest lap of the race. The driver from Australia is closing in on the top 2 here. Gap 0.8 of a second. We have always said that 8 wheels works better than 4, but here in this situation, 4 wheels seems to be working better than 8 as he continues to close that gap back up, just carrying the more speed here as they end lap number 4. You can see Navarro Morales trying to push forward in this one, is unable to drop. Gorgeous just behind. Bennett Gorgeous from Estonia still on that rear bumper. This is going to be, though, a 3-car battle by the end of this race. I guarantee it.
And the job that Kostecki is doing here for viewers new to sprint minis, we talked about the battle buffer in the previous race, and that really if you are a front duo, you're going on to that last lap, or you're thinking ahead to that last lap, 2 seconds. We always talk about 2 seconds because that's a comfortable one. Kostecki's just holding there. He's not necessarily closing in by a lot at the moment, but he's just putting himself in a region that for Morales and Gorgeous, it's another thing for them to think about, because if you don't have that battle buffer, the risk is that if you're in Morales' position, never mind falling down to 2nd place, you could go down to 3rd as well. Oh, was out of the race. That's Albania. That's Rohan Uzairi out of the race. Thankfully, Rohan is okay, but deep in the gravel there, that is going to be not a good moment. There's another driver, I think, well, Benjamin Poulsen, we already talked about, is out of this race. And, yeah, problems, or out of contention, we should say. Change at the front. Gorgeous down the inside, takes the lead. So Gorgeous has said in his mind there, Anthony, don't like this. Don't like that Kostecki's closing in at this rate. Let's take that track position. Let's take 1st place, because I don't want to be being caught by the Australian, who is absolutely flying out there.
What a time to put in a fastest lap as soon as he goes for a lead change. That closes them back in as well. They lose a bit of time with that overtake. And now he's on the charge already. Kostecki down the inside of Navarro Morales. And has he got up into 2nd? Yes, is the answer to that one. And now Australia on the charge here. Kostecki now trying to close up to the likes of Bennett Gorgeous of Estonia. The battle's far from over, but now Navarro Morales has got the likes of the fact that he can stick to the rear bumper of Kostecki, and now maybe join that battle once again. And Gorgeous is going to be immediately under pressure here as they go into the final lap of the race.
And Kostecki's going to fight this. He's a race winner. Oh, it's down the inside there. Goes Morales once again to retake 2nd place. It's Alexandre Points, who was the other driver a few moments ago, who's out of this race as Kostecki gets down the inside, takes 2nd place. But is the gap too big now to Gorgeous up ahead, out of turn 6, flat out through 6, 7 and 8. But this is where the slipstream really can come into effect. Do you think Kostecki has a chance here, Anthony?
I think his chances are running very thin here. I mean, he's still got a long way to go in this last lap, but again, they were fighting, they were scrapping still for 2nd place, and that just gave that little gap to Gorgeous ahead. Bennett Korjas for Estonia is looking to claim his first win in the FIA Motorsport Games in the Sprint Mini category. The last chicane to go, but here comes Kostecki. He's got the slipstream, he's got the toe. Has he got the place? No, he hasn't. He has to settle for second, but Estonia with Bennett Korjas, he claims his first win of the weekend for Sprint Mini in the Motorsport Games in 2024. Jay Kostecki of Australia finishes in second place ahead of Novala Morales. Sven Lindemann from the Netherlands ahead of Austin Gibson from the United Kingdom. Stan Kavicius finishing in sixth place after gaining fourth place from Fares Harrion from the United Arab Emirates. Then it's Manasero from Argentina, Min-Jae Kim from Korea, and Nathan Laurento finishing in 10th place. 10 places gained for the Italian. A brilliant start for him. And, of course, for Australia, 7 places gained there. But that is a very interesting situation.
Very interesting situation. Great drives from Korjas, Kostecki and Morales. And for Kostecki, I don't think he was fully happy because he wants to win a race. But as the race pace grows across the course of the weekend, as a reminder, all these races, what are they about? They're about getting your grid position for the final on Sunday, and the fact that we've seen Kostecki go from 9th to 2nd place indicates to me that, problems in time qualifying. Yesterday, that was time qualifying. This is about racing between now and Sunday, and Kostecki, I think, has got himself back in play as one of the favourites for Sprint Mini.
Yeah, indeed. That is going to be an exciting one. Minis will be back out later on today for their second round of qualifying heats, but let's take you through the highlights from that one. Difficult one to get started, this. Drivers going just that little bit too early, but then finally on the third attempt, we got the green flag. And again, a different style of start here. You see the drivers going 3, 4, I'm counting 5 wide there in this one in towards turn 1. Risky stuff, and you can see some drivers just getting caught out on that inside curb there. And that certainly proved a little bit of a tricky one. That was Sven Lindemann for the Netherlands who caught that inside curb. That's what sent him back into the field just that little bit at the start.
Yeah, he just got a little bit squeezed by Austin Gibson. It was good positioning from Austin Gibson. It was tactical. It was fair to make sure that Lindemann didn't have a good run of things off of turn number 2. But yeah, the start of the race with everyone so close, that can be a costly moment if you do find yourself in that situation. Here is the first sight of Jay Kostecki, who'd weaved his way through from the 5th row of the grid, took Austin Gibson's 3rd place there at the start of lap number 2, and then something that I wasn't fully expecting, to be honest, Anthony, racing across that gap. Again, that indicates that a lap after lap after lap, there's some good pace there for the Australian. That was the moment where we saw Benjamin Poulsen for Sweden out of the race. One of 3 drivers having problems across the course of those 7 laps.
Yeah, indeed. Rohan Uzieri, one of them, and Alexandre Point, Albania and Luxembourg, both out of the race in this one. Still more drives happening there as the Republic of Korea, Min-Jae Kim, trying to get the moves done, but under pressure from the likes of the United Arab Emirates, with Fares Harun sending it down the inside, back onto the start-finish straight again, and you're seeing these side-by-side moments. This scrap here in the mid-pack certainly was an exciting one. It wasn't quick for them because they were losing out on the leaders in front, but still having a mighty fight. There was the likes of Albania's Rohan Uzieri, unfortunately, out of the race and quite far into the gravel trap there at one of the corners.
An unfortunate moment for the Albanian, but there's still another 2 rounds of heats to go and still opportunities to get up into that top 36 cutoff. This was a really important move. Bennett Korjas going down the inside a little bit earlier than normal, but the key thing was getting that track position, knowing that Kostecki was going to attack. Very wise driving from Korjas that I think was the key part of winning that race. Kostecki would attack, did attack, got to 2nd place, and then was just probably 1 lap short for having a go at the Estonian. So Estonia take the race victory. We'll of course have 2 race winners from this round of Sprint Minis. They will be back out again on the latest timetable. They'll be due out at 1:55 local time here in Spain. That again was the move from Kostecki down the inside to take 2nd place. And right on the line there, you can see the frustration Kostecki, thinking, oh, I could have had that.
I could have had that.
I'll be honest, I think that was always going to be Gorgeous's race. If it had gone on one more, Kostecki would have had a chance, but he can be proud that 9th to 2nd is pretty good.
It certainly is. Well, minis are over for now. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got down there?
Thank you, Anthony. I have got Bennett Gorgeous. Bennett, fantastic move in the stages of that race on Spain. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Well, first of all, I was trying to get a bit away with the girl, I don't know her name. Anyways, we were trying to get a bit of away to get like a bit of time to overtake and stuff. So yeah, and I thought I got the slipstream, and I just went for it.
And then in the later stages of the race, of course, we saw one of the other drivers, Jay Kostecki, was catching up quite quickly. When you turned around and saw him coming at you, what were you thinking and how did you deal with the pressure?
It was quite hard. I looked behind me and I was like, one driver was, I think that was the Australian. We were side by side, and I was like, what's that gonna do? It's gonna do nothing. And I just went down the inside from the corner.
You know, so you're sounding confident. I bet you feel it. How else are you feeling going into the rest of the races today and for the rest of the weekend?
Confident.
Great to speak to you then, Bennett. We'll head up and speak to Anthony and Andrew very quickly, and then they'll head us into the rest of the races.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there in Parc Ferme. Great to hear there from a very smiley Bennett Gorgeous down there. Seems very happy with the result, and understandably they're taking his first win of the weekend. There you can see juniors lining themselves up for their next race. Their race is due to start at around 1:05, which from where I see is still in around 15 minutes or so. So we've got a bit of a break to go. So we are going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time for Sprint Junior. It's coming up next.
Endurance Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then Mark
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games here in Valencia. The second round of qualifying heats is upon us, and it's going to start with Sprint Junior out for their 9-lap race in a few moments' time. That is due to start in around 8 or 9 minutes or so out on track. But there is news to be had from the previous race. It was a dramatic race in that one. Pole sitter from the first heat. And in this one, Chiara Batigue unfortunately disqualified from the first race. That is a spanner in the works for Switzerland.
Yeah, it's not the way that Chiara Batigue would have wanted to start. It's not the end of things.
No.
There's still another 2 rounds of heats to go, and Batigue will have another opportunity, of course, from the front of the field in this upcoming race. Other bits of news to keep you up to date with: a number of front-fairing penalties from that one, or plus 5 seconds, we should say, across various reasons. Theodor Tubal, Clara Kowalczyk, Martina Romanova, Vanessa Schilkenator and Mariano Axel Nocom all dropped places, so they dropped down to outside the top 15. So in terms of your intermediate classification going into this second heat, Arias is your points leader, 50 points secured from that race victory that we saw earlier on this morning. Iskender Solfikari, P2, 44 points. Mats van Rooyen, third, 41 points. Theo Salamao for Brazil in 4th place on 38. Jagrat Troja back up to 5th place on 36. George Edgar, Riley Harrison, Arjen Kraling, Nicolas Karyanis and Yusei Sawada all in the top 10. So it's Spain from Turkey, the Netherlands, Brazil, India, the United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, Greece and Japan in the good positions before this one. Let's head down to the pre-grid and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm with Chiara Batigue then. Chiara, we saw results afterwards. Maybe you've had a bit of bad luck after that first heat. Can you tell us about it and tell us about how you're going to deal with that moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, this qualification is not that good to start the weekend. Obviously, we had a very good day yesterday with a qualifying pole position. Yeah, sort of the race actually went good. We made P2, but some bad maneuver that get us disqualification. Yeah, we only have 3 heats, so we lost lots of points for that. And yeah, we hope for good results now.
And then that first heat, the qualifying yesterday we saw you were so fast, but how was racing on the track different to just qualifying and driving round?
Yeah, I mean, it rained quite a lot, that's why we have this delay. The track is quite slippery. It's like into the corner it feels like you're driving more on the wet than actually on the dry, and for sure the tyres are not new anymore, so you have a bit less grip.
So where you feel you've got a bit less grip then, is there anything you do with the handling of the car? You know, do you turn in any differently to what you typically would, or do you just drive it, you know, the same line, the same approach in every corner?
I mean, you mean you have to have less speed into the corner as you have less grip. Yeah, that's kind of obvious. But yeah, for sure it's quite different than yesterday because like some braking points are much earlier than before. Yeah.
Great to speak to you, Chiara. I'm going to head over then to the 66 of Jagrat Detroja. Jagrat, feeling good?
Yeah, for sure, always.
And the racing around this circuit, what are you thinking so far? Good experience?
Yeah, the experience is good, but I think there's some dangerous places to overtake. But normally it's quite good and it's quite fun.
And the competitors around you, what's the standard like? Are they hard to race?
Yeah, they are not. It's a good level to race here, and there are drivers around all the country, so they are also quite experienced, and we'll try our best.
Great to hear from you, Jagrat. Obviously, behind Jagrat is Bosco Arias from Team Spain. He had a win earlier on. We've also got Australia's Riley Harrison, the number 52. Riley, you've joined us from Australia. When you got that call to say you were joining the 2024 Motorsport Games, how did you feel?
I felt very happy. It was definitely pretty cool to be representing Australia here in Spain.
And on this circuit, the Aspar Circuit, does it compare to any that you've raced on previously? What's the kart like around this track?
It's pretty different to Australian tracks. It's a lot wider. The kart is pretty good around here. I definitely enjoy it.
Good to hear from you. I think we've got a little bit more time. We've got Turkey here. Iskender Sulfkari, the number 84. Iskender, feeling good?
Yeah, pretty confident.
And that first race, how did it go and how has it helped you going into the rest of the racing this weekend?
The start wasn't pretty good, but with me having the speed, I could have overtaken and pulled away, so it was not so hard.
And starting in front of you is the 74 of Mats van Rooyen. You've got a lot of quick drivers around you. You've got Riley Harrison, Bosco Arias. Do you have any tactics when it comes to the drivers around you? Do you follow them or are you just going for those moves?
With me having this kind of speed, I just try to be as well in the start and then I just go for it.
Great to hear from you, Iskender. I'm going to throw back up then to Andrew and Anthony very briefly before these drivers head off. See you momentarily.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the pre-grid again. Great insights there from the drivers ahead of this race. And like you say, for these drivers, a little bit of a chop and change in the order in that one. Of course, we had some drivers further back make good positions. Of course, Brazil, very good start to their one with Theo Salamau. Started their race 10th place, finished it P4, so gained those good positions. The same, of course, for Iskender Sulfkari, started at P5, finished it 2nd place, behind, of course, Bosco Arias of Spain. Some other drivers, though, just getting caught out with their races. Portugal's Martin Menezes, unfortunately, 12th place he finished in that first race, so again, just went backwards. But the biggest thing from it, Andrew, was the retirements. That was the biggest thing from that first race.
Yeah, it was quite a high level of attrition, particularly in the early stages. So whilst everyone again will be getting through to the final, there'll be probably about a third of the grid knowing, right, need a good results here to elevate ourselves back up the order. Big thanks to our track workers and marshals here at the Aspar Circuit, the first international karting race that they have held. And beautiful to come to this new facility just outside Valencia. We could not go racing without them. But yeah, just to read through the names of and the teams who need a better result here. Those who were out on the first lap: Sri Lanka with Rayan Dharmadasa, Chile with Vicente Garcia, Slovakia with Jakub Gasparovic. Gasparovic, who was so strong earlier in the year as well, in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy competition held in sequence with the European Championships. Ener Pozzuto for Italy, Matteo Kobakidze for Georgia as well. Mariano Lopez, another name that we've seen a lot in international karting in 2024 for Peru. Luis Sediano for Costa Rica. Lucas Pellizzari for Luxembourg. Michael Lederer for Austria. And Piero Balsasso for Mexico. That's a long list of drivers who we didn't even see round at the end of the first lap. Now, there is a positive, because I always like to have a positive, Anthony. I know that's sometimes not believable being from Yorkshire, but they'll have fresher tyres for
yes.
this one. So, as we heard from Chiara Batig, there's not a lot of grip out there, but that could be a factor in this next race to see if those drivers who have only done a few corners on their race tyres, whether they'll have an opportunity here to bounce back.
It's a very, very good point you bring up. So that means then we're going to have a close, tight-knit race in this one. Sprint Junior, engines fire up. Field makes their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Chiara Batig, fresh off that disqualification, starts this one again on pole position and has chosen this time to go on the inside, the normal pole position side. We'll have Jaguar de Troja for company on row number 1. Mats van Rooyen of the Netherlands and Bosco Anis of Spain, race winner from earlier on, starts it on row number 2. Iskander Sulfakari and Riley Harrison go from row number 3. They'll have Martin Menendez and George Edgar on row number 4. Clara Kowalczyk and Theo Salamau go from row number 5. They'll have Alex Sharma and Ian Kraling on row number 6. Rian Damadasa and Vicente Garcia go from row number 7. Benji Westwood and Theodore Tubal of Estonia go from row 8. They'll have Jakub Gasparovic and Filippo Benito Ramos on row number 9.
Jusei Sawada was in the top 10 in Heat 1 earlier on this morning. Goes again from the 10th row of the grid for Japan. Also in that top 10 was the driver alongside him on that row, the driver from Greece, Nicholas Karagiannis. On row number 11, a penalty last time out for Mariano Axel Nocon for the Philippines, a retirement for Denmark's representative here in Sprint Junior, that's Zacharias Ringström. Row 12, Vanessa Schilkenater and Bautista Panetta. Row 13, Eric Poulsen for Sweden and Martina Rumlanova for Czechia. Row 14, Devon Grabko made some good progress for the United States of America. Can he do so again from 27th on the grid? He's joined by one of the drivers who retired from the first lap of the first race, Italy's Ener Pozzuto. Jack Moore and Mata Kobakidze start on row 15. Both of those drivers have slightly fresher rubber than the rest were involved in the incident on lap 1. Pretty much everyone from this point on didn't see the end of lap 1 in race 1. Row 16, Mariano Lopez for Peru and Luis Cedinho for Costa Rica. Lucas Pellizzari and Michael Lederer go from row 17, and Piero Balsasso from Mexico starts on row 18 alongside Ori Goldberg for Israel. Goldberg was the only driver in those back 3 rows to finish the previous race.
Right, well, second battle is upon us then for Sprint Junior. We've seen Spain win the first. Who could win the second of the day here in Valencia as the smoke billows out of the exhaust? We wait for the lights to turn green. They turn green now and we are racing, but Chiara Batig is looking down at her engine. Has she got mechanical problems? And already Jaguar de Troja trying to go for the attack. The back of the grid is 4 wide as they enter into turn number 3. They saw them come together last time out. Hopefully we don't get a repeat, but we do for others, as it looks like Malta and Trinidad and Tobago out of this race. And there is Benji Westwood and Alex Sharma, unfortunately, out of the race, and they are not happy at each other. And I think there's been a change for the lead, because that looks like that is Jaguar de Troja of India, who now leads the way in this race as there's more coming together. Israel out and Luxembourg out. So that is Piero Palacio and Lucas Pellizzari as well out of the race. Sorry, so Ori Goldberg, I should say, out of the race for Israel. So multiple retirements, but the fight at the front is kicking off. Jaguar de Troja of India leads the way from Iskander Sulfakari. Where did Chiara Batig go?
Down the inside goes Sulfikari, takes the lead of the race away from Detroit there into turn number 1. There'll be yellow flags out for the recovery of those carts that didn't make it through the first lap. There'll be yellow flags as well on the exit of turn number 6. But Iskender Solfikari for Turkey, a very big favourite. One of the big favourites, I should say, for this event is into the pit lane. I think that's Vicente Garcia for Chile. Also on the move, George Edgar, another driver from the Edgar family, who've had a rich history of drivers coming through motorsport and into single seaters. George Edgar here in the juniors, looking for progress. Finished a good way up the order, 6th place in the first race. Solfikari a little bit weak though off of the chicane. This could be an opportunity for the driver down the inside.
He's going to go for it.
And India are going to retake the lead of this race.
Yep, good to see. This is keeping the pack all nice and bunched up now there. Mats van Rooyen just behind. You can see him there in the 74 for the Netherlands is right there as well. Where's Bosco Arias of Spain, the winner from the previous race earlier on. You've still got Menendez there as well as there in Parc Ferme. Confirmation, Chile out of the race. That is Vicente Garcia going no further over the weighbridge. Here, though, the Netherlands into 2nd place now. Mats van Rooyen has got that move done. And Zulfikari for Turkey down to 3rd place. It is now going to have to deal with the likes of Spain, Portugal, and the likes of Switzerland, with Chiara Batig sitting in P6 currently.
All these drivers at the front are building on the experience that they've had across the course of the FIA Karting Championship season and the European Championships. Here comes Solfikari down the inside of Mats van Rooyen. Oh, beautifully done by Bosco Arias. Took the opportunity provided by Solfikari there. Arias back up to 3rd place, and Arias looking good at the moment in terms of the intermediate classification points. Remember, he's got a 6-point lead from the first round of heats. Arjen Kraling moving pretty quickly as well out there. Anthony, another one of the strong drivers this weekend. Knows the platform with both engine and particularly chassis as well. Does Arjen Kraling, works driver for Karts Republic in the FIA Karting European and World Championships in 2024. The Germans up to 8th place.
Yeah, indeed. Nice charge here from the field as they head back onto the start-finish straight. You can see there, look at the fence in the background. The wind here at the circuit is astronomical. This is a coastal circuit. We're not far from the coast. It's a headwind down the main straight, and Chiara Batig, as late as you'd like under braking, clearly she's not got the power, but the brakes are working well as back down the inside here. Bosco Arias for 2nd place has got through past the likes of Jagrat Petrova, and Iskender Solfikari retakes the lead once more.
He does indeed, and I think you make a very good point there, Anthony, about the wind, because it's playing into things at the moment. Where are we seeing the overtakes? We're seeing them into turn 1 on the brakes, into the headwind, and out of turn 6, where you're the complete opposite. You're on the gas, you're getting pushed by the wind. It's a little bit different to what we sometimes see in junior kart racing. But yet the strength of the wind is very high indeed. This is the move by Batig, as you say, down the inside into turn 1 on the brakes. You can see the rear axle squirreling around there. This was Arias Pastachoda for 2nd place, and the Spaniard back up another position. Back with our live pictures onto lap number 6. Solfikari for Turkey still leads.
Yeah, indeed. This is fantastic stuff, but keep a close eye on this one as again, Chiara Batig, she's got it on the brakes here. That's what she's got to do, but she's not going to have the power out of the corner. And straight back through goes to Troja, and the driver for India retakes 3rd place back. This is going to bring Mats van Rooyen back into it. This might bring Brazil with Salomão there as well in the 54, who's up 4 places. Menendez still there as well in 7th place. Edgar there in 8th place. Kasparovic in 9th. Kowalczyk currently still in P10. But behind that, you've got the likes of Bautista Panetta for Argentina. 13 places gained in this race. He's having a brilliant one.
And we saw this from the Argentine driver in the first heat as well. Finished P11 once penalties were applied in that one. Here is a fight. This is Poland down the inside of Slovakia. That is a nice move by Klara Kowalczyk. Kowalczyk, who had a penalty in her first race this morning. But we know that there's a lot of experience there for Poland. Racing back through, that will be good for 9th place.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah, P18 she finished after that penalty in the first race, so big shame on that one. Yanis of Greece setting the fastest lap now, 56.287, currently running in 21st place, but showing that what you were talking about earlier on, those fresher tyres are now playing into their hands. The pace has got into them as a big sideways moment there for Iskender Solfakari, just running too wide onto that curb.
And I think a little bit of crosswind there as well as they're going through turn number 18. 7 laps down, 2 to go in what's been a really entertaining race. Is that Shilkinator, is that Vanessa Shilkinator out of this race? It is. That is a real shame for the driver from Lithuania. She'll fall down all the way to 30th place. Bosco Arias, new fastest lap of the race, and look at him now all over the back of Solfikari here as they head through turn 7, turn 8. They'll go through turn 9 and now committed to 10. Arias has had another look. He had a go at that one a few laps ago, but again, with how the wind is so strong at the moment, that's not going to be the best return through turn 10, because you've still got a tailwind that's wanting to turn the kart around. One more lap to go. Can Iskender Solfikari hold on here? He's going to have a challenge from the winner of heat number 1, Bosco Arias. Through the chicane they go, Anthony, heading towards that crucial turn 1.
Here we go, 3-car battle then for the race lead. It's heat 2, it's their last race of the day, and it's Iskender Solfikari of Turkey leading the way. Spain with Bosco Arias, and India with Jagrat Detroja. 1, 2, 3 right now, but Arias is right on that rear bumper, closes in through the chicane of turns 5 and 6. They wind it up now through the revs, through turn 7, through turn 8, absolutely flat out in towards turn 9. This is where we saw Arias try and get the move earlier on. No such luck this time around. I think he's waiting for the right opportunity. I reckon it could be penultimate corner here, but that comes with risk because the runoff is non-existent. You're straight into a gravel trap. Here they come then into that corner, not close enough this time. And again out of the final corner. This looks like it's going to go the way of Turkey this time around. Heat 2, it looks like Iskender Solfikari is going to claim a first win of the weekend. Absolutely superb. Turkey on top. What a drive from Iskender Solfikari. 4 places gained.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Iskender Solfikari. That is a very good day in the books. First and second across the 2 races for the driver in kart number 85, and there'll be a tie in the points.
Oh, yes.
Bosco Arias finishing second there, has got the same set of results. They will face off again, of course, in the 3rd and final heat tomorrow morning. All to play for in Sprint Junior. Good recovery as well from Jagrat Detroja. I think the Team India can be very pleased with the work they've done over the first 2 days of competition here at the Aspar Circuit. They are definitely in play there. 2 top 5s, the 3rd place there in Heat 2 being the best of those results. They'll be very happy indeed. Mats van Rooyen up there again, 3rd and 4th for Team Netherlands today. Chiara Batti 5th. Still has another opportunity to start from pole position in heat number 3 tomorrow, and again with the race pace is still a good shout for a medal. Theo Salamao has had some good race pace today, recovered from a difficult qualifying less than 24 hours ago. 4th in the first race, 6th in that one, and remember these are all provisional results at this time. Martin Menezes, George Edgar, Klara Kowalczyk and Jakub Gasparovic all in the top 10. Riley Harrison for Australia P11, Arjen Kraling 12, Theodore Tobal, Rayan Darmadasa and Martino Rumlanova all in the top 15. So it's really Darmadasa and Rumlanova who used their tyres, slightly fresher tyres to great effect. Here are some of the highlights.
Indeed, and again a very interesting start here because you see Chiara Batti not having the power down the start-finish straight, keeps the pack all bunched up. Got a little bit of a break there when Detroja trying to go down the inside. Then there were 3-4 wide in the background, and some drivers just at the exit of turn number 3 getting caught out on the outside there as well. We saw drivers out at the exit of turn number 6 as well. That saw multiple retirements at the beginning of that one there. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago, Malta, Luxembourg was out, Israel was out, Chile was out, Argentina in the end as well, and then later on, Team Lithuania also out of the race. Race going on though, first overtake, I've got to say, Jagrat Detroja has looked so impressive, and the India team have really delivered so far this weekend.
And it's great to see the opportunity of an FIA Motorsport Games for a driver who if I'm being honest, at times it has had a difficult season in the European Championships and the World Championships. This is a fresh slate this weekend. This is an opportunity for Detroja to pounce for India. As I say, is definitely a contender for a medal tomorrow. Continuing on, great scrap between Zulfikari and Arias for the race lead. In there as well was Chiara Batig. Batig going down the inside of Detroja. That was for third place. And those two will face off again tomorrow in the third and final heat. That was Detroja back down the inside and on that run to third.
Yeah, indeed. But again, just showing that she had to get the moves down the inside. There was a later retirement there. Fortunately, Lithuania, Vanessa Shilkanate out of the race. Checker flag, though, would go out. Turkey with Iskander Zulfikari claiming the first win. I've got to say, though, that's a mighty dent in that front nose. So, again, all those results provisional, of course. We will head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you. Who have you got for us?
Thank you, Anthony. I'm with our provisional winner then, Iskander. Iskander, 4 great overtakes there to take that provisional race win. Can you tell me a little bit about each?
I tried to manage the race, which I did really well. First laps, I overtook Van Rooyen, but with the pressure a little bit struggled, so he overtook me back. And then I started to take the draft and keep the warming up, and then I overtook him and then go for the lead, and I just stayed there.
And obviously this weekend, every driver within the class is on the same chassis, Kart Republic chassis. You don't typically race the Kart Republic. What's it been like adjusting to that?
It's not really hard because normally the OTK, it has more grip, but this model of the Kart Republic is kind of similar, so it wasn't that hard. I only needed to adjust to the track, which was not so hard. I really like the track.
Great insights there, Iskander. Thank you very much and congratulations. Back up into the box then ahead of the next race of today.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed. Seniors coming up next for their second qualifying heat. And again, for the seniors, what can we say? Fantastic race they heard earlier on. It was a little bit of a tough one as well. But they're coming up next. Well, seniors, there you can see Ruben Moya lining himself up ready at the start of this one. A reminder then of what happened in that first one. Moya taking the win in the senior category as qualifying Heat 2 lines itself up ready to get going for this one. Czechia, brilliant race for Prohaska as well. 1 place gain up into 2nd place. The driver is starting this one on the 2nd row of the grid right behind Moya. Getting a very good start. Alex Machado from Andorra as well, the driver, the number 1, 4 places gained, finishes inside that top 3 as well. But again, eyes, I think, were focused on Lithuania. Markus Šilkūnas, 7 places gained in that one. Really good run, up inside the top 5.
Yeah, and looked like a driver who could really go on the attack, and hopefully we'll see that again in this second race. Drivers on the opposite end of the scale. You mentioned Alex Machado classified in 3rd there. The big story as why was that 3rd, because it wasn't 3rd on the road. It's that Jakub Mikulev for Malta, similar to what we saw with Chiara Batig in the first junior race in Sprint Junior, was disqualified for what is described as a bad manoeuvre. By the race officials. So, again, not the end of the world for Mikulev, because all of these drivers, 1 single grid, will make it through to the final. But Mikulev needs a good result here to just come back into play in that intermediate classification. And there, the crowd, great view from the top of the new building here at the Aspar Circuit. They've got a great view over the whole circuit. If you're in the local area, come on down to watch the karting events here over the next 2 days. We've got crosscar here as well at the Aspar Circuit. There's been something a bit different for the karting aficionados as well this weekend, Anthony. That you got the crosscar here, a lot of enthusiasm about that. It's been a proper festival of motorsport.
Yes, it has indeed. And there's the support out there for this one for Denmark. Luca Magnussen in this race. Starting this one on the 5th row of the grid. Of course, younger brother of Kevin Magnussen, who is himself very busy in the world of motorsport, as we all very much are aware of.
Indeed. But he starts here this weekend. Jan Magnussen, former Formula One driver himself back in the 90s, and for many years very successful racer in sports cars and the Le Mans 24 Hours as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on Magnussen Jr. In this one, starting from that 5th row of the grid.
Indeed. Well, their final few checks just being made for the rest of the field. Other interesting results as well. Kuba Rajski, 10 places gained in that one. Team Poland having a very good race as well.
Yeah, and I think for Rajski, similar to what we said about De Troja in the previous race, a driver who's had in OK-based karting a bit of a difficult season.
Yep.
And this change, this new competition, is a bit of a clean slate. I saw him race last week in Italy as well, and he's back in form, which is really, really good to see for Kuba Rajski, a driver with a lot of experience, and he's got his spring back, it would seem.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that, doesn't it? And it's always nice to get that spring back when you're at an event like this, an international, a global event, a one-off event as well, not a long championship where you've got to go, oh, here, there, and it could be, oh, bad weather here, bad weather there, and good weather here. You get just the one weekend. That's a fantastic backdrop, isn't it? The mountains in the background here in the Valencia region of Spain, right on the coast, of course, the Mediterranean only a stone's throw away, and that's, of course, what brings in all that weather and the wind that we're having to deal with here. And there you can see not even the grass is safe out there. But, of course, here, the 3rd installment of the FIA Motorsport Games. It's not been going for long at all, but it has gained so much momentum. And this, the 2nd year for the Sprint Senior category. And, of course, the last year won by Belgium with Ellie Goldstein in the category. Could it be Spain's Ruben Moya this time around? Those two drivers very well aware of their existence of each other.
Absolutely. And I think from what we saw in that first heat, Ruben Moya will continue to be the favourite. There's a natural progression of that with him racing, of course, for the host nation. A little bit of home field advantage. You know, used to racing in the Valencia region, we should say. This is not the only circuit in this part of the world. We were not too far up the road, of course, for the FIA Karting European Championships at the very start of the year. But I think the difference into this 2nd heat compared to the first is that everybody's kind of shown their hand now in terms of race pace. This is going to be interesting to see how they change tactics, perhaps. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm down then on the grid with the number 9 of Luca Magnussen. Luca, how are you feeling? Good weekend so far?
Yeah, it's been positive. It's an honour to be here representing my home country of Denmark. It's been difficult, but I'm learning a lot.
And you said previously to me, just before we went live, first FIA event of this year, you had to sit out of the FIA Karting World Championships. So do you feel like this is almost a moment for you to redeem yourself and get a win in there?
Yeah, I'll do my best. I'll do my best for my country. And yes, let's see what the final takes us.
And, of course, we know a little bit about your family's racing history, very successful in the world of motorsport. Are you looking to replicate some of that this weekend?
I'll hope and I'll do my best.
Of course, as well, across Valencia, all of the motorsport disciplines are competing right now at the different circuits on the different tracks and gravels. Have you been keeping up with your country's progress on the medals so far?
Yeah, I have. It's been good so far. And, yeah, let's see if we can get our first medals this year.
Let's see if you can do it, Luca. Very best of luck to you.
Thank you.
We've got a little bit more time, so I'm going to head over to the 28 of Peru, Tyler Greenfield. Taylor, feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good. Happy to be here at such a nice event. Glad to see it's gotten bigger since 2 years ago. Yeah.
And when you got the call from your country that you would be competing once again in this event, how did you feel?
Happy. 2 years ago in Paul Ricard, I competed in the Karting Endurance. So now it's a change, but happy to be here, trying to do my best for Peru.
And Taylor, you're fighting at the sharp end of the field. You obviously had a good qualifying. This circuit is quite wide. It's a little bit different to maybe what some of these drivers are used to. What for you is key to putting in a really quick lap?
I think just being consistent, also because of the tire we're using. it has a really soft sidewall, so you cannot really push into the corner. You have to be a lot more gentle. So yeah, that's the challenge.
So the sidewall's quite soft. Does that mean that the tyre actually folds slightly and makes it a bit of a challenge?
Yeah, and it also heats up easily, so you cannot really attack into the corner. You have to be more gentle with it. So yeah, just getting used to that.
Great to hear from you, Taylor. We'll let you jump in.
Thank you.
That's it then from the seniors. We'll head into the box ahead of the race.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yeah, good to chat to the drivers there. A little further back in the grid, of course, Luca Magnussen, who did struggle in his first race, we'll say. Penalty, picked up a P17, but Tyler Greenfield as well. Great to hear from him for Peru. Of course, Peru's done very well in the world of karting. Their junior driver as well did very well last year. Did Peru with Andreas Cardenas, who's racing in F4 this weekend in the Motorsport Games. And as well, like you were saying, he was talking about, oh yeah, I was in Endurance last year. It was P6 for Peru in their Endurance race last year, so had a lot of work ahead of them ahead of this one. But there you can see, wind still folding in. It is a very blustery day out there, but moments away from getting this one started. And once more, you're seeing Ruben Moy there on the front row of this grid, winner of that last one. Again, this time around, let's see what he can do as we will wait for this race to start. But again, the tension starting to build now. Second qualifying heat coming up. We've seen the juniors already. Drastically different race results than what we saw earlier on. And again, in this one, is it going to be a similar story? Are we going to see the ups and downs? That's the question, Andrew.
I would lean towards we're going to see something similar. Not much in terms of track conditions has changed. So if you had a good setup in the first race, then you'd keep it the same and hope for a similar kind of progress. The drivers waiting for the instruction to push start and get out onto circuit. As a reminder, it's Ruben Moya for Spain on pole position, Jakub Mikulev for Malta on the front row, as well as we get going for the second heat in Sprint Senior.
It's heading out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup for their second qualifying heat. It is Ruben Moya of Spain, race winner from earlier on, starting alongside Jakub Mikulev from Malta. It's Václav Prochaska from Czechia. On row 2, we'll have Japan's Kota Tsuchihashi for company on that second row of the grid. Lado Kukinidze for Georgia and Batty Yildirim for Turkey on row number 3. Alex Machado from Andorra and Roberto Bass go from row number 4. They round out the top 8. The driver from the Netherlands looking to capitalise in this one. Luca Magnussen and Tyler Greenfield round out row number 5. They'll have Elia Weiss and Marcus Shilkunas on row number 6. Row number 7 sees Brazil's Lucas Moura and South Korea's Kyuho Lee on row 7. Guy Albag and Leo Nilsson on row 8. They'll have John Karras and Miguel Silva on row number 9.
Daniel Dalakian is on the 10th row of the grid, joined by David Kozma. Christopher Ishan Madesh and Kuba Raisky go from row number 11. Carlos Fonseca was out on lap 1 of the previous heats for Costa Rica, goes alongside Ghazi Mokhtar of Mozambique on your 12th row of the grid. Eder Herrera for the Dominican Republic is alongside Chinese Taipei's Chen Yinkai. That's on row 13. Camilo Trapper had a good race earlier on this morning for Argentina. Starts on row 14, is joined by Trinidad and Tobago's Benjamin Mahon. Pip Casabine for Australia is on row 15, joined by Stephanie Hubeka for Lebanon. That is the completion of your top 30. Gerga Kochkar had a very good race for Hungary earlier on in the competition. Starts on row 16 alongside Pato Hoppenstedt for Mexico. Mohamed Ahmed and Baruch Roy Bako are on row number 17. And after problems in qualifying, a disqualification, Prix Trevino starts 35th and last on row number 18 in this one.
Got a busy work and busy job ahead of him for this one. From the Philippines, like we were saying, only 2 drivers from the Philippines racing this season, and both in the karting categories. On to the start-finish line then. Are we looking for a first start this time around as the smoke clears from the karts? Nice and steady. Are we ready for a go? We are indeed. Green flag goes down, and we are racing down in towards turn number 1. Brilliant stuff for the inside row, and Spain with Ruben Moya holds on to it, but there as well, Prochaska gets through into second place, follows Moya through, and look at the speed they've gained already. The battle for third is on already, as well as Turiska and Mikolev, I believe, holding on to those positions, but are fighting fiercely.
Oh, bit of a mess in the midfield coming out of turns 5 and 6, and David Cosma Christofor is involved there for Romania. The number 25 is also out. Gazi Motlaka for Mozambique. That is all from the midfield. Cosmo Christofor started on row 10. Motlaka started on row 12. Right. I'm very interested, Anthony, to see how does Prochaska play these first few laps, because his race pace, once we got up to like lap 4, lap 5, was very, very good. The trouble was he just couldn't break through that 1 second gap that Moya had from the early stages. That is not the case here. In this second heat, the gap is less than a quarter of a second. So Moya there making a little adjustment to the settings, to the power for this second lap. Has Prochaska, now with a bit of a slipstream behind Moya, got the pace to find a way through?
This is an interesting question, because right now he's not on the rear bumper of Moya. He is there. There is no doubt about it. He is right with Ruben Moya right now. But the problem is that he's not got that confidence of the fact that he's right on the rear bumper, able to kind of put that pressure on. And you're already seeing here the gap is already extending just that little bit more as the race goes on. They're fractionally different in their race pace. A little bit quicker here, a little bit slower there. But it just means that he's not able to really put that pressure on. However, the pressure behind, though, the battle for P4 is on. At the Yildirim under pressure from Kukianidze of Georgia. And it's all kicking off here because through comes Peru, and down the inside goes Taylor Greenfield.
Yeah, good stuff there from Taylor Greenfield, who needs a good result in this one. Mikolev with the new fastest lap of the race, 56.2. This was the part of the course where Prochaska was really strong in the first heat, made 2 moves up to second place in the early stages. I always enjoy seeing just how calm Ruben Moya is, just very poised, not overworking the wheel, you know, keeping the pace up, almost holding his opponents off at a virtual arm's length in these races. He's very, very good at it in the senior categories. Coming around to complete the third lap of this second heat, last heat of the day for the sprint seniors. The gap is closing a little bit. It's down. Well, it was under 0.2 of a second. Oh, it was the Netherlands and I think it's that Kuyo Lee of the Republic of Korea. They are out of this race in terms of contention. Roberto Bas, that down there in the number 26. They both started up in the top 7 rows. They're going to take a big hit in terms of points. I just wonder, it's a corner that tightens quickly, does turn 18. Not seen too many overtakes done through that part of the circuit. That's a real shame for both Lee and Bas.
Down the inside there. Nice little change for Lithuania. Markus Šilkūnas getting past the likes of Peru's Taylor Greenfield, so he's back up into that one. But you're exactly right. Coming into that corner now, there at turn 18, it's again, it invites you to go wide to carry the speed through the corner, but then in doing that, any driver behind has that inside line to go full send, and then you meet in the middle, and then bosh, it ends wrong, and that's exactly what we've just seen there. Eyes on this one, though, still some side-by-side action as through goes Israel, and that is Guy Albag on the charge here, getting past, I believe, Elia Weiss for P11, so changes happening there. Moya now in control again in this one. Prochaska has not been able to keep that gap at the pace. So again, the gap had closed down a little bit at one point. My eyes are on Jakub Mikolev here from Malta, who has started to close back in and does need the good result here after that DSQ earlier on.
It just needs to get back in the saddle almost and get that consistency back in terms of those points. The way that the FIA intermediate classification points work very much rewards finishing up in those top 5 positions. And so, yeah, we're looking to get in amongst those. He's sat there at the moment in the third. A little bit further down the order, things to report. Pato Hoppenstedt for Mexico. Big weekend, of course, for Mexican Motorsports, and they're having a good time here in Sprint Senior. Their driver is up to 18th place. That's a gain of 14 positions. That's the most of anyone out there. Also good progress for Prix Trevino from the back of the grid for the Philippines. Is up 13 spots to 22nd. And Pip Casabin is as out of the race. That is going to be Ishan Madesh for Team India. And has had a problem in the second. Oh no, I think that again, that's the final chicane, isn't it? Where we have seen a few drivers running wide. Problem there for Team India, down to P32.
Yeah, indeed, where they succeed maybe in juniors. Seniors not fully going their way at this moment in time. Yellow flags out in that final sector. Check over the shoulder again for Moya. Prochaska's back there again. So again, the pace is chopping and changing. Are we going to see something from these two? I don't know, because again, you've got Mikolev there closing in as well. It's like an accordion between these three right now. It's just getting closer and closer, but then further away on the next lap.
And again, you know, the chances of making some kind of error as down the inside, that is Machado representing Andorra on Yildirim. That's for 4th place. Alex Machado, a race winner at an international level, very, very experienced driver. I know we often talk about the experience, but in this young man with the number 1 plate is, I think, going into this weekend as one of the dark horses, but Andorra, great chance of a medal in his hands, and that was a nice move up to P4.
Was indeed. Lithuania's Marcus Šilkunis as well, also getting the move done and moving up into P5, leading Yildirim back down to original starting place now of P6. Eyes again glued on this here, Andrew. Again, it closes in so much down the start-finish straight as we watch the replay here for that overtake there. Firstly, you see Alex Machado go down, and then Šilkunis as well. Brilliant kart control just to squeeze it down the inside as well.
Yeah, it's Marcus Šilkunis showing all of his skills, and I think he's enjoying driving on these KR chassis as well. Made the switch for the World Championships earlier on in the year, and I mean, there will be subtle differences. You know, that was a team prepared one. These are all centrally prepared by the organisers here for the FIA Motorsport Games, but just having that familiarity is rewarding Šilkunis at the moment in this race. Wind still very, very strong as we complete lap number 8. Moya, he's clearly pushing because you can see him start to ducking down into that aerodynamic position. But again, he's just doing his trait that he's so good at of, I'm going to hold you at 3/10, 2.5 tenths, 3/10. That's absolutely fine. Isn't under any immediate threat from Prochaska. Prochaska's going to have to dig deep if he's going to have an opportunity to go for the lead.
I'm going to keep an eye on this one here because, again, Šilkunis has been looking quick, and they're just under braking. No drama, but outbrakes himself out of the corner. And Machado heads back through, and again the two go side by side here. Andorra versus Lithuania. And Lithuania wins out in the end, and through goes Šilkunis up into P4 now. Alex Machado on the back foot as Yildirim tries to close back in on these two after that scrap. But again, they would have opened up a bit of a can of worms between themselves now, and not being able to close up to these three up ahead. Lap number 10 of 11. Last lap board's going to be out this time. Prochaska still right there. It was at this point that Ruben Moya earlier on was clear by 9/10 of a second. He's only just clear by 3/10 of a second now from the rest of them. Yes, you're saying he's closing that gap. He's keeping it consistent, but it's not as big as I think he wants it to be. I think he wants it to be a bigger gap.
I'd agree. He's got to keep his concentration high in this one, not just with the immediate threat of Prochaska there in second place, but Jakub Mikolev there in third. Really impressed with Šilkunis in this race. Lithuania had a great start to these FIA Motorsport Games as a team. Took their first ever medal yesterday in the Rally 2 gravel event. So that's put a spring in the step of the whole Lithuanian team. And having another good one here in fourth. And yeah, Šilkunis has dropped Machado pretty much. On to the final lap. Prochaska putting Moya under pressure. Was able to get pretty close there through the first couple of corners, but Moya pushes out of turn number 3. This is a key one, out of turn 5 and onto the long run towards turn number 9. Prochaska's not close enough. Moya's got that kart beautifully set up to push himself out of the corners. he's looking pretty good here.
I think he was saving tyres then at that point.
Yep.
If he was able to open up that gap so much on this last lap alone, I think he was just keeping something in the bag. And now Mikolev has closed right in. We saw on the last lap last time around Mikolev getting caught up in an incident. What's going to happen here is down the inside they go in towards the final couple of corners. It is still Moya that leads the way. He's looking for a double win here, but he's really backed off the pace here right now. No drama between the top three. Moya takes the win, the second win for Spain across the line in the senior category. Prohaska finishes in second place. Jakub Mikolev rounds out the top three ahead of Marcus Shilkunas and Machado, the top five. A very close fight, but Andrew, Spain once again dominating in Sprint Senior.
He can be a very quiet driver off the circuit, but inside, Ruben Moya will be beaming this afternoon at the end of the second day of competition here for the Sprint Senior event at these FIA Motorsport Games. Ruben Moya has a perfect record. Pole position in time qualifying, 2 heat wins from 2. The job is not done, of course. They have another heat tomorrow morning and then the medal race in the afternoon. But Ruben Moya is going to stand as a strong favourite overnight here at the Aspar Circuit in Sprint Senior. Václav Prochaska is looking good as well. That's 2 second places for Team Czechia. They'll be pleased with their work here today. Jakub Mikolev provisionally there in the result. P3. Race pace is good this weekend for Team Malta, as is for Team Lithuania as well. Marcus Shilkunas was the fastest driver over a single lap in that race with a 55.70 for 4th place for Shilkunas. And yeah, showing similar to what we've said in the minis with some of our drivers, the ability to race through and keep racing through is good news ahead of the medal races tomorrow. Alex Machado in 5th. Balta Ega Yildirim in 6th. Taylor Greenfield needed that result for Peru after a retirement in the first heat earlier on, P7. Kota Toshihashi for Japan in the top 10 again there in 8th. Gaalbag and Lado Kukianidze completing that top 10. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Indeed, yep, down in towards turn number 1 again. Everyone looking to that inside line, but some drivers again choosing the outside sweep through. And for some it worked out, for some it didn't. But initially though, after that first couple of corners, already you're seeing the huge advantage that the top 2 had in the opening stage. And that for Moya and for Prochaska was a very good start. Drama then ensued further back, unfortunately for Gazi Motlaka, out of the race. The same could be said for David Cosma Christopher, again on the back foot so far this weekend. The race going on, more dramas, and there we were talking about turn number 18. Unfortunately, Republic of Korea out of it, and the same could be said for Roberto Bass as well of the Netherlands. Those two colliding. Marcus Shilkunas on the charge. He was involved in this fight here, and this for Andorra down the inside. Alex Machado, brilliant move, and the same for Shilkunas as well.
Yeah, really good reading of the opportunities for both drivers there. This was Shilkunas down the inside. This was one I think he threw in just to try and get Machado off the racing line, and almost one of those moves that takes 3 or 4 corners to achieve. Shilkunas side by side with Machado and then getting that punch out of the corner on his way to 4th place. Entertaining racing and showing that you can go side by side through that 3rd sector. We'll look forward to more of that tomorrow. Moya wins it. I think keeps something in reserve for tomorrow as well. Prochaska P2, Mikolev in 3rd, all poised for another set of heats tomorrow morning and the medal races, of course. And the big question will be, can anyone stop Spain adding to their gold rush here at the FIA Motorsport Games on their home soil?
That's a very, very good question, because right now they are leading it quite considerably going into their 3rd round of qualifying heats, but that will be tomorrow before their finals. That is all she wrote for the racing for junior and senior for the sprint categories. Mini will be coming up next in a few moments' time. But you can imagine now for these last couple of races for the minis as well, we've seen the interesting results, we've seen the ups and downs, but the only question remains is that who is going to be the points leader at the end of it, because again, they've got a tough day tomorrow as well. They've got their 3rd round of qualifying heat. They've also got the B final to deal with and then their main final. So again, some drivers not going to make it into that medal scoring positions, they will be on the back foot. So a small cleanup operation then underway to pick up some of the retired karts in that one. A fair few of them, the 5 retirements in that one at the end, but certainly for a lot of these drivers, it's just not been the weekend for them, has it?
No, it's been a challenge, but I think that's what it should be.
It's what it's all about.
This is the FIA Motorsport Games. It's not meant to be a walk in the park.
Easy.
But yeah, really looking forward to this this second set of heats for the minis coming up. Do stay with us. We've got our first medal race as well coming up this afternoon. The Karting Endurance 4-hour-long race will be going from 3 o'clock local time here. Do keep up to date with the timetables on the website. Let's head down though to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. In Parc Fermé then with Vaclav Prochaska. Ruben Moya has been very, very quick. 2 heat wins. You've been chasing very hard. What more do you think you've got to do, Vaclav, to try and pass Ruben later on this weekend?
Yeah, it will be hard, 100%, because he's a very good driver, especially in the second sector. He is very quick, but yeah, I will look at some onboards and maybe I will be faster tomorrow.
So that second sector then, from just looking when you're chasing him, can you see what he does differently, or is it one of those things where you're just not sure why he's so fast?
I mean, no, we drive so like similar almost. You know, like I think top 4 or something is under 10th a lap, so it's fast. Everyone is fast, so it's hard to say, but yeah, it's almost similar.
And then great performance, of course, as well in the first heat, similarly in the second. Moving through this evening, are you going to go back to the driver tent and do anything to make yourself faster? Is there any extra prep that you're going to do?
Yeah, for sure, like example, track walk or something like that. I would like to be the best, so yeah.
Well,
sorry.
We'll see if you can be your best then, Vaclav. Congratulations on 2 fantastic races. We'll head back up into the box then ahead of the next race. Looking forward to it.
We are indeed looking forward to it too, Nicole. It is minis coming up. Let's see what's going to happen. Karting Mini coming up next. It is their second qualifying heat for Groups A versus D. Well, it's going to be changing around just a little bit, actually, in this one, because it will be A versus C this time around. And this is going to be an interesting one, because, again, you've got the likes of Joshua Bergman, who finished P2 earlier on. We'll have Sven Lindemann starting alongside. Now, Sven Lindemann did drop down a couple of positions. The driver for the Netherlands, finishing P4 earlier on, is going to be a driver this time around who wants to capitalise from that front row positioning.
Yeah, had a bit of a difficult time coming through turn 2. Got a little bit squeezed through there, but just had to be a bit patient, make sure that didn't have any further problems, and fought back later on in that race. Joshua Bergman is going to be looking for a continuation of the form from earlier. Everybody on the inside column, so 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, etc., etc. They're all drivers in Group A. So they raced in the very first heat earlier on this morning for the Sprint Mini event. Bergman was P2. Lazaro took the win. In the Hill, El Gahudi P3. So we already know that those drivers on that inside line have got some good form so far this weekend. For everybody on the outside, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th, etc. They were in the other heat. As mentioned, Lindemann P4 earlier on this morning. Alexandre Point will be looking for a better run this time. Had a retirement, P20. Isn't out of play. We'll have a good chance for another good result here. Basically, if the Luxembourg driver gets 2 good results, we're going to see Alexandre go through in that cut-off ahead of the B final tomorrow. That's what all the drivers will be mainly focused on right now. Keeping things consistent, keep the points ticking over, make sure that you don't you get straight into the A final, the trophy race, the medal race tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, indeed. Well, moments away from starting this race. Final few checks just being made from the officials out on circuit, making sure the track is ready to go. Of course, a small cleanup operation after the end of that senior race, but all the way throughout this one, just going to be a Well, I think an interesting one because, again, we saw how much the slipstream played into effect. We saw two effectively carbon copy front-running battles, didn't we? We saw two drivers break away from the rest of the field. The second race, we saw the gap close in. The first race, we didn't. But again, now the groups have changed. This time, it's not A and D. It's not C versus B. This time, it is A versus C. These drivers will not have raced each other in this sort of situation. So again, this is going to be a nice and interesting one.
Yeah, it spices things up that there's a good level of unknowns still out there for the Sprint Minis in. What we've got to remember, it's the first time we've seen the Sprint Mini event in these FIA Motorsport games. Karting was introduced back at the Marseille Paul Ricard games 2 years ago, but the Minis weren't there. So all of these drivers new to this level and thoroughly looking forward to it indeed. Our 20 drivers patiently waiting for the point at which the green light will illuminate at the bottom of the pre-grid. And, well, keep watching here. We've got more racing coming up. 2 heats in the Minis immediately upon us. Then we'll have the lunch break here, of course, a little bit of a break before we then get into the business of the Karting Endurance. If you're local to the area, a whole number of events. We're biased in a way that we want you to come here to the Aspar Circuit for the karting and for the cross car. But
I know there's Formula cars, I know there's Ferraris and GTs and all sorts of touring car goodness over there, but karting is far superior. Here we go then, engines firing up, drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one, as they're in a bit of a hurry to get out there, aren't they? They're all bunched up and nice and close there. Mozambique heading out right at the back of the field there, Eduardo Campos. But the front of the field, we'll see Joshua Bergman for the United States of America. We'll have Sen Lindemann for the Netherlands starting alongside Xavier Lazaro for Portugal and Alexandre Point for the rest of the field. Luxembourg starting on the second row of the grid. Nahil El Gahoudi for Morocco and Min Jae Kim for the Republic of Korea going from row 3. Then I have Francisco Rojas and Benjamin Poulsen on row number 4 for Mexico and Sweden. They'll have Ayrton Tona of Malta and Joris Stankiewicz on row number 5 for Lithuania.
Can Osler for Turkey starts on row number 6 and is joined by Faris Haroun, who had a really good race earlier on this morning for the United Arab Emirates. Luca Machura and Dominic Wojcik go from row number 7. Cristobal Ricci and Vladislav Kim will start on row number 8. Penultimate row of the grid, Saif Al Abedi starts on row number 9 next to Otter Hrober. Eduardo Campos and Nathan Lotriante complete the 20 runners in this one.
They certainly do. Well, temperature getting up there now into the 20s. It's turned into a lovely day here in Valencia. After the torrid weather we had at the start of the weekend, I arrived here on Wednesday, very early on. Torrential rain here at the Aspar Circuit. It was horrible, and it's got ever better, but that rain has continued to plague us through the night, which has certainly put a spanner in the works of a timetable for a lot of us, with the marshals having to work super hard to clear the circuit. But like you say, track staff here have done a brilliant job. And we're moments away from starting the last ones. Now, last few drivers getting into position. There's been some dramas, I think, for the front runners, but luckily they've got a long time to get back into position, haven't they?
They have indeed. And by the way, Anthony, I've had a word with the weather gods.
Oh,
because we have had too much rain.
We have.
At world-level karting events in 2024.
Unacceptable.
We had a wet Worlds for the direct drive, the OK categories at PF International. I mean, that was understandable. We went to England.
We went to England in September.
But we weren't expecting it at Portimao for the K-Sets a few weeks ago. No more rain, please, for the remainder of this weekend and the season. The Minis, though, ready to go for Groups A and C. Their qualifying heat, second for all of these drivers. Last one of the day. And the pace being controlled by Joshua Bergman for Team USA. We'll be heading into the tram lines. Sen Lindemann alongside for the Netherlands. Xavier Lazaro and Alexandre Point on row number 2. A long run towards turn number 1. The Minis. We've had different ways of starting these races so far. Oh, is there a problem for Lazaro? Are we good for a race start? No, we're going to go round again.
Well,
good news in a way for the Portuguese driver.
Yeah, Xavier Lazaro there, not sure what happened, but I think he was just trying to hold the pace, and then the pack behind are kind of all bunched up and then just got spat out of the pack there. I've got to say, when these minis start the race, because the track is so wide, there's such small karts, and you see it long run like that, it's quite incredible, isn't it, the sight?
It looks like someone's had a bit of a Photoshop moment.
It does. It looks like they've shrunk a field of seniors down a little bit on track. Field will get another chance to go round again then. That puts them in a little bit of a dark spot here because, again, they're using a little bit more of that tyre. Like you say, it's a relatively a decent tyre. Driver's enjoying it right now. We were talking to them earlier on about it, and you know, they're saying, hey, it gets to grip quickly, gets up to temperature quickly, just got to take it steady and just get those starts nailed down. But like you say, all bunched up nice and early on this time around. I think hopefully we'll be going this time around, but again, it is a tense time for the minis because, again, two different groups. Some drivers here are on the cusp of maybe not making it to that essentially A final tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. They'll just be wanting a nice, calm start without any issues for this one. And also the fact of it being a very long circuit, it means naturally the formation lap's going to take a little bit longer than perhaps at other circuits. There'll be 7 laps again for Sprint Mini. And there, Joshua Bergman getting a bit of heat into the tyres. Last possible opportunity will lead the field round towards the red line. At that point, they're not allowed to change position. I think we're looking a bit better here for the next attempt at this race start.
Certainly are. Back on the start-finish straight this time around. Hopefully no dramas for the field as they get themselves sorted out. So much space available to them as they very slowly and cautiously enter those tram lines. Revs start to raise, they bolt, we go green, we race in Sprint Mini down in towards turn number 1. Brilliant start for the inside row again, and Joshua Bergman holds on to the inside, but drama in the background and drivers out of the race. Lithuania, one of them, they get restarted. I think Poland is another, and I think it was as well Dominik Wojcik, one of them, also out of contention in this one. Certainly a shaky start at the back of the field, but at the front here, Bergman looking very, very strong here. And he's got the close company of Lazaro right behind him.
Yeah, that can sometimes be a secondary effect of a race that takes a little bit of a while to get going. All that nervous energy is released into turn number 1, but everyone's back running at least, and 7 laps to decide who's going to be taking the maximum points of 50 points forwards to tomorrow's 3rd set of heats. Bergman's going to lead as we go through the chicane at the end of the 1st lap. Good start for Lazaro as well. They resumed their battle from the 1st round of heats. Nahil Al-Gahoudi a lot closer this time as Lazaro is going to go down the inside of Bergman. Beautiful move from Team Portugal. Lazaro takes the lead.
Nahil Al-Gahoudi had to back out of that one pretty sharpish, as unfortunately Taif Al-Abadi is out of this race. The driver from Qatar has ended up in the gravel trap at the exit all by himself. Carried too much speed. That's what we talk about, momentum and the gravel and the frustration. Oh, that's a heartbreaking one, that.
So easy to do. So easy to do. Maybe just went into the corner with a little bit too much speed, bit of understeer, and that gravel trap is ready to catch the unwary. Back at the front of the order then, and it is the 132 of Xavier Lazaro for Portugal, who's leading this race. Gone for the move early this time, waited in the 1st heat and made the move on the last lap. This time around it was on lap number 2. And I'm interested to see how Nahil Al-Gahoudi plays this next few laps as well, because this time around he's got a bit of help in that the slipstream is going to be punched ahead of him. He raced a brilliant run last time around to hold on to 3rd place. There was a big gaggle of karts behind him. He kept himself out of that pack. This is an opportunity now for the driver racing for Morocco to see what he can do in a wheel-to-wheel contest.
No, exactly that. And this time around, these two in the front. They were exactly the same situation as well last time, switched around this time. Bergman chasing, but they've got the company of a third driver. They didn't have that last time out. It was just the two of them, so we didn't really get to see that sort of defensive and attacking style at the same time. We do this time around, and Nihil El Kahudi doing a brilliant job there. Sen Lindemann still there as well in P4 as part of that next group of drivers. Has the likes of Francisco Rojas and Ayrton Tona from Malta and Mexico just there as well. So they're having a very, very close race. In fact, there's actually 4 of them just behind in a close position. Turkey as well there with the likes of Usla just for company, up 4 places. So still having a very strong run. Eyes on this one here, though. Bergman now with that fastest lap of the race, right on that rear bumper once again.
And looks really good on the brakes, does Bergman. We saw that yesterday in timed qualifying when the American took pole position after the 2 groups of qualifying. Just looking a little bit further down on our timing screens here in the box. Great progress for Team Mozambique in the early stages of this race. Eduardo Campos, who gained 5 places in the first one, while he's got 9 in this one so far, is up to the top 10. It was a bit of a moment there for Sen Lindemann, a bit wide, and could fall into the clutches of Mexico's Francisco Rojas in that battle for 4th place. Lindemann trying to do everything that they can to race across the gap, but again, so hard to do. You know, it's hard to do against 2 drivers, but when you've got a group of 3, you know, the odds are continuously against you if you're on your own trying to cross that gap and get it in the battle.
No, exactly that. Again, just stay focused, head deep, and just think about every move you want to do. You don't want to just go barreling in, as a lot later on the brakes there was Joshua Bergman. He has to be careful with things like that, because, of course, nose cone penalties are a problem. Again, if anyone brakes a little bit earlier than you expect, it's, you know, one of those kind of half and half sort of situations out there. But a drop nose is a 5-second time penalty no matter what the situation is. But just needs to focus now, maybe thinking, putting that kart maybe to the inside line or to the outside, not sticking right on that rear bumper into those harsh braking zones.
Yeah, and I think he'll also be, he's playing an interesting game here of just subtly getting off the racing line, at the same racing line as Lazaro. I just wonder if he's trying to get in the peripheral vision of the Portuguese driver, you know, to maybe trigger Lazaro to lose their concentration as we go on to lap number 6. Some good pace in that second group, by the way. They're not really being fully dropped. We talked about battle buffers earlier on in the first group. These 2 built up a 2-second gap last time around by this stage of the race. 2 seconds takes us down to Rojas in 5th place. This is a closer race. The others are bringing their pace into play. No changes in the top 10 in that one. Here's a little go. This is Ursula trying to get down the inside of Ayrton Tona, and that's nicely done by Can Ursula for Turkey, up to 6th place.
Yep, indeed, nicely done. And just carrying that speed down that back straight, 255-meter run through turn 7 and 8. And again, just able to carry that momentum through turn 9. This is again that moment in the background. Is this another driver in the same corner, the 130? That is Cristobal Ricci of Peru, who also suffered at turn number 18. So again, not just one driver. Final lap time is out, late under braking. Lazaro trying to hold on to the race lead. Bergman not able to find the way through in the same place that Lazaro got the move done in their first race earlier on, but Bergman's got the pace here. He's the fastest driver out there, but they need to be careful because now here comes Nihil El Kahudi, who's got involved, and drama out of the corner because Lazaro lost all pace there, and the USA leads the way.
They do indeed, and for Lazaro and Portugal, I think they've fallen down to around 5th or 6th place now. Joshua Bergman leads this one on the road. Nihil El Kahudi still there as well in 2nd place for Morocco. Then it's Sen Lindemann. Lindemann on for a better result here. This one's not over. Coming through sector number 3 now towards turn 18. This is where we've seen some problems. Now the long run towards the finish line through the final chicane. Nihil El Kahudi not too far away, but it's going to be the checkered flag for Joshua Bergman and Team USA. Lazaro and Rojas over the line there, 4th and 5th. I think Rojas wasn't too happy at all at the end there. But on the road, Joshua Bergman, P1.
Not sure if it was mechanical in nature or a coming together between the top two in there, but you saw the speed difference. Nahil El Gahoudi right there, straight away, and just kind of pushed them out of the corner as Benjamin Paulson under investigation at the end of that flag. But USA on top. Well, that would mean they would lead the points at this moment in time, because that's a second and now a win versus Portugal, who didn't get a second and a win. That is P5 for Xavier Lazaro. So they would have been joint on points if they finished 1-2. Not the case. So USA leading the way. There is a look at the full results at the end of that one. Big movers in this, but like we say, Bergman from El Gahoudi, Lindman from Rojas, Lazaro from Özla, Tonner from Kim, Point from Campos, the top 10. But Team USA from Morocco, the Netherlands, Mexico, Portugal, Turkey from Malta, Korea from Luxembourg, and Mozambique, the top 10. Still very, very strong results. Let's have a look at the highlights here. Again, a difficult situation to get them going. Drivers eager to get going at the start. It's such a long run down into turn number one. You can get a bit lost in sort of formation here where you think, let's go early. The second time around, though, green flag came out. This was a shaky start, though, down into turn one. It went well for others, bad for others here. What happened? You just see drivers getting caught out on that inside line. Unfortunately for other drivers involved, getting caught out as well. I think the other driver was Faris Harian from the UAE, caught out with the others there. I think Lithuania as well involved in that moment there as well. Qatar out of the race. Saif Al-Abadi going wide at turn 18.
This was the move down the inside for the race lead. The 132 of Lazaro taking it earlier in this one. Gave Bergman the challenge of following in second place. Nahil El Gahoudi right there as well. Nearly got through in that as well. Had to jump onto the curb. More problems through turn 18. This was actually in some ways a good bit of kart control from Cristobal Ricci to keep the steering wheel straight and keep pushing through. Yes, lost positions and momentum, but Ricci was able to race back through to P17. Good progress as well for Can Özler. Turkey have had a good day here at the karting arena in the sprint categories. For Özler, a gain of 5 places on the way to P6. This was on the final lap. Bergman versus Lazaro once again. That was the slightly strange moment there where Bergman was able to get through. Lazaro seemed to lose all momentum. Nahil El Gahoudi was nearly caught out by that as well. Did get back up to second place. And then it was a case of, could we see Bergman hold on for race victory? The answer was yes. And another solid day here at the Aspar Circuit for Joshua Bergman. Pole position yesterday, a second and a first in terms of the qualifying heats here today. The American will be well positioned in the intermediate classification overnight.
Certainly will be. One more sprint race to go of the day. It is Mini coming up next, but let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
I am joined by Joshua Bergman then. Joshua, a pole, a second and a win. How do you feel?
It feels absolutely amazing for me to represent the USA doing what I love, and especially getting a pole and second and a win. It feels really nice.
And you're out there, you were fighting very, very hard with Portugal's driver, Xavi. Can you tell me a little bit about your battle?
Yeah, so in the last lap we were fighting a bunch, and then going into the chicane, he braked much earlier than I expected. To me, it felt like a brake check, which made him lock up the brakes, which made him bog down the engine, and then I just got shoved by right out the corner. So.
And of course, this is your first FIA event, your FIA debut, only the second time you've raced outside of the USA. I know that Miami News covered the story of you joining us here in Valencia. Are you feeling some of that American spirit out here? Support from home, is it been big?
We've got a lot of support from home and my friends. My brother's been putting it on the TV, inviting all of his friends over, watching it on the couch with all of his friends. It's been really nice and fun.
And then heading into the rest of this weekend then, Joshua, confidence, how high is it?
Confidence is really high. We just got to try and keep consistent like how that one was. You either want to be first or second, because then you can keep the momentum so you don't get trained from behind.
Great to hear from you, Joshua. What a drive from our USA Mini. Back up to you in the box, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great to hear there from Joshua Bergman, who's a real sensation here this weekend. One more race from the sprint categories to go here today. Groups B and D in Sprint Mini are next. Anthony, it'll be another 7 laps over 10 kilometres here at the Aspar Circuit.
It certainly will be. And again, we've already witnessed some really good racing here in the first groups. What is it going to be in group number 2 this time around? Naval Morales of Spain back on the front row as well. India as well joining Rivan Preetham. They're also on that front row of the grid. Both very, very quick drivers. But again, reminder what happened earlier on for Sprint Mini in the first races, groups B and C. Bennett Corchus took the win in that one. Naval Morales finishing it in P3 in the first race. But where was Preetham in the first race as well? Dropping down 3 places, but finishing inside the top 5. So still strong results for those front runners. And again, in this race, have that second chance, try and push their way through. But the drivers behind as well need to make sure they capitalize in this, because that's going to be the trickiest one, isn't it? Drivers who are at the further back in the field, they didn't have the best results. They just struggled to find their way through the field. But all the way throughout this one, I want to keep an eye on the likes of Jay Kostecki, because again, think about him. He starts as one of the 5th row of the grid. He had a great run earlier on. I think the driver from Australia could be one to watch.
Absolutely, you know, the form is there in race trim. I'd also keep an eye on row 8, Gigi Mabagishvili from Georgia. Some really good moves in that first race for Team Georgia, up 5 places to P11. Decent position, good points to build upon. Maybe even push for a top 10 in this next heat. So plenty of drivers will be looking to continue their form or recover after difficulties earlier on. I think for these mini drivers as well, they've driven fantastically. You know, this is a lot of pressure on the youngest competitors in the games. Brand new circuits, not much opportunity to get up to speed beforehand. Is, you know, not really that much in terms of previous events to have a go and have a practice, but you wouldn't know it from how well they've driven here today.
No, exactly. And again, utilizing the circuit, you can see again, we were talking about it earlier on about how the driving style in the minis is completely different to the juniors and the seniors. It's all about the momentum. It's a kind of a different racing line for them as well, where they brake, they accelerate, all of that. It just makes it a little bit more of a different dynamic to what we see earlier on. But again, all the way throughout this one, you've seen the competitiveness from so many nations who are really looking forward to, I think, maybe thinking about scoring their first medals of their FIA games for their nation.
Absolutely, if not for these games of the edition so far. Let's take a quick go down to the grid with Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm with the 114 on the grid then, Austin Gibson. Austin, you are one to beat back home in the UK. Does that give you confidence going into this race?
Yeah, it definitely does. In our last race, we finished off strong, so it's given me good confidence into this big race.
And this weekend, what's it been like for you adjusting to the Mini 60 and the Paralin chassis?
I've never been on a Paralin, but it's basically the same as a KR. Same with the Mini 60 engine. Yeah, it's all right, the engine. Takes long to get going, but yeah.
And most of the drivers I've spoke to so far this week, they said that this is quite a wide track, but the tarmac is really good. Does it compare to any tracks you've driven in the UK or in Europe?
Zuera probably is the same to me, but you know, it's pretty wide, this one. I think you don't need to use all the track because there's bad on one side and alright on the other.
Great to hear from you, Austin, then. Great insight. We'll head back up into the box then before these minis go off for their race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to hear there from Austin Gibson, racing for the United Kingdom. We'll go from the third row of the grid in this one. It's Groups B and D in the Sprint Mini category. Second race of the day, last race of the day for each and every driver out there on circuit. And Anthony, I think we're really looking forward to this one.
I am looking forward to this one, as there you can see the other category that is out on circuit here at the Aspar Circuit. Cross car, you've got the minis for the first time as well. Also, you've got the juniors and the seniors for a cross car, and there you can see very muddy conditions for them. I'm glad we're on tarmac over here, especially in my nice white shoes.
Yes, it's very different for a karting paddock to be sharing it this weekend. I think it's provided a good amount of fun for everybody in this part of the paddock this weekend. 1 minute board in the air from our grid officer there, Ross Upton, for the drivers and for the mechanics. Other drivers who I'm looking at in this race, looking to see Rohan Uzayer having a good race potentially in this one. Had a retirement, did the Albanian driver in the first go. Goes from 19th on the grid in this one, and this is one of the things I quite like about this format. It's a quicker turnaround for the drivers versus other events for the FIA karting, but it almost gives that impetus to go, right, we've had a problem, let's get back on the bike, or back on the kart, and immediately respond with a positive attitude.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point just thinking, end of the first race, oh, it's all gone wrong, that's it, weekend over. It's not, because again, you have got that second qualifying heat, you've got the third qualifying heat, and anything can happen in those races as well, so you should never be disheartened after a bad result in the first one. Engines fire up then, field make their way out onto the circuits. The last time we're going to see the sprint categories out on track, and it is time for qualifying heat B versus D for Sprint Mini. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. It is Spain's Navala Morales on pole position. India's Rivan Pritham going alongside Benik Corges and Manuel Salenda rounding out row number 2. Austin Gibson and Michael Venus, a trio, round out row number 3. They will have Valentino Menezio and Pedro Santarosa on row number 4. Jay Kostecki and Rafael Cañas round out row number 5.
Denmark's Albert Poulsen starts on row 6 alongside his Mason Kwong flying the flag for Hong Kong. Geronimo Zuluaga is on row 7, joined by Alonso Gonzalez. Sebastian Ferrer is on row 3 alongside Gigi Mabakishvili. Amelie Hoivers is on row 9 alongside Anes Orellana. And completing the grid for Albania, 19 drivers in the field. On row 10, it's Rohan Uzai Irai.
Well, field making their way round the track. Wind once again picking up here at the Aspar Circuit. It's a very strong headwind still down that start-finish straight. And all the way throughout this one, drivers have been utilising that with the slipstream effect and well, somewhat even in the formation laps as well, as you see them going 3 or so wide while they try to get the temperature into the tyres. Ready to start this race then, Marshall's again in the background, just clearing the start-finish line. Again, fantastic work from the marshalling team here at the Aspar Circuit as well. In their first international race, a lot of these drivers coming, of course, from the Lucas Guerrero circuit. You've got drivers, marshals from, I think, the circuit down south in Spain as well, Campillos as well. We've got some Campillos marshals here as well. So marshals from all over the country of Spain. Brilliant to have them here at the Aspar Circuit. And you can imagine it's a busy time for marshals in Spain this weekend with all the smattering of events and classes on at the moment here.
Well, particularly as well at this time of year, at least in the karting world, particularly in Europe, we tend to start the year in Spain and end the year in Spain. It's the only part where we're hopefully guaranteed some good weather, and we're being delivered with that at the moment. Thank you very much to whoever organised that. But for the sprint minis, once again, 7 laps for them. This is groups B and D, second race of the day, last race of the day. And for Novella Morales, this is another great opportunity to get some points on the board for Team Spain. They've had a very good day. Are we going to see another great drive from Bennett Corgis? Are we going to see another fly through the field for Jay Kostecki? Into the tram lines we go. The lights are red. They're still red. We will go round again for another formation lap. False start.
Yeah, a little bit shaky there in the midfield, bit spread out again. Drivers just eager to get on that power, just that fraction too early. Catches some drivers sleeping who are thinking, right, we have to wait for this part of the track to go. And yeah, you just see those gaps and open up in the field. So they will go round again. And again, just puts a little bit of a weight for them. Again, they've got to get the temperature back into the tyres, get themselves refocused in on these races and everything like that. But for all these drivers, it's going to be a very tough time. I can see you've opened up a page on your phone there. Is that a certain time in a certain country?
Yes, as you say, for our viewers in Australia, it's coming up to midnight in Canberra. On the other side of the country, it's just gone coming up to 8:30 in Perth. Get ready, because this is potentially going to be another good race for Team Australia here in the karting. Formation lap continuing. Novella Morales in the 111 on pole position. Revan Pritham, it's been Spain and India with some good results so far today in the junior and the senior categories. What can their mini representatives do here? Keep an eye on Michael Vinasatrio as well. His older brother Micah has raced in FIA categories before for Indonesia. What can Michael do in the 120 from the outside of row number 3? Approaching those tram lines. Once we go into them, it'll be over to race director Gonzalo Planta to get this race underway. Then they'll shift. Now we go racing. Green lights and away we go for Sprint Mini in the last heat of the day. Very spread out into turn 1, but it's going to be Novella Morales in the lead. I think there's been a problem for someone in the midfield. It got very bunched together as they came off of turn 2. The couple of carts locked together on a bit of a unscheduled train there. 3 wide into turn number 5. Great start, though, from Morales, continuing the form that we saw earlier on. It's Spain leading again.
Yeah, and with the clean air, but this isn't a situation in the minis that you kind of want to see yourself in. It is possible to break away on your own in the lead, but if you've got a pair of drivers working well together behind, trust me, in a lap or two, they'll be on the rear bumper in no time. And already you're seeing these two absolutely line astern. Rivan Pritham still doing a brilliant job there. The driver from India in second place has got Corgis just behind, but this is still looking mighty, mighty quick here for these two. They just need to work together. They need to make sure they don't start battling, because then they will lose touch with Novella Morales. Back over the start-finish line they go, down the inside. The driver from Hong Kong looking for the chance here. Mason Huang just trying to go down the inside. Taking a different line, just holding on to position as of yet, as we cut back to these front 3.
Another good start for Jay Kostecki. Oh, it's out of the race is Zuluaga for Colombia. Geronimo Zuluaga is okay. He's out of the kart. That's the most important thing. But sadly for Team Colombia, that is going to be a retirement from this race on the second lap. I think that's out of sector number 3 that's occurred. So down the inside for second place. This is good news for Morales. A bit of a battle for second place that at the moment has been won out by Corgis. Kostecki back down on the inside, wearing those gold and green sporting colours of Australia. And Morales, well, as I say, you're absolutely right, Anthony. It is very, very hard for a single breakaway race leader to stay away, but this is with the pace that we've seen from Morales so far this weekend. I think there is a chance that gap could hold. It's going to be interesting to see how Corgis and Kostecki play this the next few laps. Change there for 7th place. That's El Salvador and Costa Rica going into battle. They're 2 countries from Central America, and it's Cañas through and taking that position.
Yep, indeed, moving up. Kostecki, now fastest lap of the race, is closing in on Bennett Korjus there for Estonia, winner earlier on, and again looking to capitalize in this one. But what is the gap at the moment? Nearly 7/10 of a second between first and second. We'll see what it is when they come through. 4/10 of a second. They took 2/10 out on that lap alone. Now this brings a question to Kostecki. Does he push Korjus along and do they work together, or does he overtake and then lose that time again and have to work it all the way back again?
I would hold right now if I'm Kostecki,
100%.
because Korjus, we know from earlier
they've
on,
closed in.
Yeah, the first bit of work's been done there, and that's very wise driving from both Korjus and Kostecki. They already know from the previous race that they competed in that they've both got good race pace, and you know, they've worked together there, pulled that gap down. New fastest lap of the race from the Australian, 62.852. Is Austin Gibson's out, and another driver's involved there as well. Is that Satri? No, it's Preetham. Preetham in the 119 for India is out of contention. I think Austin Gibson's going to try and get going again. Let's have a look at what happened here. Side by side, pod to pod. That is out of turn number 5. Real shame for both Team United Kingdom and India there. It's not, of course, the end of their competitions, but that's going to be a bit of a loss of points on that one.
It certainly is, and that is a big, shaky one there for those two drivers as we cut back to the race lead here on to lap 5. 4 laps completed. Money's not off the 2 in the background, but Kostecki is instantly attacking. Nivola Morales is not going to wait around now. Thinks his pace is quick enough to get in the lead and break away by himself. If he sticks behind, he's going to keep himself in this 3-car battle. If he can get in front, he might think he's got the pace to break away.
And I think he's absolutely thinking that. And that's again, looking back to the form book that Jay Kostecki in recent races, wherever he's been racing, this is what he likes to do. Get down the inside, take the lead of the race, and pull away from the rest of the field. He's a very confident young driver, and for the first time here today at the Aspar Circuit, it is Australia in the lead of one of our sprint races here in the Minis. Jay Kostecki is his name, and he's going to be P1 at the end of lap number 5.
Indeed, but let's see again what Morales and Korjus can do. Again, they will have now the slipstream, the toe. They will punch a hole through the air, and if Kostecki's gone for that move earlier on, is Morales going to think, right, let me fight back on this one? We did see the communication with them earlier on, Morales saying, okay, you just keep going, you fight on it. But you can see here the pace is different. It's down the inside. Korjus is going to try and attack Morales. That's not what you want to do on this one. You will lose touch with Kostecki if you start fighting for second.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an impatient one by Korjus. Well played by Morales as well, just to keep the lane open to make sure that there wasn't any kind of contact on the apex there. A little bit of communication from Nivola Morales there to say, let's keep working at this. Let's keep Kostecki under pressure. We're on the penultimate lap of this heat. A little bit further down the order, good progress for the Dominican Republic. Alonso Gonzalez is up 6 places into the top 10, solidly up into the top 10, P8 in fact. Good running as well for Chile. Anes Orellana is up to P13. We're about to go on to the final lap though. Can Morales find a way through past Kostecki? Can Kostecki hold the lead? Immediately jumps over to driver's right-hand side to defend into turn 1. Morales is going to have to go around the outside. And that's worked. Brilliant stuff from Morales. But here comes Korjus. Here comes Kalandi as well for El Salvador. Here we go. Sprint Mini on its debut in the FIA Motorsport Games is delivering a blinder. Kostecki's back down the inside, retakes the lead, but as soon as that, here comes Korjus. Korjus back into the lead. Manacero is there as well for Argentina. Into turn 9. Last sprint race of the day. Kostecki's back down the inside for P2. What a finisher we're having here. Can Korjus make it 2 from 2?
This could be close here for Bennett Korjus. He did a brilliant job earlier on, and he's done a brilliant job now. He's only got a couple of corners left to go, but Kostecki is looking mighty quick now. The same for Mazzario there in 3rd place, but into the final chicane, it's going to be a run to the line. Korjus will go defensive into the inside of it. On the exit, though, it'll be a run to the line. Is it going to be Estonia? It will be Estonia. It's a double win for Estonia and for Bennett Korjus. What a drive that was. He entered into that last lap fighting and clutching on to third. He snuck his way through with all the fighting happening, and he claims another win. Absolutely superb.
Welcome to the FIA Motorsport Games Sprint Mini Racing.
Oh,
For
yes.
those who've watched karting for a long time, they'll already know that is what mini racing is all about. That to the wider disciplines, they will have watched that one and gone, my oh my, these young drivers can race. For Bennett Corgis, that'll be P1 at the end of Saturday in the intermediate classification. Still another round of heats to go, of course. That'll be tomorrow morning. But Bennett Corgis and Jay Kostecki, P1, P2 for both of their races. Valentino Manacero, what a drive there from the Team Argentina driver, P3, up 4 places. Michael Vinasatrio in P4, Nuvola Morales in P5. Pedro Santa Rosa, good drive there for Team Brazil, P6. Manuel Calendi could have won that race.
He could have.
Right in there, but P7 in the end for El Salvador. Good drive from Alonso Gonzalez as well, up 6 places to P8. Mason Kwong secures a top 10 from that round of heats. It was completed, that top 10, by Costa Rica's Rafael Cañas. And I think we've got an early contender, Anthony, for race of the weekend there.
I think we certainly do as well. And let's have a look at the highlights from that one. There were many, especially in those dying few laps. Start of this race, initially for the front runners, really good. You can see just down the inside, there was a chance for that overtake right round the outside. Rivan Preetham, brilliant kart control there just to squeeze it down and carrying, utilising that wide entry into turn 1.
Yeah, it shows it can be done here on this layout with that long 200 meter run down into the first turn. Scraps going on in the early stages, coming up through the order. That is how we lost Geronimo Zuluaga.
Strange one
just
there.
Got caught out through turn number 3. This was a look down the inside from your eventual race winner, Bennett Corgis, who's on the move. And for Nuvola Morales, great start, but that very difficult prospect, being out on your own, knowing that the pack is eventually going to get organised and chase you down.
Yeah, exactly, and that is exactly what happened. And there you can see Jay Kostecki from Australia starting to make those moves and up into 3rd place. And this was the later moves further behind as well, as we were seeing these overtakes coming in thick and fast. Calendi getting that move down the inside for El Salvador. That was the moment where India and the United Kingdom came together. Unfortunately for Austin Gibson and for Rivan Preetham, right down the back of the field. Gibson actually retiring from that race, finishing in P18. Then it kicked off at the front. 3-car battle. This to the inside, Kostecki. We thought that was going to be it, but this last lap here, Andrew, my goodness, what a move for Spain and Nuvola Morales. It just didn't end the race where she wanted to, because again, it just dropped it backwards. Keep an eye on the green helmet. Keep an eye on Bennett Corgis. On the outside here, watch for the switchback. Cuts it back in, lines it up, round the outside, has the inside here, and carried the speed through. It was superb.
And we've seen this from the Estonian across the course of the day. Very good racecraft and reading of where he needs to position the kart through all of these corners. It's a brilliant piece of driving, corner after corner from Bennett Corgis. Jay Kostecki there again, trying to fight through, got up to 2nd place. Again, similar to what we saw in the first heat, just ran out of time, ran out of laps. Otherwise, there could have been an opportunity there for Kostecki. I was already looking forward to these young drivers and what they were going to do tomorrow when we get to a medal race. I know I say this a lot sometimes about minis, but for those at home, that was a heat, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yes.
Not even any medals at stake there. Just imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm with Jay Kostecki then. Jay, you certainly gave us a show for our last sprint race of today. Can you tell me about what it's like out there on track?
Pretty good, cool, and yeah.
And the circuit is a wide track. What's it like to race on? Does it make it harder?
Makes it funner and cooler.
And you said previously to me before, you've done a lot outside of Australia. How is that helping you in this FIA event?
I don't really know.
Great to hear from you, Jay. Very best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Great to hear from our Mini then. We'll head back up into the box. We have a short break before we head into the rest of today's racing, which of course is our endurance.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there with our race winners in this one. But of course, Bennett just taking the win. Kostecki finishing that one second place. We are going to take a short break. We'll be back in around 17 minutes time for the endurance race. A 4-hour endurance, 25 karts, 75 drivers from around the world taking part in this one. It's going to be a belter. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, and Nicole Sutherland will see you in 16 minutes for the final race of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games here live from the Aspar Circuit just outside the city of Valencia. It has been an enthralling day of racing so far. We have seen the sprint do their first 2 qualifying heats for both junior, senior and the mini category, but now it is time to see who is going to claim the first karting medals of the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. It is the Karting Endurance category coming up next in a few moments' time, ready for a 4-hour endurance race here at the Aspar Circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, it's all down to this now. Who's going to claim the first medals in the world of karting?
I really don't know. This is going to be a wide open race. 2 years ago, this race was won by Belgium. It was half of their success that took them to the top of the medal table for the karting disciplines on their way to 2 golds. They have not got any drivers in the sprint categories this year, so this is their single chance to retain their title, take another gold medal, and it's not going to be easy for them, particularly as the runners-up, the silver medalists from Marseille and Paul Ricard, are your host nation this year. Spain, Czechia as well, taking the bronze back in 2022. And a load of new teams as well. Up to 25 teams this year. We had 16 2 years ago. A number of drivers returning from that first ever running of Karting Endurance in the FIA Motorsport Games. A lot of new drivers and new squads as well along the way. It's going to be a lot of fun over the next 4 hours or so.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a very interesting one because as well in time qualifying that was earlier on today, it was a very interesting situation. Team Hungary and Team Israel locking out row number 1. Team Belgium, last year's winners, on the 3rd row of the grid in a good position still, but that's a little bit of work ahead of them in this race. That's going to make it interesting, but they've got 4 hours to do it. This race is not going to be won on the first couple of laps. It's going to be a long time. There's fuel stops, there's driver changes, there's 25 cuts, there's 75 drivers. So much is going to happen.
So 3 drivers per team and at least 1 female driver in every single nation squad for this year's endurance race. Everybody in equal machinery as well. The Sodi RT10 is the package that everybody's got to get around this circuit, and taking care of the equipment over the next 4 hours is going to be a really important part of this race, Anthony.
It certainly is, because of course these are built like tanks, these Sodi RT10s. They are mean machines, they are bulky, but they can still brake. There are harsh curbs here at the circuit. These have got hefty chains on them, but still a hit of the curb in the wrong spot. It's a heavy car. 244 kilos is the minimum weight per cart with driver included. So these are hefty carts. So if they hit a curb at the wrong angle, trust me, that chain's going bye-bye.
Yeah, and you've got the scenery around here as well. It's a new circuit. It's not like some new circuits which have lots of runoff. This is still got a bit of a old school feel that if you do wander off the circuit, you're going to be in those gravel traps, you're going to be off the circuit. We have had a lot of rain here in the Valencia region over the past week or so. I think the first hour, drivers, teams are just going to be looking to keep things nice and calm. Bit of talk on the rules as well in terms of driver stints. So the rules, pretty straightforward. 45 minutes is the maximum stint for a driver. They cannot be in the kart for more than 46. Will be 46 minutes, 47 minutes, etc. We'll keep an eye on that across the course of the next 4 hours. Each driver must do at least 30 minutes. That is the minimum driver time across the course of this race. And also, a big factor in this race, refueling. A change from 2022, when the teams had full control of their fueling. There is only 1 fuel station. It's could be, we're going to see some traffic jams, I think, for those fuel stops. So, and that's one of the big talking points before this race, Anthony. Do you play it safe and have shorter stints but more stops, or do you try and max out those 45 minutes knowing you might get stuck in the fuel bowsers along the way?
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be the biggest talking point from it. Right, engines have fired up. Drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. It will be Hungary and Israel on the front row of the grid. It looks to me like they will have the likes of Sambolik Lantos for Hungary and Jan Pinto in the karts at the start of the race for those two teams. Georgia and the Netherlands, they go from row number 2 after another fantastic session in time qualifying. What can they do? Slovakia and Belgium starting from the 3rd row of the grid. They have got their work cut out for them across this next 4 hours. Poland and Spain, the home nation, starting it on row number 4. What can they do? They will have Sweden and Chile on row number 5. Team Estonia and the United Arab Emirates team, they started on row number 6.
Germany and Uzbekistan go from the 7th row of the grid. They're ahead of Lithuania, who've already got their first medal in these FIA Motorsport games. Can they take one here in the karting? They start alongside a very experienced team from the United Kingdom on row 8. Czechia were on the podium in Marseille 2 years ago with a bronze. They've got to do it from the 9th row of the grid in 2024. They're alongside Serbia, Malta and Peru are on row 10. Armenia and Argentina on row 11. Portugal and Chinese Taipei complete the 24 qualifiers for this, the medal race in karting endurance for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games.
We head to the tram lines then. It's a rolling start for the endurance. 4 hours is about to start ticking down here in Valencia. Are we green and racing? Yes, we are. As the field gets going, it's a brilliant start for everyone. Locks-ups in the inside. They're 3-4 wide and a spin. And round goes the 17. That is the Netherlands going backwards, and already at the start of a long 4-hour endurance. They will be starting it from the back.
Well, the positive way to look at this, if you're going to have a problem in an endurance race, you'd rather have it on the first lap than the last lap. Through and out of turn 6 they go towards one of the fastest parts of the circuit. They're going to be flat out here in these Sodi RT10s. Coming into sector number 3 now. It's a good start for Hungary. Oh, some more dramas. I think that's Estonia going off the circuit there and having a bit of a problem. It's going to be a bit nervy, particularly in the mid-pack in these early stages. There's been a good start for Poland. I can see that it's Gustav Wisniewski in the blue and pink helmet, who's started very, very well, is up to 3rd place. So let's count them through at the end of the first lap of many here in the team endurance, the karting endurance final. It is the number 14. It's Israel leading this race. Slovakia, though, have taken over, and a great move there from Simon Tchaikovsky in the black and white helmet going through into the lead of the race. We've got our first investigation flag of the race. Czechia in the number 6, who started towards the back of the field, have captured the attention of the race officials. Who's had a good start out there? The United Arab Emirates team are up 7 places to 5th place in the early stages. Here is the fight between Poland and Hungary for 3rd place. Good starts as well for the United Kingdom. There's a problem there for team number 24. That is Chinese Taipei, who started towards the back of the field. I think that's Sai Po-ting, who's had a slight problem there. Still very early stages of this race, and we're already starting to see some duos forming out on track there, Anthony.
We are indeed. Slovakia and looks to me like Israel there working well together at the front of the field, and this is, I suspect, going to be the case for a lot of them, as there's a spin in the background, the exit of turn 18, and who has gone round there? It's the number 21, Serbia. Oh, that's a nightmare for them in the early stages. And already, look, you can see the debris that they've kicked up on the circuit with that gravel there. That's going to cause them a bit of trouble here as well.
This is why we talked about it earlier, that we know one of the keys to this race is keeping yourself out of trouble. For those at the front of the field, they'll be quite happy with this, get into a rhythm. I think lots of teams will be looking to do at least 30 minutes for this first stint. There is it all just kind of checked up ahead of Serbia. I think it's Nikola Milkovic in for them for the start of this race. They won't have lost too much time because of that. Look at this, Spain, silver medalists back in the Marseille games. Great move there. very strong team. One of the favourites, I think, the Spanish squad. You've got some well-known drivers in there. Jose Perez, Germán Sanchez, but particularly former W Series driver Belén Garcia. Lots of experience in endurance disciplines, on the podium in LMP3 in the European Le Mans Series early this year.
Exactly. So fantastic group of names involved in this one. We've got, like you say, karting enduro drivers. We've got former Formula 3 drivers, former Formula 4, LMP3 drivers. You've got the likes of multiple different disciplines out there on circuit in form of gearbox categories as well. So much GT racers as well also out there. A great smattering of drivers. We'll be talking about them across the entirety of this 4-hour race. Belgium now with the fastest lap of the race. Last year's winners. And now trying to close in on the field. They are in 8th place at the moment and have got quite a bit of traffic in front of them. Spain have now got the clear air there in 3rd place. They're tucked right in. They're going to try and close that gap up to the front runners all the way throughout this. But already 5 minutes in, Andrew, and my goodness, look at the ups and downs we've had out there of positions. Got drivers with teams with 7 places gained, United Kingdom, Czechia, also 7 places gained, Peru, 7 places gained. But then as well, you've got teams who have had the bad starts as well, most notably the Netherlands after their early spin at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, and one of the key questions, I think, in this first hour in particular is, will any of those teams change their strategy now for the opening part of this race? It's not going to be the deciding part of this medal race. There's a move here from Israel. Jan Pinto down the inside, and Pinto for Israel takes the lead from Slovakia down into turn number 1 there. To go back to those strategies, so we know there's one fuel bowser. We know that means there's going to be a big challenge. Communication is a huge part of karting endurance racing, but ever more so with the situation that we've got here. If you've lost track position, do you risk it going a little bit further in this first stint, or do you cut your losses, deliberately put yourself, you know, on a bit of an offset in terms of the pit strategy? This isn't going to be a fuel limited race, ladies and gentlemen. The Sodi RT10s can go further than the 45-minute max limit for a single driver stint. So we might see some of those teams like Germany, like Lithuania, making some earlier pit stops. We're still going to be a good 25 minutes or so from where I think we're going to start seeing those stops. Here's a battle for 6th place. The United Kingdom and Andrew O'Neill racing for them right now after a very good start for Poland there in the number 19 for Gustav Wisniewski, who's a very experienced driver in owner racing, stepping here into the endurance categories. It's been a good start for the United Kingdom. They're up 10 spots.
They are indeed, but still a long way to go in this race. 3 hours, 53 minutes as we watch here the race leaders go to battle. The biggest question is are they being closed in from the drivers behind? And I'm looking at my timing screen. The answer to that is yes. Spain is closing in at around 2/10 a lap. The gap currently is 1 second. I reckon in a few laps we'll have some action. Here, though, we've definitely got some action. 3 wide into turn 9 in a 4-hour endurance race. You never want to see 3 wide at the start of a 4-hour race.
Oh, I do.
Oh, you do? I certainly don't.
It's a good move there from Georgia. I like the look of this Georgia team. This is a team. We've not got this in throughout the whole field, but this is 3 drivers who all raced in the Marseille games.
Yes.
So they know the format. Yes, there's subtle changes to it. Again, that fuel strategy is going to be a bit different in this edition. But they finished just off the podium, just missed out on a bronze 2 years ago. They've got that experience. I think it's Archil Chimakidze in for them at the moment. And yeah, keep an eye on Georgia in their number 10 car, running nicely, 4th 2 years ago. Yes, lost a few positions at the start of the race, but plenty of time to work their way back through.
Yeah, they certainly have. Well, endurance racing certainly brings out the best in many drivers and spectators alike. And, well, we're seeing that here and the start of this race here with Spain slowly and very slowly closing in. Action behind. Hungary and Belgium are going wheel to wheel as well. Looks like Belgium sending it down the inside of the Hungary team. Is there going to be a change for P4? We'll have to wait until they next cross a timing beam. But all the meanwhile, this is a slowly a ticking section battle here that we're seeing from these drivers. When is Spain going to close in? Is it going to be in the next couple of laps? In fact, I think it's already there. I think we can happily say there's a 3-car battle for the lead now.
There is indeed, coming round to complete yet another lap. 3 hours and 51 minutes of this one to go. And in for Spain at the moment. As we'll come back to that, because Jan Pinto's going to go for the race lead and take it for Israel down into the first turn. Very nice move indeed there. And again, I think we're going to see a lot of moves into turn 1. We've been talking about the weather. I think that's because we're British.
Yeah,
and
we talk about it a lot.
It's still a headwind into turn 1, but I would say, judging from the flags of all the nations represented here to our right, just out of the commentary position, it's maybe a little bit less fierce than it was during the sprint heats earlier on this morning in the early afternoon.
The only good thing they could take away from this is that these Sodi RT10s will punch an almightily large hole through the air, so as long as they can tuck in as much as possible, they should be okay, and we have seen that from Spain's driver in there at the moment, but and then you can see the nation's flag has closed in, and right on that rear bumper. Any chance of a move through turn 18? No, staying behind is going to work with these two now, I suspect, for the next few moments. And let's see what happens. Big hit of the curbs again. That's fine on that side. It's a little bit harsh, but here's Slovakia going to the inside. Oh, we're going to see a little bit of a NASCAR slipstreaming. Yes, we are, because look at that. Israel just absolutely nowhere in there down the start-finish straight. Got massively caught out with that slipstream. Spain now going for the lead down the inside. Beautiful stuff. The host nation now leads and is in charge of this 4-hour endurance and is looking for a gold medal in karting.
Yeah, they've had a good start here. Jose Perez is opening the race for them, and when I've been talking to some of the teams down in the paddock over the course of the last 48 hours or so, a lot of teams' eyes are on this Spanish team, not just because they've got that little bit of home field advantage, but they know how strong this squad is. Nice move down the inside there. Israel back up to P2. Belgium there just outside of the medal placings at the moment, but some really good, efficient work from Team Belgium in the early stages. Remember, they started 6th in this race from time qualifying. They're up to P4. Another bit of news that I've been hearing from the drivers and the teams is equal machinery in terms of specification, but naturally in this kind of racing, the karts changed across the course of the race. There's little subtle differences, and very close in time qualifying. The top 18 or so covered by a single second on a lap where typically we're seeing 1 minute 12s, 1 minute 13s, but these new karts were all new karts out of the box when they first started using them yesterday during the free practice. So through that free practice and the timed qualifying, they'll have been bedding in the karts. They're not allowed really to change anything at all in terms of technical parameters. Pretty much only how much lead you have on the kart to make sure that you're legal, as Slovakia go down the inside of Israel for P2. And then things a little bit like seat positions and padding for the drivers, so you can play around with weight distribution a tiny bit.
A tiny bit.
Really tiny bit. But it's a lot of it is keeping on top of your machinery and being able to respond to it when the kart's in that good operating window in terms of tyres and engine.
Well, that as well. There is another little fine adjustment you can do. Now, I know that the seats in these Sodi RT10s, they are adjustable.
They are indeed, and the pedals.
And the pedals, yep. And if you are a taller driver of the waiter category, you could have a moment like that in towards turn 1, and you could also move your seat forward a little bit, put the weight more in the center of the kart. That can help with cornering a little bit. Maybe a little bit uncomfortable for you if you're too tall and your legs are a bit cramped, but it can still help out with that one. That was a very big moment there. Belgium closing in very quickly. Israel very quick to defend that inside line there. And just holding off and holding on to 3rd place. Now, am I likely to say that Hungary might have a chance of closing in as well? Could we have a 5-car battle for the lead?
Oh, I'd say so. We know they've got some good single lap pace from qualifying. And well, it's not just us in the comms box here this afternoon for the Karting Endurance. We've also got our roving reporter, Nicole Sutherland, down in pit lane in the paddock. Let's head down to Nicole for our first report from the pits.
Thank you, Andrew. Just momentarily ago, Andrew was saying that the karts change throughout an endurance race, and they have definitely, like you said to me earlier on in a conversation, throughout this week. Can you tell me a little bit about that, Jack?
Absolutely. It's throughout practice, warm-up and qualifying. We've been everywhere, and so has every other team as well. It's been quite entertaining, which is why it's so exciting in the endurance race to see how it all develops. We started 16th, went up to 6th, now back to 8th, and I think it's going to be a story of the whole race. I don't think you're going to know who's going to winning until the sort of final half an hour or so. So yeah, exciting stuff.
And of course, out there on the track at the minute is your brother Andy. Why was it the choice for Andy to go out as the first driver? Quali, was it something to do with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he qualified and felt he was the best person to start the race. You can't win it in the first stint either. You've just got to keep it on the track and let the race sort of come to us, because you can gain, well, out there right now we're sort of 6-7 seconds behind. You can gain half a minute in the pits. So that's where we're sort of looking through it later on in the race. So yeah, keep it on track now and we'll come back later.
Well, 9 positions made so far by Team UK. Let's see how you get on. Thank you very much, Jack, and back to you boys in the box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Now, Jack, very briefly talking about you're not going to win this in the first stint. Tell that to Slovakia, because they've taken it down the inside. They've got it 4 places gained. The drivers from the Slovakia country in the lead now, ahead of Belgium up into second place. You're still there in third. Spain back down to P4. But it's not over yet. It's allowing Hungary to close in just that little bit more as well.
And that's a great example there, whilst we're getting that report from Nicole down in the pits, of how quickly this sport can change in karting endurance. You know, it often stays close like this, particularly in the first hour or so of one of these races. And great to hear from Jack O'Neill there down in the pits. If there's one driver who knows this game, in this paddock, Jack O'Neill is a very good example of it. Him and his brother Andy O'Neill been joined by Rihanna Percox for this race. The O'Neills are 6-time Arrive and Drive champions for the last 5 or 6 years, and they've been the Arrive and Drive champions in the UK since 2019. Back at the front, Belgium all over the back of Slovakia at the moment. Simon Kuszczakowski still at the front of the order. In for Belgium at the moment, I think it might be Maverick Desi who's taken the start of this race. We'll try and confirm that in due course. There's one driver on this team that was part of the gold medal effort 2 years ago, that being Maxime Drian. And down the inside, here go Belgium for the race lead, and they've taken it.
Yep, nicely done there. Through turn 1, using the slipstream, using that momentum. Down the start-finish straight, already opened up a gap as well after that move. Slovakia caught a little bit sleeping there. We'll have to close it back in. And yeah, believe you are right in saying that it is Maverick Desi at the wheel of that Belgian kart, tucking in as much as possible. Yes, I see the little blue dot on the front of the helmet there to indicate who it is. But yeah, certainly a very, very strong start then for the Belgian team. And like you were saying, winners of this very event last year. They had the different dynamics, but they've worked it again in this one. You've got Maxime Drian, who is back, who was in the 2022 team. Got 2 new pilots with him for this one. And again, this is going to be an interesting dynamic, but clearly his words of wisdom are paying off.
And it's great to see. It's not a surprise to me, though, that Belgium have got a very strong team. I've been, someone who's watched particularly this kind of karting endurance racing for many a year, and year after year Belgium produce quick karting endurance teams. They are some of the best in the world. They showed that in Marseille 2 years ago, and they're going to be running this effort professionally across the course of this race. We're 18 minutes into this one, still in the opening phase. No one's thrown in any kind of early pit stop yet. That's understandable. We are going to see, not too far away, I think the end of the sprint style race in this one, because we will soon have traffic for the drivers. 24 karts out there, and this is something that any race contender, any race winner in an endurance race, whether it's karting, cars, anything, you have to be able to deal with the traffic quickly and safely. Chinese Taipei are probably going to be the first karts caught to go off the lead lap. They're circulating at a pace of around a 1:16 last time around, which is their personal best. At the moment, the leaders are in the high 1-minute 12s and the low 1-minute 13s.
Are indeed, and you could put that down to working together, pushing through the slipstream and everything like that. That can benefit, of course, those times in on this one. And yeah, like you are bang on in what you were saying there. We're getting to that phase now where we're going to start to see some traffic, and that's where endurance racing gets a little bit interesting, doesn't it? Because you've got the different racing lines. Someone thinks, okay, you've gone down the inside. I'm going to try the outside and see what happens here. That gives that new dynamic. Yes, you bang on in what you were saying about, you know, get past safely, get past as quickly and efficiently as you can. But it all falls down to you just don't know sometimes what the other drivers are going to do.
And I think the other aspect in this particular kind of endurance race, it's a single class.
Yeah.
Normally in a multi-class endurance race, that presents itself with some, in some ways, easier opportunities. You know, a rival of yours in the same class might get held up by a slower kart. You know, you can take your opportunities when they present themselves to you as down the inside. Here we go. So this is what we're talking about with the traffic. Chinese Taipei lose that track position, go off the lead lap. When you're trying to get your way past the back markers, the speed differential is going to be tighter because you're all in that same machinery. So you've almost got to work a little bit harder, particularly in karting single-class endurance races, to make those move through. And again, as the race leader, it is your responsibility to do it correctly.
Yes, 100%. Then, of course, you've always got the pressure from behind as well, where you're thinking all of these things. Now, first stop coming in. There is Gustav Vanevsky on board the 19 car. This is Team Poland. And, oh dear, engine covers coming off, and there is a Sodi technician there with them. Now checking the throttle. Now you can see there that they've got the little spring. Now these are Honda GX 390cc engines. They're big, bulky engines. They sometimes can take a lot to get going if you do lose the back end or a little thing like that. But they're going to send it back out. They're going to get it restarted, fitted with brake lights as well, these and headlights in this. So if it does get dark, it is a 4-hour. This race is due to end at 7 o'clock, and it has been getting a little bit dusky at that time. So we'll be curious to see. But Team Poland clearly already in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, that's difficult for Poland, and that's another aspect of a single class in a karting endurance race. That's exactly what you don't want to have in the first hour, going off the lead lap, because effectively now for Poland, they will keep pushing on, they will keep trying hard, and by the end of these 4 hours, we may well see full laps between the medalists. But the point being now that Poland have got, if they want to be in the medals now, Poland have got to race back and get a whole lap on the current 3 incumbents of those medal positions, Belgium, Slovakia and Spain. That's tough. That's going to be really tough.
It is tough, but for Poland, you've got to think, now they've come out, yes, in 23rd place, but they are just behind this lead group. And we know their pace is quick as well. Yeah. So, again, it's just a case of if they can stick with these lead drivers, they know that, yes, okay, they're not going to outlap them, but they know that they could unlap themselves from a lot of other drivers as and when they approach it. So, you know, there is that benefit that they've got. But all the meanwhile, they've still got a long way to go. We're just coming up to the first half-hour mark, 3 hours 38 minutes remaining. And still, you're seeing this front battle here. Belgium, Slovakia, and Spain. 1, 2, 3, and I think they've got themselves in a bit of a trio train pack here, and we've not seen much scrapping from them.
Changes on the last lap. The United Kingdom are through past Estonia for P7. Also further down the order, Sweden have got past Lithuania for 17th place. New fastest lap of the race. I think that's going to be a nuance with coming out of the pits. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits.
Driver Victor Voitan. Victor, we just saw your teammate pull in. Gustav, can you tell me a bit about why?
We did some before the race. We said we told ourselves some signals, and he signed that there's something wrong with the go-kart. And yeah, he came in and said that the engine was stuttering. The guy from Saudi, he said it's the driver's issue, so we don't really know what's happening. And Gustav just left and joined the race again. Yeah, nothing we can do.
Well, we'll see if the mechanical gremlin sorts itself out on the track. Great to hear from you, Victor. Back up to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there for the update there on Poland. So clearly, yeah, team tactics coming in to play there. That's actually a smart thing to do, of course, coming up with, you know, think of hand signals that you can do, bit of communication, because they will not have radio communication out there. They can't physically talk to the driver. So, yeah, it is done on hand signals, thumbs up, thumbs down, anything like that. And, yeah, very, very interesting one there. We're starting to see Belgium now break away. This is a vital thing now, because now they're getting into a rhythm, they're getting comfortable. This is a dangerous situation for the rest, because they know that that team could now break away and start opening up a huge advantage.
They could, but I don't think anyone's going to worry too much in these early stages. We're yet to see how these teams, it is a changeover of teams. You've got one driver remaining from the quartet that took gold 2 years ago. You know, we've not seen them do a pit stop yet, and the pit stops are so important in this in karting endurance. You know, you talked about it earlier in terms of the adjustability of the karts.
Yeah.
From my experience, that is again another really key part of the strategy. We'll come back to that because Spain are down the inside of Slovakia for P2. That's a nice move into the first turn. Spain move themselves back up the order. It's something you have to think about in terms of your driver order. And this is the same, of course, in car endurance races as well, because making those adjustments to there's no minimum pit stop time in this race for those of you tuning in. So you've got to think about, particularly with getting weight in and out of the kart, sometimes getting the weight onto the kart is more difficult than getting it off, as a move there from Poland. So there's clearly some pace in the kart there. That's them on track with Hungary. They are not fighting for position because Poland are a lap down.
But Poland can unlap themselves, and that's what you're seeing there.
Yeah, absolutely, that Gustav Wisniewski can do that. But, you know, the teams who are really on it in this one and maybe have got a bit more experience of this kind of racing, they'll have thought about, right, driver A, B, C, what order do we put them? How quickly can we service those drivers through? You know, some of them with 10, 15, 20 kilos difference in terms of the weight. What's the quickest way of making those setting changes to make sure that you are legal, that you're hitting that 244 minimum driver and kart weight? You know, endurance races are won and lost in the pits as, is there a problem there for, I think that's Argentina, the number one Bruno Viglietti in for them at the moment. So again, we will see that as it goes on. We've only got the sample data of one set of drivers in race trim at the moment. Still a very long way to go in this race.
Oh, it certainly is, and so much is going to happen over these next 3.5 hours. So if you are watching at home, do stay tuned and with us, as again, you're seeing Belgium here starting to think, maybe we're not the quickest drivers out on track in this first stage of the racing. But Spain slowly starting to reel them in. But again, all the way throughout this one, this is just going to be a case of work together with, at the moment, enemy teams right now to just try and break away from the rest. We're seeing that with these three right now. But like you were alluded to there, the switching of the driver, that's the most important thing. Because we have got drivers out there who are very experienced endurance karters who may not be in the kart right now. You've got drivers who are GT drivers and KZ, gearbox kart drivers who are now racing a very different style of driving, so they may not be the most up to scratch with this sort of style of endurance kart racing. And then you've got drivers who have only been racing a year or so. You've got quite a vast field of talent out there. And so when it comes to those later stages, yes, okay, you're seeing Belgium, Spain, Slovakia being 1, 2, 3. That could be their best drivers out there. As we see a change, Slovakia back down the inside as they go through. But later on, you know, you could see Georgia right up at the sharp end with one of their drivers, or Chile fighting back, or any driver, Germany, who's currently in 15s. You could see them back as well. That's an interesting one. Black flag this early on into the race. Czechia, who are currently running in 12th place, are seeing a black flag.
Yeah, I wonder, is that something from the start of the race? We did see that Czechia and the number 6 were under investigation less than 5 minutes into this race. So I may be doing 2 and 2 and getting 5 there, Anthony, but I think that might be something for an infringement in the on the first lap when we did see a few thrills and spills out there. Doesn't knock them completely out of contention, but for the team that were in the medals 2 years ago, taking the bronze, that is not what they wanted to see in this first hour.
Yeah, there is Team Portugal just getting out of the way as well of the lead group. They're currently in 21st place at the moment. The good thing that we've got here now is we've got another person at our disposal. So if we don't find out personally in the commentary box what that black flag is for, I'm sure Nicole Sutherland will be on the case at some point throughout this race to find out what on earth has happened there. Still with this lead 3 at the moment. They've just got past Portugal. Now Belgium really looking comfortable here. Spain, after those little mistakes, now dropping back to 3rd place. Slovakia getting back through. And again, you might be thinking, oh, this is all over. But you then think that 3 behind, Israel, Hungary, Georgia, they're all there, everything like that. It's still a second group of drivers that are coming through. There they are on your screen. So they're not that far behind. And again, they're in the same sort of situation. They are in a 3 configuration. They're pushing each other along, and they're just maintaining the gap at this moment. Now, we have no idea what has happened out in the pit lane, but I suspect hopefully in a few moments' time we will be able to find out. But eyes on this right now, as there is Team UK running around with, I believe that is the Estonian team just behind them in the number 8. They are still running around in 7th and 8th place at the moment. They're on a charge. The Georgia team just ahead, and I tell you what, it's been a while since I've seen a Snell V2 helmet on a kart circuit. That's the best. That's the best.
I say, and Andrew O'Neill's been running that helmet for a good number of years. I believe we can bring in Nicole Sutherland, who's down in the pits for us. Nicole, still very early in this race. We're into the second half hour. Are we seeing any teams starting to make moves and maybe get themselves off cycle?
Yeah, the UAE team have been suited and booted. Their second driver is ready to go. So anticipate for any minute now for that team to come in and do the driver swap. Poland were out together having a conversation, trying to work out what the mechanical issue was. I think just in front of me, we have got a driver change going on. Let's find out who that is. Bit of sprinting being done through the paddock. We've got the number 6 kart of Czechia. They have come in. They've responded to the black flag. We've also got, yes, we have had a driver change up at the front of the grid. They're just about to pull back out. Let's see who that is. Boys, can you see who that is in front of us?
Argentina. Yeah,
Argentina in the number 1, Bruno Viglietti in the blue, in the red and yellow helmets will be getting out. Father and son duo joined by Julie Helves in that kart. We'll be keeping an eye on Argentina as they go along. But it's interesting, isn't it, Nicole, how it can be very calm in an endurance pit lane and all of a sudden it springs to life.
Absolutely, Andrew. It was just calm, but now in front of me, it's all going on. Serbia, they're suited and booted. They're ready to go. We've got, I think that could be the Netherlands. Their female driver is stood in front of me. She's getting ready to jump in for that driver change. I think this is the crucial part in the early stages of the race where they're all getting ready to go. We've also got, who is that? Lithuania. They're ready to do their first change. Malta looks like they could be getting ready. Ella in there. We've also got Germany. Germany are getting ready. So it's all going on, boys.
Nicole, just quickly, how are these stops looking? Are they quick? How are the drivers dealing with putting the weights in the carts and everything like that? Has there been any fumbles, or is everyone getting these changes done quite quickly and quite well?
Yeah, quite quickly, actually. From what we've seen so far, the drivers have been doing practices. Lithuania right in front of me. That was absolutely spick and span from the 15 kart of Lithuania, in and out.
Nicely done from Lithuania then. Of course, quite an experienced team with them as well. They've had some really good runs in that one. They've got drivers of cars and karting. They've got drifting drivers in there as well as GT and KR drivers as well. moving into the world of karting endurance. So again, good to see then how much is happening out there in this early stage. And like you say, we're only at that halfway, half an hour mark at the moment, and we're already seeing a massive amount of changes.
We are. I'm not. That's not totally taking me by surprise. That another one of the rules is that drivers have a minimum drive time of 30 minutes. So we're going to see these stops between every 30 to 45 minutes. Now, as the race goes on, sometimes that's going to separate away in terms of what the drivers and team strategies are going to do, and sometimes it's going to converge. It's going to be it's a bit of an unknown thing ahead of this race. It just makes it even more enticing for us in the box. That is a change not for position. That is a change for position, almost. Hungary with their noses ahead of Israel. This is over 4th place. The other bit that I was expecting here, Anthony, is that the teams coming in, getting that first stop done, getting it out of the way, are the ones who haven't quite got the track position they would have wanted in these early stages. It's teams in the teens and maybe outside the top 20 that have gone, do you know what? Let's just we're already a little bit behind. Let's get this first stop out of the way nice and safely, then get into a rhythm with our second driver.
Yeah, exactly. And that is, again, one of those vital keys is who you put in. Again, do you put your best and brightest driver in first for that first little half-hour stint just to see what you can do to try and break away at the front? Or do you go with someone who is not as quick as the rest, get them out first, get their stint done, and then you can start focus on crawling it back for the rest of the race, sort of thing. It's one of those again strategies that the drivers and teams have at their disposal. They can do things like that. They have lost a few things that they can do. Of course, they don't have any chance of doing anything technical on the karts at all. It all has to be done by the Sodi technicians out there. They can't even look at a tire pressure out there. They can't do it. They're not allowed to. They have to keep it completely as is. It's all down to the Sodi technicians out there as well, like you were saying earlier on with the fueling, the one fuel bay, and that's going to be a pivotal moment as well, because when it starts to get to that moment, that is where you don't want to see trains of karts forming up, and then you get drivers getting really caught out. Here is Belgium coming through. This is the fight at the front. Slovakia getting through as well. Now, who are they getting involved with? Is this Lithuania? Yes, just going through. Yeah, Lithuania currently running in 19th place. Technically right now is under probably blue flag conditions. We'll have to give up the space to Spain, and I think waves them through now. Here's a look at the start, again, on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, initially, big lock-up on the inside there. Is that the reason why we saw black flags earlier on? Because, again, for some teams and for the Netherlands, that was not the start they would have wanted.
Well, yeah, it was Georgia in the number 10 locking up, but I wonder if they were encouraged, shall we say, from behind. And again, with the advantage of all the setup that we've got here for the FIA Motorsport games, you know, the cameras, all the different angles that the race officials have, you know, for the sprint races, they've got them here as well for the endurance ones. That was Estonia going off and having a little trip through the gravel in the early stages as well. So the race officials will have looked at every single angle out there to help them come to a correct and proper decision. Back with live pictures. We're into the second half hour of this race. Belgium lead from Slovakia. Spain in 3rd place. Hungary, your pole sitters, are now in 4th. 5th place for Israel. Georgia have held there in the top 10, P6. The United Kingdom have been quick starters up to P7. Estonia 8th. The Netherlands are showing us in the pit lane, so we're going to drop down the order from 9th place. Chile take that spot. That is your top 10. There is a sight of the start. You can see the cassettes being changed of the weights. That looked like a very quick turnaround for the Netherlands there, and I think it's going to be Iris de Jong getting in, or has already got in the red and blue helmet. So Iris is away back into the race.
Yeah, indeed, and we have seen some rapid stops in there. Of course, these are karting endurance teams. They know the best way to do these stops, and they were so quick last year that I think there was a new regulation that was put in this year saying that the kart had to be completely stationary to do the pit stop, because they were even quicker last year, or in 2022, I should say.
Well, yeah, I can understand why that rule has been brought in. It's obviously not as dramatic for us neutrals in the box, but no, from a safety perspective, yes, making sure that everybody comes to a stop does that change across the field. I think that's Ella Zammit getting in. Yes, it is. Ella back for Malta. Malta were 10th 2 years ago. That doesn't look particularly efficient stop. A little bit of a discussion there. Hans Danger's down there in the pit lane, and so they're back into the race now. Malta, as I say, looking to improve on 10th place for Marseille.
Yeah, indeed. I want to just cut back a little bit here. We were watching the start-finish straight earlier on. I'm curious to see if it's going to be still there, if their driver responded to it. In the world of racing, you want to call your driver in. The most technical way of doing it is, you would say, over the radio box or something like that. Less communicative would be a pit board, as we see Slovakia. Nice stop there for Serbia. That's a beautiful stop. Straight in, no drama whatsoever. Side-by-side action here as well. This is not for position. This is Team Sweden going down the inside of Chinese Taipei. And that's, again, them just moving through. And then also, so as I was saying, yeah, the less effective way is using a pit board, saying box or pit. Now, I'm pretty sure I saw a pool noodle being waved from the grid. It was a pool noodle that you would use to help swimming. I saw that being waved out on track.
So I'm going to give a reason for that.
Okay,
There's going to be a very good reason for that. That's a nice fluorescent pool noodle, because this is not the first time I've seen this in this sport. When you've got your pit board, you can only show that at the start of a lap for a team.
Right.
This is where the fuel bowser is really, really important for this one. There's one fuel bowser.
Yeah.
You are going to make that call as to whether it's pit now, as late as possible, potentially on the other side of the circuit. A big pool noodle in the sky may just be the thing that the driver in the kart can look across to where the paddock is and go, right, I can now make my call as to whether I go into the pits or not. It can be simple things like that. We're going to head down to the pits and Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm with Serbia's female, Katja. Katja, that driver change from Serbia was almost perfect. Was that practiced?
Just one time.
And your stint, when are you thinking? Am I allowed to know some of the tactics, or is it a secret for now?
Let's leave it a little bit of a secret, but I think we'll try to do everything as fast as we can.
Thank you, Katja. Up to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there. And again, it was a very quick pit stop out there. Yeah, we were talking about pool noodles before, weren't we, and not karting. But yeah, no, that's a very interesting fact on that one. Another fact that you just brought up is that pit lane is going to get very busy soon, because do pray tell, Andrew, how long can a driver stay out on track for?
45 minutes.
How long have they been out there for?
Big thanks to the guys in timing and scoring who've brought this forward. I'm counting at the moment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. More than 10, which is more than enough as the number 2 come in for their first pit stop. That's Armenia. To be clear to those joining us for this event, it's black and white in the rules. 45 minutes is the maximum amount of time
stint
you can leave a driver out on track. If they all try and pit 44 minutes and something, we're going to get a queue at the petrol station, and that will inherently lose teams time. And there's nothing you can do. If you're in that situation, you have just got to sit there and wait and maybe feel a bit silly about yourself as you've come in and done that.
Yes, and 2 of those drivers, well, I'd say 3, 4, 5 of those drivers are our top 5. Crucially, though, the drivers at the front, part of that lead group, 3 of them right here on your screen, they're all going to need to pit in the next 4 minutes. And then it's going to be a battle of the pit stops then, isn't it? So I'm hoping we'll have Nicole down there talking us through each and every one of these pit stops of who gets out first, because we're talking about the race that's on track. I hope Nicole's going to talk about the race that's going to be in the pit lane.
Yeah, if Nicole's down there at the field,
and there we go.
Yeah, so Belgium are making the call there of like, yeah, I think they're going to come in. And another key thing from a driver's perspective, as Sweden come into the pit lane, the most crucial piece of information in the kart at this point of the race is what your eyes are seeing directly ahead of you. If you're not seeing anyone making the change, then you box. That's the general way of doing things. Sweden on their way. Nice stop there for Sweden, and we'll drop them outside of the top 20. So in are the leaders. Leaders are in for the first pit stop here in the 2024 medal race for the FIA Motorsport Games. Team Endurance. The United Kingdom are in as well. I think some drivers are just going to go for a change here.
Yeah, certainly so. It's going to get very, very hectic down there in the pit lane. Poland are back in this time for a driver swap and looking to be in the car now. Nice little change there from the team. And forward they will go on. Looks like Victor Wojtan into the kart as he heads out, the number 2 driver out there as well. Spain have not come in. They've gone round again. They were thinking that that pit lane is going to be mighty busy. So many have gone in. I'll wait for the next lap.
Yeah.
Can't wait anymore, though, because if they stay out for another lap, they will go over that 45 minutes. So they have to pit in this next lap or so. Otherwise, it's going to be a really, really tough one. There is Peru going for their first stop. And that was Howard Watson out of the kart, and he's seeming to be a little bit uncomfortable there after his first 45-minute stint.
Well, this is another part of the endurance that we haven't talked about so far, Anthony. You know, endurance is always a test of the car or the kart or whatever it is that you race in terms of the machinery. It's a test of the body, both physically and mentally. And for those who've not done it before, karting endurance physically is one of the hardest endurance races that you can do. You know, if in GT racing, you've got nice things like suspension.
Yeah.
You don't have that here. So drivers are going to need to keep themselves fit. There was a nice stop. I think that was the number 14. I think that was Israel in for their first stop. As Spain should be coming in this lap.
I don't think they have, though. They've gone through Sector 1. They're halfway around the lap. They're on 44 minutes. Are they going to make it through? It's over a minute a lap. There's Portugal. They've come in right on the money on that one, around there. But Spain, for me, they're the only team yet to pit. They're on 44 minutes. Remember, a stint can be no more than 45. So when that timer on our screen says 45, that means they've been out there for 45. They need to pit on 44. It says 44, and I think they're in. They're in. Oh, that was as close as you could get it for Team Spain. My goodness. And with that, Chile take the lead of this race versus rotation. Belgium go back through now. There is Spain. My goodness, right to the end. And a nice little driver swap there. Looks like a change, a good change. It's not the quickest getaway there. And I think now for Spain, that is going to be a change. And I think Belen Garcia getting in, indeed. The Spanish F4 and LMP3 race winner, who I'll tell you a story a bit later on about how she actually won that F4 race.
Yes, it's a good one.
It is a good story.
It's a very good story. Very key stop there from Spain. That may have felt a little bit risky, but I think, I'm just guessing here, that the risk was probably taken. They clearly had done their maths. They knew that we can get another lap in here and a bit of a quieter pit lane because there was that inherent risk. That was one of the stops that inevitably, with the rules and the race format, you are going to have to do at some point, which is your lighter driver physically getting in for your heavier driver, putting lead in. Although I love the cassette system with these Sodi RT10s, it makes it a lot easier than the things I've experienced with putting lead on karts. I can tell you that. But it's still going to be slower than open the hatch, whoop, out comes the weight with the going the other way round. So I just wondered there if Spain took that decision of like, right, we can get a quiet pit lane here to do a stop that's going to be inherently slower. Let's try and offset ourselves a little bit by, take that busier stop, but do it when the pits is a little bit quieter instead of having to weave yourself in and out of traffic whilst everybody else is pitting at the same time. Yeah, exactly. It is a fine line of getting it right, but like I say, let's see. And that could make the difference between
it very
gold
much
and
could.
not gold.
It very much could. The one situation you don't want to find yourself in is that your maths was wrong, and then at the end of the race, you've like, oh no, we've still got to do another driver swap, or we've got to fuel up, and there's 10 minutes left of the race, and it's like, oh no, and it's like that you've got to make sure you get that right. There are your current race leaders. We're nearing the first 1 hour mark of this race, 3 hour 12 minutes to go, and it is Belgium who leads the way. They have got a lead at this moment of 9.3 seconds, and that is quite that's quite something, isn't it? If you think about it, Belgium, Spain, Hungary, all that, they came in at the same time, roughly, didn't they? and now they found themselves spread out by 16 seconds out there for the top 3. So that just shows how vital a good pit stop is.
Oh, absolutely, and there will be a lot of excitement out on track, of course, but I'm pretty sure that that's where the difference is going to be made in this race.
Yeah.
At least in the first 3 hours and 45 minutes of it, and as I say, as neutrals in the box, we hope it all converges at the end for a dramatic finish. But a big part of this race and where these medals are going, these first medals in the karting arena for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games, how the teams service their equipment is going to be important. Although that doesn't look like a completely happy situation for Maxime Dion at the wheel of the number 4. This is the remaining member of the team that won gold in France 2 years ago, and say it's always a bit nervy, your first stint in one of these karting endurance races, and it's going quickly, but doesn't look completely happy out there.
Not completely happy, but like I say, it's one of those things. I know that sometimes you can get a bad exit out of a corner and the kart feels like it's bogging down just that little bit, and you've got to try and pump the throttle a little bit to try and G it on a little bit. So, you know, there's always that little factor. We were talking very briefly a moment ago about different style of weights that you can have on this one. You were saying about the block side of things. I want to talk a little bit more about that, because we have seen, I've seen in a multitude of different like endurance style or rental kart races, the different sort of style of weights you could put on. I've seen the blocks of lead that go on like a 2-prong system on the side on the chassis. I've seen a system where they've got like lead sheeting and they put it under the seat insert that go in. I've also seen a situation where I've seen drivers put weights around their wrists and or ankles out on circuit to try and help get the weight up, because they're fully laden all over the kart. It just shows there are so many things you can do to make sure you reach the rate category, but some of the things you see in rental karting is quite comical in a way.
It can be. There is a maximum amount of ballast that the teams can put on the karts, and again, that's mainly from a safety perspective to keep things all under control. But the other challenge of it, if you can make it work and also mean that it's not uncomfortable for your driver, is try to get that weight as central as possible in the kart for the dynamics. Oh, we've got a driver in the gravel on the exit of turn 18. Now, this we haven't talked about yet. It is going to be very well. We talked about it with the sprint format and the sprint events with the OK karts and the minis, that it's hard enough to get out of the gravel. 160 kilos or so of Sodi RT10. It's going to be even more difficult for drivers to get out of the kitty litter. I'm trying to work out. I think it's Armenia. It's Armenia on the last corner. There's going to be some help here. Now, if they can cover this with local yellows, they'll keep the race running. But this could be another aspect where we could go slow procedure here.
It could, because again, the problem with these karts is that yes, they weigh a metric ton, I think. A fair amount, 160 kilos, like we were saying. They're also, the bumpers on these karts as well, they're not like a sealed unit. They're kind of concaved on the inside. So when you drag it or try to drag it, it grabs the gravel and then it just buries the kart even further. And because they are quite a bit of weight to them, they do tend to sink quite a lot. And I'll be impressed if the marshals manage to move that quite quickly. There's a sizable amount of gravel, and yes, there is Armenia. They're on the move, so actually, yes, they've done a brilliant job. That's already out, and yes, debris getting kicked up left, right, and centre from under wagon.
Yeah, so the drivers are going to need to be aware of that. Great work by the marshals and the track team as our second black flag, third black flag of the race has appeared on our screens. Yes, you're quite correct, mate, because we saw the number 25 of the UAE get a call to the pits by the officials. The number 21 this time, that's Serbia, are going to need to serve a little visit to pit lane. Changes out there in terms of position. There's been a move for fourth. The United Kingdom are through and past Georgia for that position. That's a gain of 12 spots now for the United Kingdom, who were in the running for a medal for a long, long part of the 2022 edition of this race. We've also seen moves for 11th and 12th, Germany through into P11 for Kart 11. Lithuania up to 12th. That drops the UAE down to 13th.
Does indeed. There, though, Belgium looking very strong at the front here, and their pace looking quick again. And this is what we were talking about earlier on. Those first drivers, yes, they're going to be very different to the drivers that could be in the second stint of that. And that, again, is where knowledge of what your competitors are going to be doing out on circuit really comes in, because now Belgium, their pace is, well, much, much faster than what it was earlier on. And now you can see the gap is 14.3 seconds between Belgium and Spain. So again, it just opens up to that little new dynamic. So again, you're at that sort of stage here where just the skill levels are just that little bit different around these tracks. Some drivers know rental karting like the back of their head, and like we say, for Belgium at the moment, you've got Maxime Durion, who's in the kart, knows a rental kart like the back of his hand. And then you've got the likes here for Spain. You've got Belén Garcia, who knows a Formula car, who knows that very well, because obviously 5th in W Series as well. She knows Formula cars. She knows LMP3 cars. Big sody rental karts that with Duro tyres that hop if you go a little bit too fast into a corner. Different kettle of fish.
I'm trying to maybe compare a Sodi RT10 to an LMP3, but I'm going to stop myself.
Yeah, I was going to say, there'd be a lot of angry...
make a complete fool of myself.
Yeah.
But no, for Belgium, there's a bit of a moment there for Armenia. And back on track. You know, for Belgium, at this year's FIA Motorsport Games, this is a big event for them. The 2 gold medals that they've had in the history of the FIA Motorsport Games have both come in the karting arena. One of them was that endurance gold medal from 2 years ago. Here's a good battle on your screens. Hungary, United Kingdom and Georgia. This is over 3rd place. This is over a bronze medal at the moment. Hungary, who started on pole position. United Kingdom, who started down on the 8th row of the grid. And Georgia, who will have that experience from the Marseille Games. They were just outside the medals 2 years ago, and they'll be liking that they're seemingly in the fight once again.
Yeah, indeed. And Spain is just ahead of them as well. There you can see it on the screen. So the top 5 there, still very close, but it's just Belgium who's got the advantage right now. The gap of 16 seconds from this battle here. So that's quite a length they've got at the moment. And as well, you've got Israel there as well, the team who started on the front row of the grid. They've got Estonia and Slovakia just behind them as well. That is the next group just behind this as well. You see Armenia as well as being lapped just as well behind. So again, you've got some really close battles after that first rotation of pit stops. And again, when we're back out there, we've already got some drivers reaching that 30-minute sector as the United Kingdom lose out to Georgia. They push themselves through and are now up into 4th place. And they're going to say, yep, thumbs up, thank you very much. And let's see if we can close in. Well, now you can see Hungary have closed in on Spain pretty rapidly here. So there you can see this is going to heat up a little bit here in the first 1 hour. 3 minutes to go until just 3 hours remain of this race.
Indeed. I think it's Adam Sabo at the wheel for Hungary right now in the blue suit and the white helmet, closing in on Belén Garcia for 2nd place. Jack O'Neill in for the United Kingdom as, down the inside go Hungary for P2. That's a lovely move from Adam Sabo, taking that position away from Belén Garcia. We don't see many moves into turn 18, but that was a sweet attempt by Hungary. Pole sitters moving back up the order. Here come Georgia down the inside. This is for 3rd place. Belén Garcia's got to be patient right now. Georgia go through. So changes in the medal positions as we go through the 57-minute points of this one. Jack O'Neill's going to have a go at Belén Garcia now for 4th place. And we're going to see periods like this across the course of the next 3 and a bit hours, where it suddenly sparks to life, particularly at the front for these medal positions. But some good driving there from Hungary, who will now look to break away.
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll keep a close eye on this one. I just dipped out of the box for a second there to find some intel as to why, if you've got the live timing at home, do we see the Czechia team at the bottom with a DSQ to their name, already out of this race. There's a possible word of potentially working on the kart on the pre-grid. That not good, not allowed at all. But that is just, obviously, don't take my word for it, but that's the whisper that's come towards my ear of potentially as what's happened. So we'll get a full confirmation of exactly why, but that is not good news for the Czechia team.
No, and that means they won't repeat their medal-winning effort of 2 years ago. Change for fourth. Jack O'Neill down the inside of Belen Garcia. That is the United Kingdom going through past Spain, and Jack O'Neill, six-time Arrive and Drive kart champion back in the UK. It's very experienced in endurance racing as well, various different race length disciplines. Still no reason to panic here for Spain, and for Belen Garcia, they're still very much in play. They've got a strong strategy, a strong plan. Jose Perez and German Sanchez in their team. And we're not far off completion of the first hour. There's your race leader, Belgium, looking to defend their FIA Motorsport Games title. Have had a very strong first hour of this race and driving themselves on. It is one of their gold medalists from 2022, Maxime Drion, who leads at the end of the first hour by 18 seconds. Hungary, in the last few moments, have taken second place away from Spain. Georgia, having been fourth 2 years ago, at the moment are sat in a bronze medal position with a good opening stint to this race. The United Kingdom P4, Spain down to fifth place, and moving through the traffic as well are Belgium, and we'll just give a full quick rundown of everybody out there. Estonia, Israel, Slovakia, the Netherlands and Chile, all running in the top 10, all on the lead lap of the race as well. The United Arab Emirates next up in 11th, ahead of Lithuania. Very close battle between those two teams. 0.7 of a second between them at the last count. Germany in 13th, ahead of Sweden and Peru. Those 15 teams are the ones remaining on the lead lap of the race. Serbia, Uzbekistan, Poland, Portugal and Argentina are all one lap off the lead. Particularly notable there is Poland. We saw them in the pits with a technical concern. They lost a lap, but their race pace has been very good. They're currently 2 seconds quicker than Uzbekistan, up ahead of them with a gap of 25 to find. With a bit of a tough first hour, Malta are in 21st position, also 1 lap off the overall lead. Armenia, 22nd, 2 laps down. Chinese Taipei, 3 laps off the overall lead, are the last of the runners in 23rd. One team is already out of the race. The bronze medalists from 2 years ago, Czechia, go no further.
That's a rundown after the first hour. Yep. We have ticked over to 2 hours, 59 minutes remaining of this race, or in layman's terms, 3 hours. But like you say, Belgium looking in control at this stage of the race. But we're nearing that second window in a few moments' time for a couple of the teams. We've got drivers running around at 28 minutes at the moment. We've got some teams running around at 30 minutes right now. This is the Argentina team in the number 1 in 20th place, are at the 30-minute mark. So they're going to have to start thinking very soon whether or not they're going to pull this driver in now, because they've done the minimum. It's just a case of if they're going to keep them out there for the maximum. And that's, again, another fine line of decision-making these teams got to do.
Yeah, it's a decision they've got to make, but I think if you've committed to the offset now, this is when you start to try and make it pay for you.
Yes.
You would now run an as close to 45-minute stint as you can with your second driver. It does get trickier, though, as the race goes on. I mean, we've already seen Spain pull off a really, really nice call in terms of getting their first driver in mere seconds before they crossed the maximum stint time. But that was a fairly controlled situation. They knew they were the last team to come in and pit and make their first pit stop. With everybody else going on around and running their own races, you know, trying to keep tabs on 22 other teams out there. And how close are they to their 30-minute window or their 45-minute point? As I say, it just gets more tricky. And for many of the teams, they'll have a dedicated strategist Support crew member on the side will be
fitness coach.
Fitness coach.
Yeah.
You know, meaning the drivers, they can focus on A, the driving out on circuit, but B, also executing the pit stop. No big pit service teams in this sport. It is the driver and one other, which often can be the other driver who's getting in. It's all down to them to get the pit stop to run properly.
And you would think the less people you have working on the kart as possible, the quicker and smoother it can go.
Yes, depends how many changes you need to make though.
If it's just a hop in, hop out, yes, just the second driver, just make sure the kart stops.
But if it's a pit stop, a little bit like we saw with the Spain pit stop earlier, where not only have you got to change some weight cassettes, you've got to change a foot position, you've got to change the seat position. Sometimes you will have team members, again back to the strategy in terms of, you know, they can't really do any setup in terms of kart tire pressures, you know, gear ratios. None of that is allowed. The choice that you may make sometimes, more from a strategic point of view, if you have drivers who can get around and get on their pace on one of either pedal settings, for example, you might have a driver say, okay, to save us having to change pedals from driver A to driver B, you know, I'll be driver B and I'll race with not my optimum seat position or pedal position, but you know, I'll be able to handle with that and maybe be half a tenth off, as opposed to fumbling around trying to get the pedals changed to get that optimum setup.
It depends really on how the adjustment mechanism is for either or, because I remember on some Sony rental karts back in day of
in your old life.
Yeah, exactly, in my old life, they would have under the seat, you would have like I don't know what they're called, but
like a latch.
Like a latch. Like you'd pull it out and then you would twist it, and then you'd put it back in and twist it again, and then pull it out and then twist it, and like that. So you had to unscrew something to then loosen the seat, move it on the sliders, and then re-tighten it up. Very time-consuming, very labor-intensive, not fun at all to try and do. And then the pedals would just lift up a lever and then slide it forward and backwards, and then it's all good. You were pointing at something.
I was, but I guess I thought we had a problem for Hungary, but it's fine.
It was fine.
It's still there. It's still there. It was a slight moment of timing and scoring.
You tutted at me as well. It was very senior tut. It was like, no, you're quite all right. But yeah, so you had things like that where you could do it like that. But now, in these sort of modern, like in these RT10s, the seat mechanism is so much better. It's like what you get in a car. Literally just a lever, pull it up, slide it forward and backwards, lock it back into place. That is what you need. Something quick and easy like that, which makes it probably easier now in these modern rental karts to go for the seat, just slide it forward and backwards. And of course, a driver like that, when you're driving down the pit lane, could adjust that maybe themselves a little bit as, race leaders getting through there. Past some of the back markers and just putting themselves in a very precarious position. Was that Sweden in the number 23 they've just managed to get past?
Yeah, it was Sweden going a little bit deep on the exit of turn number 10, and that's another risk for the leaders out there. Not necessarily mistakes from themselves, but mistakes from other people.
Yeah.
And them simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. With this being a single class from a technical perspective, in a way, you see this in many different categories of endurance racing. This isn't an endurance race. It's a 4-hour sprint across a team of 3. And say, there we go. Thank you very much from Belgium. Say, come on, let's get on with this. So they're going to be pushing right to the edge. Yes, they're going to be taking care of the materials. They're going to be keeping off the big curbs. They're going to be keeping themselves out of the gravel. But again, if you're pushing right on the limit and someone has a problem right in front of you, you may not have time or the grip to react. But Belgium continuing to do a good job. Nearly got their lead up to 20 seconds now. A few changes on that last lap. As I say, Sweden are now in 13th place. Peru as well, moving up the order as we are now into the second hour of this race.
We certainly are. Well, all is going very well then around this 1.4 kilometer long circuit, but we'll keep an eye on the full runnings as the race goes down. Still, drivers doing an incredible job, and the front 4 teams here doing a sterling one. Belgium, Georgia, Spain, and the rest, although there's a little bit of a chopping and changing in the top there on our timing screen, but can confirm it's still Georgia, Spain, Estonia, and Belgium 9 astern. And yes, I'm being told there very promptly to ignore some things from Andrew Mather there in the box. Still an interesting battle here. United Kingdom, Georgia, and Hungary line astern. United Kingdom got back in front of Georgia. We saw that overtake earlier on. That happened again a little bit later on. Still not able to get back up there. But what is their pace like now against Belgium? It's still, well, that last lap was fractionally faster, I would say, for Hungary. They were looking just about a tenth faster than the Belgian team. The gap still 19 seconds, so we might still have to wait for that second pit stop to really push itself forward and to push it through out there. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, still a lot of racing to go here at the Aspar Circuit. This is the first medal race of the year for the FIA Motorsport Games in the karting disciplines. More action here tomorrow as we have the last of the heats and the medal races for all of the sprint categories. But the endurance is our focus here right now. Belgium continuing as your race leaders. Won this race 2 years ago, and they'll be very happy with their work so far in this one. We are now through for a few teams past their minimum stint point. Lithuania is an example of that on 2:36 minutes, but as mentioned earlier, I think we're going to be seeing more of the teams going for the full 45 this time around.
Let's see what happens, but there we can see drivers coming down in towards turn number 1. Close action there as they sort themselves out on track, but again, for all of them, pushing themselves through. Again, there's been a fair few changes on that screen. I would say don't stress about them. I think that's going to be chopping and changing a little bit while Timekeeper just sort out a little moment out there. But Belgium still very comfortably in the lead of this race as the air temperature here still in the 20s, looking very nice out on circuit as these drivers just get themselves sorted out and ready for the remainder of this 2 hours and 50 minutes. But at this moment, everyone looking comfortable there. Still, the United Kingdom battle coming through the chicane just now. It's all chopping and changing once again here. They've dropped Georgia. Now they're closing in on one of the back markers. This is the number 16 of Team Malta, who they've managed to squeeze their way past, and they've dropped Georgia now. So clearly a bad couple of last laps there for Georgia.
Oh yeah, not what Georgia would have wanted, but as fuel loads change as well, that's this is probably a bit of a part of the race that we're into the unknown now, because all the practice sessions that we've seen so far this week have been 10 minutes, 15 minutes. This is the first time with this set of karts that we're seeing longer fuel runs now. So again, that's another bit of data that the teams will be needing to react to see how the pace comes on or goes off as the stint goes on. There won't be any tyre changes in this race for those wondering about that. The Duro tyres being used, ones that you're familiar with.
Oh,
Anthony?
very familiar with. They last about 24 years on a kart, and you never have to change them. You could run them down to the cord and they'll still be all right. So, yeah, they are a pretty solid tyre, and but a very, very hard compound. And, yeah, they are a nightmare to get on and off rims, I can tell you that.
Lithuania on the move, at least from our information. I think they're up into the top 10 through past Chile and the UAE. We did mention that those two teams were going wheel to wheel at the last rundown some 12 minutes or so ago. They are earlier in their stint. They're 39 minutes into one, so we are going to start seeing some activity down in the pit lane in the not too distant future.
Yeah, certainly so. It is getting to that window. I do wonder how Nicole's getting on down there. I'm sure she's chatting to as many people as she possibly can. Yes, no, we are reaching that. We were talking about Argentina earlier on. They're on the 41-minute mark at this moment in time, and the front runners are bang on that half-hour mark. So again, it's whether or not, because they waited to the very last minute to pit earlier on. Are they going to do the same now, or are they going to pit it sooner rather than later? and there for all of them, they are, yeah, like you say, reaching that sort of moment now out there.
You asked earlier, Anthony, about pace of
Yes.
the leaders, and this kind of goes back to one of the mythical things of karting endurance races that we were talking about earlier.
Slower.
Yeah, Belgium have been putting in some low 1-minute 14s. Now that's not disastrous. Just do the old-fashioned way of looking out the window to see, is this traffic? Why has Belgium's pace dropped off a little bit in the last few laps? I think it is just pure pace at the moment of what the number 4 can do. It means they are being closed in. Not too bad that time around, a 1-minute 13.8 for Hungary and the UK. But we have seen Hungary and the UK in, well, taking half a second, maybe even a second. The gap is down to 17.7. Pit stop activity, the Netherlands are in.
They are indeed, yeah. That is, how long have they been out there for? The Netherlands, they've been out there for, I don't know, because the time has already started. It's just reset. But I suspect it was around the 40-minute mark, I think, out there. So not the full stint length, but not the minimum stint length out there. So that's quite interesting. For Belgium here right now, they cross the line this time around, 1:13.5. So again, it's back to the pace. But like you say, at the beginning of the stint earlier on, they were doing 109.9s at this stage. So that's drastically slower.
Yeah, the 109.9 I think will have been on the out lap. Because I think the timing for those who've spot that on the timing and scoring, because I know we have some very keen eyes watching endurance racing. I think the timing loop here at the Aspar Circuit is further down the length of the pit straight on pit exits. That's why you're seeing that. Fuel stops. Here is the fuel Bowser. So this is the first time that we've seen it in action. It's Uzbekistan in the number 26. And great to have Uzbekistan back. They've pitted in from 16th place. The Netherlands have been in and out. Restart being done there on the Honda 4-stroke engine. And now you see the second phase. So that's the thing. When you come in and do the fuel, you have to do that bit first. That is a very nice pit stop from Uzbekistan. I think getting in there, I think that was Samina Akhmadjanova, who is in for her first stint in this race.
Yeah, indeed. There's the fresh stop done, a full tank, and cold fuel as well sometimes can help, because when the fuel gets a little bit warm in the car, to get rattled around a little bit around the hot cockpit of a kart there, and nice fresh cold fueling can sometimes benefit. But there we go, nice little stop there, and Uzbekistan back out on track. This is Lithuania in for their fuel stop. Now this will get absolutely brimmed, and it looks like they're giving it a bit of chain lubrication there as well to keep that running nice and smooth. So that's in. Now you see Argentina got a little caught out there. Now they came in at the same time, and there you can see that, yeah, they just had to wait a little bit. So basically they lost about 20 or 30 seconds or so. And in the world of motorsport, that's an astonishing amount of time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Eduardo Viglietti. Viglietti, the senior of the father and son duo that make up 2/3 of this team. And what is happening? I think there's a bit more service on the chain loop.
Yeah.
Down goes the rear jack. Away goes Eduardo Viglietti, and I suspect we will see that kart handed over to Julieta Helvez. That's a nice way of calling your teammate in for a pit stop, and yes, it will be Helvez going in for her first stint.
Yeah, indeed. Weck, eat your heart out. This is proper pit stops, this is. There you go. Back out on track, and that is a superb stop for the Argentina team as they head back out in their fight in this 4-hour endurance. Serbia are in. Team Serbia in the number 21. They're getting a lick of fuel now. And, well, they're also going to do an adjustment of pedals there as well. Now, this is still the original driver who just came off the track, has to take the kart from the fuel bay down to the team, and then that's where they do the stop. So, again, an interesting moment here. Tie the fuel cap up. You can't go yet.
Not
Wait
yet.
for it. No, let me at it. I've got to rev it at the perfect amount for the chain lube. There we go. Jack down, and away you go. That's a nice stop there for Serbia. And he looks a bit cramped in there, of course, because he's now getting the kart ready for the next pilot.
Yes, and I believe it'll be Kasia Puk getting in for Serbia, because we've already seen Nikola, the two Nikolas in this team. Miljukovic started, and Tosic has obviously done the second stint, and yes, Karting is in for this one. Chile are in. Chile running nicely in the middle of the pack, P12 at the moment. Very routine once again.
Certainly is again. Oh, that's a failed restart. Second time's a charm. Gets it done. Oh dear, getting caught out there is the number 18, Peru. Getting caught out behind. They're going to lose out on valuable seconds there. Oh, someone who's going to lose out on multiple seconds now is Malta. Malta have just pulled in as Peru are getting filled up. That is the worst timing to come in, and they're going to lose out on a full pit stop. They're effectively getting 2 full pit stops here for the price of only 1.
There is a worse way. If you pulled in probably
right
about
now,
now,
if you pulled in now and you got 2 cars.
Tripled in terms of time. But away goes Diego Parra for the number 18 team. Ella Zammit raced here in this event 2 years ago. Got a new squad around her with Micah Cicluna and Ryan Borge, both very experienced drivers in owner formulas. A bit more work being done there, and away goes Ella Zammit. Looks to be the end of this particular round of pit stops, but more to come, of course.
I suspect so, yes. There's been a lot of activity in that pit lane for the time being. There is Ella Zammit out of the kart. Nice little swap around as the field go through. So we'll update the timings then as they head back out to the circuits. Of course, it's all chopped and changed around now. There are drivers who are still like laps down at this point now. Still the top half still on the lead lap. It is still Belgium that leads the way. They are clear by 18 seconds from Hungary and the United Kingdom, who are just a 10th behind. So that battle is still on. Georgia another 5 seconds further down the road from those top 4. And Estonia still there inside the top 5 at the moment, but their stints at the moment are on 36 minutes. Estonia is on 38 minutes, so again, we are going to get another bout of pit stops in a very short amount of time. And this is where, again, it will start to get interesting for those drivers in that order, because, again, quick stops means vital seconds that will be gained.
So if you want a bit of mathematics to put to this,
trivia
Anthony,
knowledge.
thank you again to the team in timing and scoring for providing us with this information. Chile's in and out time on pit road was a 1 minute 19. In comparison, Malta's was a 1 minute 44. So if you do end up stacking on that basis, you're costing yourself somewhere, and Peru's, by example, was 1 minute 40. So you're going to be costing yourself 20 to 25 seconds. To put that into what does that mean out on circuit? Basically a third of a lap, because all of the sectors around this circuit are between 20 to 25 seconds, maybe a little bit longer with sector number 2. There was another pit stop. I think that was Hungary.
Yes, it was.
Going for a stop.
That's a vital one. That was one of our front runners in that battle earlier on. I think has that promoted the United Kingdom up into the race lead, because has Belgium come into the pit lane? They have. So Belgium is in the pit lane now. They will have done, I think, a fuel stop at that point. So there's been a chop and change. So it'll be curious to see then that fuel bay at the moment, just to see how these stops are actually going, and are any other teams getting caught out with those pit stops again? Because we've already seen it. There's a likelihood we're going to see it again.
Well, the news at the moment that I'm just looking at is that Spain and Belgium are both in at the same time, and they were pretty close on track. So my concern would be that, well, surely, but I think Spain might have lost a bit of time in this pit stop. No teams within 2 minutes of their max 45 minutes, so now would probably actually be quite a good time to get in and get the pit stop done. Let's head down for another pit report from Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm with Team Malta's female driver, Ella. Ella, we saw you get caught up a little bit in the fuel bay. Can you tell me about it?
We were expecting it, to be honest, in the fuel bay, because it's sort of the optimum time-wise for the drivers, we believe. But I only got head up by 1 kart, at least. We were sort of expecting it. So, but not ideal, obviously, but it can happen. There was no way of really knowing when they called me in who was going to be in, so yeah.
And the traffic out there on the track, what's it like? How did you deal with it?
It's tricky because you don't want to stop the guys ahead of you, but at the same time, I've also have my race, so it's like tricky. The guy behind me sort of gained more of an advantage because I got stuck with the back markers, but happens.
And I know all of the teams don't want to give away too much about their strategy, but can you tell me, will we be seeing you go back out on track anytime soon?
For sure, for sure.
Thank you, Ella. Up to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to hear there from Ella Zammit on her second appearance in this karting endurance race for the FIA Motorsport Games. You're watching live coverage of the third edition of the FIA Motorsport Games from the region of Valencia in Spain. We are into the second hour of the karting endurance race, the first medal race for the karting disciplines, the second time karting has been a part of this multidiscipline festival of motorsport. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you, with Nicole Sutherland in the pit lane. And we have new race leaders, Anthony. The United Kingdom, who started 16th on the grid, have progressed very nicely indeed. They do owe us a pit stop in the next 5 minutes, but that is some very good progress.
We need to start timing some of these pit stops here, because we need to start thinking how long of a gap do they need to try and do a pit stop. So let's think about it. The United Kingdom, they're on 40 minutes. Israel, who's in second place, they're on 39 minutes, so they're going to be pitting soon as well. Slovakia are on 40 minutes as well. Spain are theoretically the current race leaders, if you think about it. They've recently just pitted. Hungary as well. They're sitting in P4 and P5. Now, they are behind the United Kingdom 37 seconds. Is that enough for a pit stop? But this is going to be a pit stop with fuel. So this could be a long one then, so I suspect. For the time being, yes, at the moment you are 100% correct. The United Kingdom are leading the way, but as we see the hand going up, I suspect that is about to change.
Yeah, I would say that Jack O'Neill's going to be due into the pits in the not too distant future. I'm curious to see where Belgium are on the track. They may, of course, this is per the information that we've got on the timing screen. I think Belgium did have a slower stop. We were talking earlier about Chile stop, for an example, which we know was a fuel stop because we saw it. That was 1 minute 19 on pit lane from the two timing loops at the entry and exit. Belgium did a 1 minute 32. So they have potentially lost a little bit of time out there. The United Kingdom are in the pits. Jack O'Neill, after a solid stint, brings that number 9 kart in. That means that Israel cycle to the front. Again, another team that owes a pit stop. They are 41 minutes into their stint.
Yes, they are indeed. And 37 seconds was definitely not enough for a pit stop at all. I suspect it's probably going to be around, or on a fuel stop, it will be probably about a minute, I would say, you're going to be in there for. If it was just a driver swap, I would still say probably around 40 seconds, maybe a little bit less. So it'll be interesting to see. So they're dropping down to around 8th place now. Israel currently lead the way, but again, Israel and Slovakia, they are going to need to pit as well. They have got 11 seconds between them. So again, I suspect we might see the home country, Spain, back in the lead in the next lap or so.
The United Kingdom are back out on circuit.
Yes.
This is an intriguing piece of strategy. Most teams going driver A, driver B, driver C. Not the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom have put Andy O'Neill back out onto circuit, who did the start of the race in the first stint. Now, we'll get this confirmed in due course. I think the United Kingdom have jumped both Hungary and Belgium. So, whilst they've lost out potentially to Spain, who've done a remarkable job in their pit stop, the UK have jumped 2 karts that were ahead of them before this pit stop phase.
Yeah, they have. They've jumped back up into 4th place now that they've come through on the timing screen. So is that them coming through now? It is, yes. So they're coming into that final chicane now. So this is going to be an important one here as they cross the line. It definitely updates. And yes, they are running around quite nicely there. There is Slovakia. Now they're due a pit stop in the next few moments. They are heading into that final sector of the lap. So do we expect to see them coming in this time? Slovakia 43 minutes. It'd be better safe than sorry, I would say, to pit this time. But are they going to come in? That is the ultimate question. Well, there's one kart diving into the pit lane now. That wasn't Slovakia, that was another team. Is that Slovakia going round again?
We'll see in due course. It's been a good stint this.
No, there they are.
They're in now. It's been a good stint this from Lucas Vida. Slovakia, who was 7th 2 years ago. And this is a new team, though. None of their trio in 2024 were at the games in 2022. And they've had an opening hour and a half of this race to be proud of. Estonia have done a quick out lap there. I think Israel are also
yes,
into
they
the pits.
are.
Now, that wasn't long after Slovakia came in, so are Israel going to lose some time here if going, and most likely are going for fuel?
Well, I think Israel was in first. We did see that other car whiz through the shot, and I wondered who that was. Yep. I think that was Israel. So is Slovakia going to get caught out? Confirmation there is Israel. There's the swap going in. One driver out, one driver in. Oh dear, but there's a, oh, are we ready? And yes, it goes. And there is Jan Pinto back in the kart and heading out onto the circuit. That was a pretty slow stop there for Israel, so they will need to be careful.
Yeah, I don't think there was just a little bit of confusion there as to whether there was
could
any
I
other
go
further
or,
changes and whether they were all good, but out. But in a way, better to be safe than sorry. Better to just take a couple of seconds to go, yeah, are we all right, instead of doing something wrong in pit lane, cameras all up and down in pit lane, and to make sure that you don't get any pit infringements or anything like that. Belgium, they have had a driver change, and they have gone to their third driver. Justine Strauven is in the kart for the first time in race conditions. Justine has been very quick, very, very quick in free practice, so I'm intrigued to see how Belgium get on in this next stint.
Well, she is a rapid karting endurance driver. She knows this style of racing like the back of her hand, so again, I expect some good times coming in for the Belgian team, and actually already out there, I'm seeing the gap starting to come down just that little bit. There was United Arab Emirates just saying to Spain, I'll let you go through, don't panic. They are a lap down at the moment, or about to become a lap down, as Slovakia sets the fastest lap of the race. We're doing 108 now at this point of the race, and that'll be with fresh fuel and everything like that. And well, they've got a gap of 17.8 seconds. With the pace that they are doing, the difference between Spain and Slovakia on that last lap was 5 seconds. 5 seconds a lap faster. 2 laps, we've got a battle for the lead on.
We have indeed, and I think they've sent Jose Perez back out on circuit. So again, interesting to see how the different teams play along the course of this race. Oh, bit of a moment there between the 11 and the 1. That's Germany and Argentina,
dear.
not
and
on the same lap.
Kart in the gravel there at the final corner. So who is that?
I think that might be Uzbekistan, judging from the race suit.
I would think you are correct on that one. So drama then happening at turn number 18. That seems to be where it's all happening, isn't it? A very invitingly fast corner that's got a gravel trap right on the exit, ready to bite you when you just carry that little bit too much speed through the corner. There is Spain. Where's Slovakia? We'll find out in a few moments' time. We're going to head down to the pit lane. Nicole, who have you got down there?
I've got none other than Belen Garcia. Belen, your team's leading out there. How's it been going so far? I'm assuming good?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I've been missing some pace, but my team is great. We are working a lot on strategy. So I think we are one to watch in the race, and we are really motivated to find a good strategy to lead and to win the race.
So the strategy and working on that, is that what has been going on behind me on the computer screen?
Yeah, exactly. Don't record that, just in case anyone's looking. Yeah, we've been working on that a lot because we saw a lot of things we couldn't improve from people what we thought they would do. And my experience in endurance racing now is, together with Xavi, it's been really valuable to work on that. So yeah, it's been a key piece on our work here.
And like you just said, so you've joined us this weekend from the world of endurance cars. So what have you taken from that and transferred it into this to keep Spain in the lead so far?
So it's just the way we work, because I'm used to 4-hour race now, and Travis as well, so we know what things we need to look at. We have seen in ELMS that races can be won in the pits and lost everywhere, so we need to minimize the risk of error, and that's what we're doing, trying to minimize the loss in the pits.
And before, you've competed in the FIA Motorsport Games, but in Formula 4 previously. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, honestly, it's been one of my best memories in racing. It's a great environment. It's a different event, even though in Rome it wasn't the same as here, because here it's 4 times bigger. And the spirit of the team and your country is really high. So you follow other disciplines, and that's something you don't really get to do in racing normally, because your discipline is the one that's racing with you that weekend, and it's very difficult to follow others. But here, you know, you get to a hotel, hey, how it's been going? And it's really different. And I have a really good memory from Vallelunga because of the race. It was amazing, and yeah, it's been amazing here so far, so let's see.
Great to hear from you, Belen. We'll see if that Spanish spirit can get you the win. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Nicole, down there for that interview. Now, I said earlier on I'd tell you the story of how Belinda got her first Spanish F4 race. Now we've just heard from her, I think it's perfect time to tell that story. So, picture the scene. It's Navarra circuit, fabulous circuit in the Navarra region of Spain, not far from where I live. But that circuit there, it's the race, Spanish F4, all the drivers are there, the race is going on, there is a red flag. Yes. And Belinda adheres to that, does Belen Garcia, and no one else does, which then prompts the rest of the full field to be disqualified, apart from Belen Garcia, who technically won her first Spanish F4 race on a technicality because of a red flag.
To win, you've got to play by the rules.
You've got to play by the rules. She did just that, and she got her first win in Spanish F4 because of it.
We've also had a change for second place. Slovakia are through past the United Kingdom. They're race leaders, Spain, with a 17-second advantage over that battle. Hungary are not too far outside the medal positions at the moment as well. Poland there on your screens. We saw Poland be very quick in the opening laps of this race, then have an unscheduled pit stop. How are they getting on? They're in 17th place. They have also fallen off. Well, they were already off the lead lap. They now have gone 2 laps down. As we've seen that. I am intrigued as to how Spain have managed to get a 16-second lead. I don't know whether Nicole
Magic.
Can do some digging for us and try and get a sneak perhaps at that Spain laptop and see. I'm curious to know whether they did a fuel stop on the second stop. If you do a fuel stop, you have to take a full tank. There's no, well, I'd like 10 euros worth, please, sir. you have to bring the tank. That's the fairest way of doing it by hand, is just take it up to the top, so you always know that everyone's getting the same amount of fuel. So yeah, if they did make a fuel stop, that was a lightning pit stop from Spain, because they were 4 or 5 seconds behind, the United Kingdom, Hungary, that battle, and Georgia as well, and they've taken a huge amount of time out of their rivals in that last 20 minutes. Here is a battle on track. This is Germany and Uzbekistan. This is not for race position, as Argentina have attracted the attention of the race officials. They are under investigation for something out there. Germany getting along quite nicely in this race. Anthony, quietly there in the midfield, but consistently, whenever I'm seeing them, they're in that 11th, 12th, 13th place region, and you never know. They can keep this this speed going. They could pull themselves into an outside shot, and maybe even a medal.
No, exactly that. It's one of those sort of those things that we're seeing. Now there's another pool noodle. This time it's blue, not yellow. What does that mean, Andrew, in your wise wisdom of pool noodle endurance?
Pool
flag
noodle
waving.
Nostalgia for endurance karting means go quicker.
Go quicker. You think blue?
Maybe blue. Or like you're going to get blue flagged, go quicker. Chinese Taipei a bit on the curb there. That is a very distinctive Lewis Hamilton replica helmet of Huang Weihan out there, and great to have Chinese Taipei back. They were 12th 2 years ago, so I think maybe a top 10 would be an achievable aim for Chinese Taipei and a continuous improvement 2 years ago.
Exactly that. There is Spain at the moment still in the lead. They've got, well, they've got a tag-along at the moment, and that is the United Arab Emirates team, who's currently running in 11th place, but have tagged on to the back of the race leader, which is a very handy thing to do, especially if you can stick with them, because now you're just pushing along. Here is Estonia and Belgium. This is for position. This is P5 and P6 on track at this moment in time. They're behind Hungary, behind the United Kingdom, behind Slovakia. Now, Slovakia and the United Kingdom are very close on track as well, and they are closing in on Spain at the front. The gap is 15 seconds, but they are lapping at pretty much identical times earlier on, but they were lapping a lot faster earlier on as well. So this is going to be a vital one to see. Are you checking some data there, Andrew? What have you got? I've seen a big chunk of time that's been lost there. Was that a fuel stop, pit stop?
Well, I think at the moment we're only showing as having done one pit stop, but that can't be correct. I think I'll keep assessing the data.
Keep at it, lad. Keep at it. But yeah, we'll try and find that one out. There is Slovakia pushing that forward. This is second place down the inside, getting past Uzbekistan, currently running in 19th place there. The United Kingdom just behind, trying to get through as well, and has successfully done so. Lost a little bit of time there. Still a thumbs up, so that's nice to see. So thumbs up still for Andrew O'Neill as he heads through and he pushes his way back through this field right now. As the rest of the field as well still all pretty close up. Still quite a bit of gravel on the track there. Of course, these Sodis have just picked up quite a lot of it as they've run wide throughout this race, and it's become skittled. I do feel sorry for the track staff that will have to get the brooms out tonight, as Slovakia sending it down the inside of Chinese Taipei and just squeezes them out of the way. UK getting through as well, and there you see a hand up for Slovakia, just thinking, come on, you knew we were coming up so quickly, just leave that space, and kind of had to force the move through there as well. And like you say, Hungary has been able to close in at this point now as they try to get through, and Chinese Taipei waves them through, so spatial awareness is there for the team, and all those back markers now getting through on the field. 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. The timer just clocking over onto that now. Still Spain leading the way. Their driver 19 or 20 minutes into their stint right now, leading by 15 seconds right now from Slovakia. The United Kingdom also out there, have been out there for 14 minutes. Slovakia out there for 11 minutes out there. But they're still 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Who is our next pit stoppee that we expect to see? Well, everyone's relatively similar in terms of their pace. Chinese Taipei are on 28 minutes currently at the moment, so they're 2 minutes away from the minimum. Where are they from the maximum? Right, you've been writing numbers, you've been doing mental maths. This is something I do not do because I'm terrible at it.
I don't think Spain took fuel on their second stop.
Interesting.
The reason why, so I'm comparing Spain, Belgium and the United Kingdom's pit stops so far in this race, as we're having a little look here at Peru, at Spain dealing with some of the traffic. First pit stops, these were all driver change and driver change only. Belgium, lap 36, 1 minute 42 was their out lap, so that's the pit affected lap time.
Yeah.
For the UK, it was 1 minute 41.7. For Spain, which we also know was a leading up, putting a bit of lead on the car's pit stop. So naturally, he's going to be a little bit slower as driver change. It was a 1 minute 46. So those are all driver change only pit stops. We know that because we saw that. Belgium, 2 minutes 34.5 for their second stop. That was on lap 66. Now, we also noted on the time on the pit road, which we saw, that was slow. The UK, we know, have taken fuel. 2 minutes 12.783. That was on lap number 69. Spain pitted lap 65. 1 minute 39.238, which is a very good driver change pit stop, but I cannot say there's no way that they put any kind of fuel in.
No.
And that's their choice. That's within the rules. but it does mean that in terms of fuel, they're going to owe us a stop. It also may put a bit of a light. This is another one of those nuanced things of arrive and drive endurance karting, especially in a longer race like a 4-hour. The advice to the teams is always a little bit conservative of how much time you can do on a tank. A brave team will go, do you know what? I think we can do 10 minutes more than what the people from Saudi are going to say.
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether that is Spain testing that theory. The trouble is, now everybody else knows that theory as well, and they might be tempted to go and do a double stint, as it were, on the fuel, or a triple stint on the fuel as the race goes on.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, that begs that question. So we had word from Saudi who said a tank can last in and around a 2-hour mark, give or take. They weren't specific. They didn't say this much because, of course, it's different compared to everything. But they said around 2 hours. So you have that for a factor. If, well, you're confirming there that that Spain didn't put fuel in on that one, and judged by the times, I think you bang on. They're obviously going to run out even more. Then you have the choice of how long is it going to take to fill that tank from empty up to full versus it being quarter or half, it being 2 turns of a barrel or 5 turns of a barrel. It makes the difference. It's still seconds. Granted, it's very minimal seconds, but it still makes the difference. So again, you've got that factor into play. Another factor that comes into play is that if you empty out a fuel tank, pressure builds up just that little bit. It makes it a little bit hard to take the fuel cap off versus a tank that's full. So you then have that difficulty of, is it going to take just that second more to get the cap off the tank? There's all those little factors when it comes to endurance racing, isn't there? So, yes.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right to flag those, but at the same time, it's a risk versus reward thing. We often talk about risk versus reward in the sprints. This is a different kind of, you know, if you can always be the right side. As we've seen from Spain already, we know we got a little bit worried in the comments box, didn't we, about, my goodness me, are they going to get in before 45 minutes on the first stint? But they did. And you know, if they keep playing the game and coming up heads and getting the right side of it, they're gonna be a formidable force to beat, because they not only are very good with the strategy so far, as a black flag comes out for Argentina in the number 1. Their pace is really good as well.
Yeah, and with it being 2 hours 15 minutes left of the race, and they're on 25 minutes, they're bang on the sort of driver swap as well. So they'll be coming in with 40 minutes to go, because again, if a tank lasts 2 hours, they've been out there and not fueled for 2 hours, they'd be on the cusp of, oh, how much fuel have we got? So they might actually come in early. They might come in with like 2 hours 5 minutes to go, which means their driver's only been out there for 35 minutes. So, you know, it's that little bit of factor where they've just done the minimum, but they've not stretched the maximum out of their driver.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a good thing as well, you know, can keep your drivers a bit fresher for the latter stages of this race. Here on your screens, this is Lithuania in the number 15. They're running in 14th position right now, just ahead of Malta on circuit. This isn't for position, there's a lap between the two of them. We haven't given you a rundown, actually, for a while of what's happening out there. Spain, as noted, are your race leaders. The gap is coming down, though. This is a very good stint from Slovakia at the moment. The gap is down to 14 seconds. The United Kingdom are pushing along as well, 3/4 of a second behind as the number 8 goes down the inside there. That's Estonia. This is for position. Actually, we'll come back to this. This is a battle for position between Belgium and Estonia, 5th and 6th places. And Belgium holding on to this right now. And again, this is how this race can change. An hour ago, we were saying Belgium very comfortable in the lead of this one. Anthony, it's turned not their way, shall we say, in the last 20 minutes or so. But just as much as it's gone away from them, it could very easily swing back.
Yeah, it certainly could. Right, so action in the pit lane. We've got Argentina in. Looks like we've also got Uzbekistan in the pit lane as well, as there was another one that just dived in. As back to the inside here, and the Belgian team holding on to that position. Did get confirmation that black flag we saw for Argentina, that was due to contact out on circuit. That's why we saw the investigation flag, that is why. But they're back out on track. There goes Uzbekistan, nice quick change there. Lead coming out of the kart, so that's going to delay them just that little bit while they were getting that one sorted out, closing the latch and sending it back out on track. There they are. Where are Uzbekistan going to come out? They're going to come out 22nd place, just ahead of Chinese Taipei. There is Portugal, who is technically ahead of them. So the blue flags will be out, and they will have to give up that position sooner rather than later, unless they can drive away from them, which they are very much allowed to do. Right, Spain are in. They have dropped down. I did think I saw the number 7 dive into the pit lane. So Spain are in. They are going to take fuel. They are dropping down the order now to around 8th place on track. Question is where are they going to come out? And their driver was not out there for the full shebang. It was about bang on, I think, 30 minutes they came in, which is the minimum, of course. There's the driver swap. They've definitely gone for fuel. That's what we just saw. Quick stop. Lovely. That's no drama there whatsoever, and a helping push off the line as well. And, well, that is a nice stop. And you just saw there very briefly team manager there in the background. Yeah, good friend of mine. But getting himself sorted out. Looking very composed there, watching his team come in from the race lead.
That was interesting to watch that, because we were talking about the lead coming on and coming off, or the ballast going on and going off.
Yeah.
And it can feel like a really medial thing. But
yeah.
that's why, and you do see this sometimes in, you know, in car endurance racing at the time, that instead of trying to do lots of minimal little changes, you take changes like we saw with Jose Perez over to Belen Garcia. Right, a lot of lead needs to go on now. You know, they've timed their schedule so far. That means that when they have an exchange between the other two drivers, they don't need to change too much. So I'm sure that Spain have thought about that, and they're executing it very, very nicely indeed. Here are Belgium. This is now your fight for 4th place on the road, virtue of Spain now having done their pit stop, and now in 9th place, but that will most likely cycle back through. And for Belgium, their pace at the moment, 1:13.6 last time around, so still looking good, still on good race pace in those mid-1:13s.
Yeah, at this moment. A good stop at the moment. Right, Nicole, I believe you're down in the pit lane still. You've been roaming around. What have you been hearing? What's the latest in the pit lane?
Well, I've been doing my best to do some digging down here, Anthony, but everybody's a little bit reluctant to tell me their strategy.
Of course.
Uzbekistan, however, did say that their stronger driver, Jami, he will be doing a little bit more in the karts compared to their other two. Peru, however, going completely different. They're going to all do equal stints. Exactly the same. Keep it fair, keep it exciting. What have you guys found out?
I think the interesting one for me, Nicole, is how are the teams responding to this strategy from Spain? They're very much the the new trendsetters. They've gone a bit different and done the first 2 pit stops without fuel and taken their first vat of fuel later on in the race. Do we think the teams are now going to maybe change their own strategies to get themselves back on equal terms, or have they got a trick up their sleeve?
I would say kind of hanging around all of the garages, every team is huddled around a small laptop. A lot of teams have got a spreadsheet going on, and they've all kind of done their individual thing. I wouldn't say they would adjust too much. I think there's been a lot of planning going on around behind the scenes ahead of this event, definitely. I've definitely seen that from Spain. Belen showed me the spreadsheet. It's quite impressive, especially, you know, karting endurance race. You'd think maybe you were at a Grand Prix, but shows a testament to these teams. They really want to do well, and they want to grab those golds.
Excellent. Well, it's good to see that there's all that data going on in the infield. I mean, the last time I did a karting endurance race, it was many, many moons ago. The main thing I was dealing about data-wise was what biscuit to eat next at 2 o'clock in the morning.
No, yeah. And Nicole picked up on something very, very key there. That's unique in a way in any karting endurance race that I've called, Anthony. This is for a gold medal.
It is.
You know, with the wider picture of these FIA Motorsport games, there's going to be a team in first position come Sunday night when all of those medals are awarded at Ricardo Tormo, you know, down the road from us here at the Aspar Circuit. And you never know. The gold here in this karting endurance race
could make the difference. It very
between
much
who
could.
finishes top of the medal table and who doesn't. You know, there is it's one of the things I've really liked about this week. It's my first time at the FIA Motorsport Games. The collective team camaraderie and responsibility to each other to do as well as they can as a multidiscipline squad.
Yeah, indeed. I completely agree with that. And yeah, it is a very tense moment, I think, for anyone watching, because I think, what time are we right now? We're around 5 to 5 local time here, as well, side by side there, the Netherlands and Chinese Taipei, as the Netherlands get themselves back through past the lapping team. But all the way, this is still looking good. But yeah, it does kind of show then that everyone should be watching, and we were speaking to some of the other karters earlier on. They were like saying, "Oh, how are your team doing?" "Oh yeah, I've been watching. Qualifying's been going really well. Our drivers are up there and are looking really strong in the GT category and in the Formula category." So it shows that the karters here are watching the other races. I'm sure the other racers are watching this action here as the Netherlands. That's not a fuel stop. That's straight in with a driver swap, and that's a quick one. Lead change as well. All good. Now, the fight for the lead is most definitely on. Slovakia and the United Kingdom are line astern. Now, they're heading to the start-finish line now. In fact, they're crossing the line now. They're going to come to this battle right here. There they are. This is the lead battle. And there is a 10th between the two of them. In fact, they've just been split by... I'm trying to think who that is trying to come through. Now, is that Slovakia trying to get through?
That's Chile on Peru. So this is not a battle for position. That's Chile just outside of the top 10.
So where's the United Kingdom gone? Because they're still only there's 6 tenths between them now. So clearly they've had a drama out there. That's what's happened. So there was 1 tenth between them when they last crossed the line. This time, as they exit out of sector number 1, Slovakia and the United Kingdom, there are 6 tenths between them. So there was a drastic different lap pace out there, but they're still running neck and neck on track still. We'll have to see where that battle is on circuit, because again, they're on the sort of same situation here, 26 and 28 minutes apiece out on track. There they are going through the screen now. That's in towards the final corner. So again, they are very, very close out there. So action is on. 4 minutes to go before we hit the 2-hour mark, Andrew.
Yeah, this is when the drivers and the teams will start to get an impression on what are they fighting for today. Are they fighting for a gold? Are they fighting for a medal? Are they fighting to beat the results if they are a team who were with us in 2022? Are they trying to beat that result from 2 years ago? There are your ace leads. Oh, is that a drama for Chinese Taipei?
Are they out of fuel? Did they not come in for fuel?
Yeah.
I think they did miss it, and they've been pushed back to the fuel bay. And yes, it was kind of a hands up in the air saying, "Oh no, you forgot." Now, the good thing about these karts is that if they do run out of fuel, it's not the end of the world. A few pulls of the pull cord and it will fire back into life as the fuel pumps round. If it was a 2-stroke kart, that's a bad day, because the 2-stroke karts usually carry a little bit of oil in the fuel depending on what sort of 2-stroke kart it is, and then that would seize up and cause drama. But no such drama for Chinese Taipei. They get refueled. And it's telling him to wait for it to drop. There you go, you've been dropped, and get going now. Oh, slight adjustment as well before they go. Oh, there's not a quick stop here for Chinese Taipei, as they definitely do the best work they possibly can, and they head out back on track. That is a huge delay in time there, and certainly a challenge for them, currently running in 23rd place currently at the moment. So keeping a close eye on this then. 2 hours, 3 minutes to go of this race. And it's still Slovakia who lead the way. 0.3 of a second is the gap. The United Kingdom closing back in. And there again, Chinese Taipei did go very slowly there in the pit lane as they stopped, I think, their garage to say, do we want to do a driver swap? And the answer was no, as they come out right in front of some traffic, but get through it quite cleanly. So there we go. A dramatic stop there, Andrew.
But again, shows just how quickly it can go wrong.
Yeah, very quickly.
It can be the smallest little moment, a bit of lapse of concentration. I think this is where experience starts to come in as well. Particularly for drivers who maybe have done more sprint-style racing and stepping over into the endurance world. Again, you see it at the very top of the endurance sport as a collective across the different disciplines. You know, I'm always quite interested when a Formula 1 driver steps and does the Le Mans 24 hours, because clearly they can pedal, because they'll have been in Formula 1, but sometimes they're not quite straight out of the box able to get all the other aspects of endurance racing correct. We are approaching the halfway point. You are watching live coverage from the Aspar Circuit just outside Valencia. It's the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games, the first medal race here in the karting arena. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you for the Karting Endurance race. We are nearly 2 hours through, 2 hours to go.
Indeed, halfway through this race as Lithuania gets through. And I don't think, is that a change for position there? Are they battling with Germany there on our screen?
Malta, I think.
Malta, so not for position, but well, they gained it and then lost it almost immediately, and actually lost out quite a bit of time there to the Maltese team. So there we go, pushing themselves forward in this one here, a little further up the order. This is Israel and Georgia. This is a battle. This is for P5 out on track. So this is a position spot. So let's see what's going to happen between these two, unless they're just pushing themselves forward. And now Chinese Taipei are under investigation. Is that for pushing a car backwards in a pit lane?
Yeah, I would imagine with how close that has come since the pit stop, that's going to be some form of pit lane infringement.
It's always a no-go, isn't it? Pushing a cart back, or a car or anything backwards down a pit lane. A pit lane is a single direction only.
Yeah, through that go Germany on Portugal. Really great story from the Portuguese team, as they had in 2022. This is an all-female team. As into the pits comes Sweden. That's a lovely stop there, as Sweden go back on their way, just outside the top 15 at the moment.
Sebastian Svensson in the cart now, heading out. This is their #1 driver, heading out onto circuit as well. Right there, out of turn at number 6 and 7. We'll have to watch out for that one. That can creep up on you quite a bit out there. Peru and Serbia dropping back. There's been a smattering of overtakes on that last lap, and Chinese Taipei, unsurprisingly, seeing a black flag now, and I suspect, yes, for that very incident. But so they'll be back in then. It's gone from bad to worse, and like you were saying, to show how quick it can go wrong. That's a tasty stop. That wasn't bad at all, was it? That's Chile heading back out onto the circuit. That's not a bad one.
Yeah, that was nicely done. I think that looked like another one where they've got two drivers of similar sizes and pedal positions and weight required on the carts. Just moving back out of the circuit, getting ahead of Estonia. And 40 kilometers an hour is the speed limit in pit lane. There are speed cameras in there as well to catch anyone. I say we don't know exactly what the penalty will have been for Chinese Taipei. We suspect it was for pushing the car backwards in the pit lane. It could be speeding in the pit lane, whatever it may be. But either way, Chinese Taipei going to be in the pits again.
And that pit lane speed as well is actually still a bit of a challenge for the drivers, because yes, they got told this is the speed lane, pit lane speed limit. There are cameras. You don't have a speedo on your car. You don't know how fast you're going. And if I covered up your speedometer in your car and told you to drive at 45 kilometers an hour, would you be able to do it?
I'd like to think it would, but I don't think I'd get it bang on. Up to the point, it could be 1 kilometer an hour, mile an hour over.
This is Serbia. They're in the pit lane, and that's a nice rapid stop there for Serbia as they head back out onto the track. They are currently running a little further down the order in P17 after that stop. Would you say that's 40 kilometers an hour?
Don't know from that angle.
Don't know from that angle. That's a smart answer.
That's why we have officials.
Exactly.
So out there, Serbia rejoin the circuit, and behind Chile there. So we're seeing a flurry of pit stops here. Still very close at the front of the field. The leaders, the number 22 of Slovakia and the number 9 of the United Kingdom, just going through into the third sector now. There they are on your screens, flashing through. And I think for both these teams, they'll be very happy with how the middle phase of this race has gone. They've really stolen a bit of a march on the early leaders, on particularly Belgium and Spain. Yes, they're off kilter as it is with the fuel strategy, but it's interesting to see Spain now in the 113s. Let's head down once again to a pit report from Nicole Sutherland.
I'm with one of the Serbia team drivers, Nicola. Nicola, your other Nicola has just gone out. You're both teammates in Clio Racing. Your teammates here this weekend in the endurance karting. How does that setup work?
Yeah, he finished it with karting last year, but I finished it 13 years ago, so I need to learn again from the beginning, but it's okay. We have the good stints. He's fast. Of course, our third teammate, Katja, is also fast, so we are trying to push each other to go up and make the best possible times.
So you're a team then that says there's a bit of an even level between your pace. Does that mean you're all going to be doing equal stints instead of one of you doing more? Or
me and Nicola will do the longer stints now, and after that Katja will do a shorter stints of 30 minutes, which is the minimum. So we will finish with this fuel. So I think so that we will make some time with that, with one charging fuel less.
And all the drivers I've caught up with today, both in the endurance and the sprint, have said how much they enjoy the circuit. It's quite a wide circuit. What's it like to drive in the endurance kart?
Yeah, I never drive a circuit like this. It's really long. We have the 2 long straights, which is important if you have the slipstream from the other cars. So I enjoy a lot, especially that I didn't drive for 13 years.
Great to hear from you, Nicola. We'll head back up to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work down there in the pit lane, and great to catch the thoughts there of Nicola Milikovic, one of the 2 Nicolas, as I say, on that team of 3 drivers with Katja Pirk as well for Team Serbia. On your screens, this is Argentina in the number 1, currently 22nd in the race. There is the number 20 of Portugal, and the lilac pink lid there of Margarida Furtado, 1/3 of this all-female lineup, who it's a new lineup. All drivers in this team are new to this race, but as mentioned a few moments ago, this is the second time they've run an all-female team. They were 8th 2 years ago. Pit stop for Poland. Looks like it's Laura Waban getting in. It is indeed for the number 19. And the body language there. They're going to keep pushing on Poland, but I fear this is already becoming a race of what might have been for Poland. They had great pace in the early stages, but being off the lead lap now, in this style of race, once you are off the lead lap, it is very, very difficult to get it back, even if you have very good race pace. And Poland's has been decent, but yeah, they're 2 laps off the lead. I think hopes of a podium and a medal maybe starting to subside. We are into the second half of this race. Slovakia lead, but only by 2/10, and in fact that is less than 2/10. Here is your battle for the race lead. Slovakia, the number 22, the United Kingdom, the number 9. Looks like it's Simon Tarkowski in again for the race leaders. Andrew O'Neill for the United Kingdom. They've got the close attentions of the team from the United Arab Emirates. You've got some really good pace at the moment. This has been a very good stint for the UAE. I think last time I remember they were being in around 15th place perhaps, and they're now up into the top 10. Looks like it's Humaid Al-Khatbi in for them at the moment. And again, they're keeping themselves, they're not on the lead lap anymore, quite clearly, because they're immediately behind the leaders on track and not in the running order, but they're not far off. What's their pit strategy looking like? It's pretty similar to our leaders here. We are about to enter another pit stop phase. It's been 38 minutes since we saw the number 22 on pit lane. It's been 40 minutes for the number 9. If you are just joining us, welcome. Great to welcome you here to the Aspar Circuit for the Karting Endurance medal race. Key rule for all teams out there, the maximum stint time, single stint time for any driver out there is 45 minutes. In come the UAE, and so they were about 40 minutes into their stint, and they'll pit from 9th place. There is Serbia, number 21, with view to that pit stop for the UAE. No fuel, just a driver change, and Ahmed Al-Hamadi gets in for them to take over. At the moment, the UAE looking pretty good to improve on their 13th place finish from 2 years ago. Back with your battle for the lead. Slovakia and the United Kingdom coming out of turn 6 on this long run through 7 and 8 flat out in these Sodi RT10s. And the United Kingdom team have played this fairly sensibly, as have Slovakia. They've not been fighting as such. They've been working together, recognising that at this stage there's not much point fighting over it as if it's the last lap. They've built a gap over Israel to 40.5 seconds. Now, if you were with us from the very start of the race, you'll know that Israel previously led this race. So that just shows you what they've done in the last 2 hours and 10 minutes. The intriguing gap for me is the one over Spain. Spain, as we know, have gone for a different fuel strategy. Most teams put fuel in on their second pit stop, so around an hour and 30 minutes into this race. Spain went different. They went for a shorter third stint and then fueled just before the 2 hour mark, which the information from Sodi, the suppliers of all the karts that you see out on circuits, that's the recommended fuel stint time on one tank. There's a kart off, I think it's Argentina, in the background there, who've got back onto circuit. So the big question now is, Spain, we know, have gone long on fuel in the first half of this race, but they haven't hit 2 hours. If they are to get to the end of this race without another fuel stop, without a splash and dash, they've got to go over the 2 hour recommended fuel window. That's not a regulation, that is the recommended from Sodi. You go over that 2 hours at your risk, but you never know if it's the difference between being on the podium and taking a medal in this second ever FIA Motorsport Games Team Karting Endurance race. This is going to be a key pit stop. This is Team United Kingdom. Rihanna Percock's getting in, and it was an okay stop. Little bit of a trip there. So they go back out to circuit. Andy O'Neill, after 2 of the first 3 stints, is was out of the kart. Rihanna Percock's the female representative. 1 female driver required in each of these teams. This is the first time that we've seen Rihanna Percock's out on circuit in this race.
It certainly is, and we'll have to see how that pace goes throughout her stint of the race. So Slovakia now leading the way, but they are on 41 minutes as well. So they are in the pit window now also. And they've only lost out 29 seconds, I think, for that one. The United Kingdom still second, even after a pit stop there. So that's quite a crucial one. But we'll have to see how that transitions as everyone does their stops as well. Because, of course, Israel, who are there in third, also need to do a stop.
So key with the strategy here, that was a stop we were expecting to be a driver change only, because effectively the 3 stops that Team United Kingdom have made so far, they've gone no fuel, fuel, no fuel. So the interesting bit for me, Anthony, will be, will this stint from Rihanna Percock, who has really good experience in this kind of race, of being able to make the fuel last, will, when she comes in, presumably in around 40 to 45 minutes time, will they put fuel in the number 9 at that point, or will they almost match what Spain did with their first stint earlier and take the risk? Let's head down.
About that soon.
We'll talk about that soon. Let's head down to another pit report from Nicole Sutherland.
With Team UK, Andy O'Neill. Andy, you've just done your second of 45-minute stint. Are you tired or are you feeling okay?
Not really, no. As the guys in the booth, I mean, we do this as 24-hour races, often, I say often, 2 or 3 times a year. So, yeah, it's warm out there. Carts, it's not great, to be honest. We're slow off the corners. I'm carrying too much weight, 11 kilos over, but we're sort of there or thereabouts. So hopefully we've got another hour and 48 minutes and Rihanna's out there now. Then we'll swap to probably Jack afterwards and see what we do for the end.
Okay then, and talking about your karting experience back in the UK, can you tell me a little bit about the history of the team? I know that you all know each other quite well, but can you maybe teach the audience a bit about the endurance racing at home?
Yeah, of course. I know as a team we've been running for about 25 years. So before I started, it was my dad who was racing my older cousin, and me and Jack have sort of grown up around it, I suppose, really. So we've been doing this as a team now for about 15, 16 years, racing in a few different disciplines. Currently Club 100, so plug in. 100, which again have got some of the best teams in the country, I think the world really. So as a team, like I said, we've won a few races. We haven't had a great year so far actually. We're sort of back at home. We're not winning our championship, so but hopefully this will make up for it if we can stay where we are at the moment.
And doing some strategy digging then, which all of the teams have been a little bit secretive about. They don't want to give too much away. Will you be doing another fuel stop by any chance?
I'm going to have to make it obvious. No one's going to make it on fuel. Everyone's going to do 2, at least. I'm giving it away for everyone at home. Everyone's got to do at least 2.
You're calling it. Everybody's got to do at least 2.
Yeah, no one's made 2 hours. So, and Sony have said they can't make it. So,
great to hear from you, Andy. Any other words?
Let's just hope we can stay where we are, and yeah, hope it's enjoyable for everyone at home watching.
Great insight. Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Right, that's opened up a can of worms. That has. Everyone definitely has to do 2. So that's so bar our knowledge then of saying that Spain might have enough to push it with just the 1 stop with how late they did it. They said that they can't do 2, but by Joe, did they do 1 hour 55 minutes and then come in for fuel?
They did, but the problem for Spain, not the problem, challenge. The challenge for Spain is, 1, do they take the risk of making, as you say, a 1 hour 55 before they made the first stop? So that would indicate if they're going to do this on a 1 stopper, they've got to do 2 hours 5. And it's that 5 minutes.
That extra 5.
That extra 5 minutes that's the risk.
Yeah.
Do they try and push it? Have a little sense, because these drivers are very expensive of knowing, the cart feels lighter, because the fuel does make a bit of a difference with the tank size, with a little bit of weight out there. Do they go and try and make that an extra 5 minutes in stint 2? Yes or no? If the answer's no, and they go, we can't do this, when do they make the second stop? Because the key thing here is the fuel tank will get brimmed. In other endurance categories, it would be a case of like, oh, well, you'd do a splash and dash. You'd come in with, 10 minutes to go, bit fuel in, but you can't do that because the Saudi technical team will brim your tank. So how do you do that? Do you take it and go try and build up enough of a lead in the latter stages of this race, take pretty much full tank of fuel and hope you emerge still in the lead? Or do you take the option to go, right, we're going to need to brim the tank twice anyway, let's do that a little bit early in the race, less static time, less risk from what you were talking about earlier, Anthony, about the pressures of the fuel tank and all of that business. The safe thing to do is probably to make that second fuel stop sometime in the next 45 minutes, and then you're safe, you're fine, you're clear to the line. But again, it's that question of if there's a gold medal in the FIA Motorsport games dangling there for these teams, and particularly for Spain. And, well, we don't know at this stage, but we're going to find out in the next hour and 45.
If it's the case, as this is a replay of much earlier on, Chinese Taipei, who are currently running in 23rd place. That was the black flag, yeah. So that was earlier on, but no, that was a very dramatic moment, and I think the reason why they find themselves quite at the back, and now, unfortunately for them, 8 laps down from the race leader. That is a very difficult situation to try and get yourself out of, isn't it?
It is, but I think for a number of the teams, the Chinese Taipei team have come from the other side of the world to compete here as equals amongst the rest of the countries, and getting to the end of the race is an achievement in itself. We shouldn't underplay that.
No.
So Chinese Taipei, you know, they'll be looking at the data. They'll be looking to. It's difficult because there's more teams this year, so it's not a fair comparison to 100% to say, oh well, they'll try and beat their 13th place from 2 years ago, because in that race we had 16 karts. This year we've got well, we did have 24. We now have 23.
Yes.
So you know, for Chinese Taipei, I think, you know, if they can keep pushing on and get a top 20, for example, that would be a really good achievement from where they are.
It certainly would be, as we continue to see little scraps here and there that aren't for position. It's just drivers making their way through the field, relatively spread out at the moment. There's a few seconds between all of them. Your pen stuck up in the air again. You
yes,
spotted
sorry,
something.
no.
No.
Slovakia have made a pit stop. Apologies, we didn't catch this earlier, and have lost. You know, they pitted. Well, before the pit stop phase, they were just ahead of the United Kingdom. Slovakia have lost 36 seconds.
Wow.
Slovakia have had a bad pit stop. Or they might, I say they might have had a bad pit stop, they might have taken fuel on that last stop.
Let's have a look.
They had a 2-minute 24, yes. So I think Slovakia have taken fuel. If we take Sodi's numbers, that means they should be good on fuel to the end of the race.
Yeah, they'll. Well, they can't go to the end because they've still got to do driver swaps.
Changes, yep.
But for fuel, yes, they're fine. And that brings me back to Spain here now. And you were saying if they were going to go for anything, they'd do it in the next 40 or so minutes. They're due a driver swap in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, roughly. They're on 30 minutes right now. And 10, 11 minutes. Yes, that if they did it now, they know they're definitely getting to the end on fuel.
Yep.
Because it's going to get brimmed.
Yep.
Do they do it now? I think that's probably the smartest thing to do. Don't leave it right to the end. Don't leave it till a little bit later on, until like 40 minutes to go, and then do it, because then you've got to do that one stint, and you've got to guarantee that you'll close the gap up. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I'd go one more.
You'd go one more?
I'd go one more, because on the drivers, they're going to have to do 2 changes anyway.
Yeah.
This next one coming up in the next 15 minutes, that'll take them down to 1 hour and 30 minutes on the race time, and then another one with 45 minutes to go. And I think you perhaps make the call.
If they do it now, they know they're going to end the race on a very low tank, which means the kart is going to be as light as it possibly can.
No, that is a very good point. That is a very good point as well. That you end the race lighter.
Yes.
If you pit now,
which means your pace will be faster. You change what you think they'll do in the next one.
You do it now.
You're welcome. So Nicole Sutherland, if you're down there and can hear me, don't worry about replying now. But let's see if we can try and ask Spain, are they going to be coming in for fuel stop in this next one?
1 hour and 40 minutes to go then. And at the moment, United Kingdom are your race leaders by 20 seconds. Race pace between drivers at the moment, 1 minute 14.0 last time around for Rihanna Percox, the number 7 Spain team. Apologies, not quite sure which driver's in at the moment. 1 minute 12.8. So that gap is coming down.
Yeah, it is indeed. So pace is looking mighty quick out there, and it's well, different on that last lap by about 1.1 seconds at the moment. So that's quite a hefty difference in terms of actual pace on that last lap. But these teams have done an incredible job to put themselves in this one. And like you say, the United Kingdom there, 15 places gained after not the best qualifying for them. It didn't go their way in time qualifying, did it?
No, it has been a very curious race meeting for all the teams, but particularly the United Kingdom, because at this stage, and I'm not trying to put the commentator curse on them here, ladies and gentlemen. 2 years ago, they were in a very similar position in the fight for the medals. It didn't go their way, and the fact that they were one of those teams, probably about 5 or 6 teams who have kept the same lineup from 2022. So their form was in this competition is known. They were one of the pre-race favourites, but in free practice, it was almost like random order of where were they going to be across those 15-minute sessions. They were 2nd, they were 12th, they were 9th. They were very quick in FP4 yesterday evening, and then as you say, Anthony, they were 16th in time qualifying. They lead this race at the moment by 18.2 seconds now. There is the Spain number 7. That looks like Jose Perez to me. And this is a fight for the lead. Okay, this is key now for Spain and Belgium. I would suspect Belgium just sit here at the moment, Anthony, because these two are working very nicely together and they are pulling chunks of time out of the race leader.
Yeah, they are indeed. I'm just looking back at some data as well. Looks like Belgium have done the overtakes. I'm just looking at when they did their fuel stop. It looks like they did their fuel stop on around lap 66 out there. So that means they did driver swap, then fuel, then driver swap, and that's what they've done. So I reckon if they're going to fuel, they're going to do it on the... I don't think they will do it on the next one. I think they'll do it on the one after that. I think they'll do another driver swap, or again, they could be in the same boat of when they're gonna do it again. How long have Belgium been out there for? They've been out there for 26 minutes. They've actually got a little bit longer out there than what Spain have ahead of them. So again, this is a very interesting situation. So I would say that, at this moment, Belgium have got less fuel in their tank, which means they're going to be a fraction lighter depending on the weights of the drivers that they've got at the moment.
Indeed. All is part of the noise factors that make endurance racing very, very tricky for the teams to work out. You can see they're both pushing on here, trying to get in as aerodynamic a position as possible. That lead is continuing to come down. 16.2 seconds is now the lead for the United Kingdom. 1 hour and 36 minutes to go. For Spain, they've got to stop within the next 11 minutes for a driver change. Big question mark at the moment is whether they will take fuel. For Belgium, another 18 minutes on this stint. They're still running in the low 1 minute 13s. The United Kingdom at the moment in the low 1 minute 15s, possibly dealing with a bit of traffic out there.
Yeah, indeed. Spain on that 35-minute mark now. They're approaching what would be a fuel stop. There's another pool noodle. This one is a greenish colour. Okay, so they're different colours. Now, okay, so we've had a yellow one, we've had a blue one, and we've had a green one. Does this denote driver changes that are happening out there? Because isn't that the colours that they're choosing for the stickers on their helmets? Orange, green, and blue? Yeah, maybe. So. But we could be completely wrong. We need to find out. Nicole, you're down there somewhere. I know you can hear me. Find out, what do the pool noodles mean? We need to know.
We do indeed. Further positions out there that changing or have changed across the course of the last half an hour or so. We've not talked about Estonia for a while, mate. They are having a really good race. Fourth at the moment, 15, 16 seconds behind this pair. So that is their gap to a medal. They started this race in 8th place in the number 8, and they've been cracking on really nicely. You know, they're about a second ahead of the former race leader, Slovakia.
They are indeed, yeah, having a very nice little run there, and their sector times are looking pretty decent out there too. So, again, great to see here. Drivers doing well, and Estonia at the moment, are they lapping with anyone? Well, yes, they've got Slovakia right behind them. So those two are running around together, 4th and 5th place for them at this moment in time. Still, Spain and Belgium here, line astern, closing in on the United Kingdom. That last lap for the UK, and Rihanna Percock's at the wheel, 1:14.0 for Spain and Belgium at the moment. 1:12.9, 1:12.9 apiece for both of them. That is just, again, that little bit faster and are starting to close in, but with Spain imminent into the pit lane, that will give the UK just that little bit more breathing space that I think they've worked very hard on at the beginning of this race to try and gain.
Yeah, they have indeed. Talking to them earlier on in the week, they did say to me that Spain and Belgium were the two teams in particular that they were keeping an eye on as having some good pace, good knowledge, and is proven to be the case so far in this race. Through the chicane once again and over the line. The gap is now 12.2 seconds between the United Kingdom and Spain. The hosts closing in. The hosts who yesterday in the rally disciplines got their first 2 gold medals. They'd missed out on winning a gold at the previous 2 editions of the FIA Motorsport Games. Well, that very much changed yesterday. We've already seen some great results for Spain in the heats. Not any medals yet for Spain here at the karting arena in the sprints, but they are looking good to add to their tally, maybe even get another gold here in the endurance.
Incredibly important facts that you're spitting out there. I've got a really important one as well that kind of trumps it. Pool noodle information means you're doing a good job.
Fantastic.
That's all it means. I was hoping for something a little bit more in-depth and technical, saying, like, you know, you're 5/10 up. This green poo noodle means that you're on pace. Yellow means you're going slow, and the so forth means you're going much quicker. But they all mean that you're doing a good job.
That makes a lot of sense.
It does.
From racing that I've part of myself, we ran a not too dissimilar. We ran it with registration plates from an old car that had gone to the scrapper.
Yeah, reg plates.
Yellow one for gold, doing good,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
White one for, no, this is no good.
This is no good. Get on with it. Well, I would say if the team is not doing a good job, the poo noodle is thrown at said driver.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they'll do that. Slovakia, under investigation. Now, what's been going on for Slovakia? Because they're in P5, right behind Estonia, and now they're in the eyes of race control and the officials out there. So that's going to be an interesting one to try and suss out.
And the not good news for Slovakia, this is not a guarantee, is generally when we see that little investigation flag come out, a black flag follows within 10 minutes. I'm just looking to see if anyone has been able to avoid getting a black flag after being under investigation. At the moment, the answer is no. We've seen it come out 3 times back in this not fight for second place, because this is good strategy from Spain and Belgium, recognising that there's 2 drivers there with very good pace. The gap is down to 10 seconds. There is the race leader, Rihanna Percox for Team United Kingdom, and just trying to find a way past the Chile number 5 at the moment. In 14th place, through goes Percox, and there has been, there was a change for 4th place, and now it's gone back again. There's problem there for Percox.
That's not going to help.
Problem there. That's going to lose the race leader's time, and in a moment you're going to be able to see, yes, for a slight moment, the top 3 all in one shot.
Yeah, indeed. So that gap very much coming down. In fact, already it's down to 8.4 seconds, but Spain are in the pit lane imminently. They've been out there for 40 minutes now. They've only got 5 minutes left out on track before they have to do a stop. And that's going to put them down quite a bit. And like you say, the United Kingdom still have minimum 10 minutes out there, maximum another 25 minutes out on track. So again, a very different sort of dynamic that we're seeing there from the front runners.
And the other bit that the drivers and the teams need to think about is which side, I mean, it's going to become pretty obvious which side they stop now, because we're going to go through 90 minutes to go of the race. You can now get to the end of the race if you stopped now. If you stop now, you could get to the end of the race with 2 driver changes, one now and one in 45 minutes time, and then through to through to the checkered flag.
Yeah, indeed. And whether or not that one comes with a fuel stop as well to definitely make sure it gets to the end also. So there is still dynamics at play here, but it's certainly coming into its end game now, is this race, and we're going to finally see who is in effectively the theoretical lead. And, well, looking at it, I'm inclined to believe here that, I don't want to say it because I'm going to sound biased, but I would say that the United Kingdom at this moment is probably looking the strongest out there in terms of positioning-wise and everything. I look further down, and yes, Spain and Belgium and Estonia and Slovakia all looking very, very strong, but I'm just trying to work it out and everything like that. So we're going to go down to the pit lane to Nicole while we do some maths in the commentary box. Nicole, over to you.
So a bit of information down here about how some of these teams are communicating with the drivers out on the track. Armenia have seen, well I've seen, on the side of the wall, the team are waving pool noodles to each other. So they have 3 colours, yellow, green and red. Yellow means that they need to come in soon. Green means that they're out there doing a good job, don't change anything that you're doing. And red means that they need to come in for a driver change right now. Very interesting, very creative I'd say. Back to you boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We've just had it on our screens that Slovakia have just received the black flag. So the team that's in P5 at the moment are now going to be pitting for a time penalty. And that's going to throw the spanner in the works for their hopes of getting a medal.
Yeah, I think that's going to take things away from Slovakia, unfortunately, of being in the top 3 at the end of this race. They're in 5th place at the moment. They had that problem. Well, say a problem. We think they were one of the earlier teams to take their next fuel stop, but that could about to become academic in a way, because the number 22 are going to have to make an unscheduled visit to the pit lane. 1 hour and 27 minutes to go in this one. Spain due to be in. They've just gone over the line again. 43 minutes. Yeah, they've got to be in this next lap. They're at least 43 minutes into this stint. If they go round again, it's now 44 minutes. I reckon we are going to see the team currently in silver medal position coming to the pit lane soon. Nicole, if you can hear us down there in the pits. I think the Netherlands are in as well. This is going to be another one of those stages where it gets a little bit tricky. The other aspect as well, if you know you're going to make the pit stop now for fuel and you see that the Bowser is clear, do you go, yep, let's take the Bowser, let's get the fuel in instead of risking it on the next stop, knowing you have to take fuel and then potentially being at the mercy of anyone who's sat there already in the fuel bay?
Well, this is the risk, isn't it? I mean, if we look at Spain right now, they're on 44. Who else is in that window? At this moment, no one. They'd have the pit lane. Well, actually, I say that. Or Spain are in. Yep. Spain are into the pit lane now. Okay, so there's the 17. That's not Spain. That is the Netherlands. They're out. I think they've been in for around 1 minute or so. So I don't think they've taken fuel on that one. Spain are in the fuel bay. They have taken fuel now.
And this is where, they're playing of the strategy and getting themselves off kilter to the rest of the field has really, really come into their hands, because they've been able to make this fuel stop with no risk at all. Spain have fueled. They will take that fuel to the end of the race. Into the kart once again goes German Sanchez. So German Sanchez will take the kart for the next 45 minutes, and then we'll see whether it's Perez or Garcia who will take the kart to the end. This is a huge stint now for Spain, for Sanchez in this fight for the medals.
They will have their fastest drivers now in the wagon for this last couple of stints then for them. That's a vital one, and I'm going to look at the lap times data, seeing how quick it was. How long was their previous one, Andrew? I think you've got that written down somewhere.
Their non-fuel pit stops so far have been a 1 minute 46.3 on the outlap and a 1 minute 39.2.
That was a 2:02.
Yeah, so that makes sense with the fuel. That about 20 to 25 seconds in the fuel bay. That is not bad at all.
And their first one, the reason why it was long is because they did a full tank.
Big tank.
The reason why it's 2:02 now, which is some 20 seconds less time,
half tank.
It was about half a tank, wasn't it? So that's definitely got them to the end. So very interesting that a full tank versus a half a tank is 20 seconds of time. That's quite a substantial difference, that, isn't it?
Yeah, and as I say, this is what I think this race is going to be won and lost on. It's sure, you pace out on track to keep yourself in the game, but it's going to be decided on how many seconds you have to sit there in the in the fuel bowser to get the tank brimmed to the full. Spain know how long it's taken them. That 2 minute 17, which was on lap 87, and then that stop there of 2 minutes 2. That is some very efficient work by the host nation. The question is now, can they deliver out on circuit? Can they keep this progress going? I think they're definitely in the fight for at least a bronze. At the moment, they look like they're on for silver, but they're keeping the pressure on the United Kingdom and Belgium for that gold medal.
Yeah, and again, I'm just looking back at the data of Belgium and just thinking how long have they been out since that fuel stop. So lap 66 was their fuel stop. They're now on lap 126. So well, how long does that work out then of time they've been out there for on that one tank of fuel?
It's going to be similar to the UK. That I think they've probably been out there for at least around an hour.
Now, around an hour. Okay, so we're expecting that. So we're expecting it to be about less than half a tank, and as we know, 20 seconds as well, added on top of the fact that it's going to be about a 2-minute stop plus a 20-second extra with that fuel. So, well, that's well, when we say 2-minute stop, that's 2 minutes. That includes the whole lap as well. Yeah. So that's let's say a 1:12, and then up to that. So it's around a 30, 40, 50-second stop out there. And at the moment, Spain currently sit 46 seconds behind the United Kingdom. Belgium's in. Belgium's in. Okay, this is a crucial one right now. They came in on around 38 minutes of their stint. So that's a bit of a short one. They didn't go full stint length on it. So it's a quick run on the fuel. That's a quick restart of the engine. Driver's not in the car just yet, waiting. That's going to be vital seconds. Every little thing that you do differently there is seconds versus the driver in the kart already. When they drop it, it's instantly going versus, yes, jumping in once they drop the kart. So those are very different strategies. Here's the stop then for Belgium. One driver out, one driver in. Is it going to get a push? No, doesn't get given the push. Gets a last-second kick. But that, again, also could mean a second here or there. So where are they going to come out in front? Are they going to come out in front of Spain or not? And the answer to that is behind. And behind by, quite some way.
That's fuel
they're
to no
behind.
fuel.
That is, that's a lot of fuel they've had to put in there then.
Yep, it is indeed. Well, for the half stop versus the full tank, that is the difference. Number 25 for United Arab Emirates, currently inside the top 10. We'll just slip outside of the top 10 now. It's been a good stint for Ahmed Al-Hamadi. Looks like that's getting in. In fact, apologies, no, that is Al-Ketbi getting back in. Serbia in now for another pit stop. That's another nice official, a fluid one. That's beautifully done by the Nicholas again. I think that was hop of the day from Miljakovic. That was beautifully done back into the cart.
I'm going to ask very kindly, can we see that again in slow motion? We need slow-mo. It's hashtag slow-mo. There we go. Oh, dear. Stopping now is the number 21. Now, why is that stopping?
I wonder if that was checking
Serbia?
something like a helmet strap.
I'm not too sure, because he did look up, but I don't know if that was just because he was looking up at the pre-grid officer, Ross Upton, there as he was heading out. But that's a very interesting one. Right, okay, so that's that bout of stuff over. So Estonia are now up into second place. Slovakia, even after their stop, are there in third still. Serbia are now under investigation. Oh, no, they've picked up a warning flag, have Serbia. And, right, not sure what that one's for. Right, okay, there's a United Kingdom driver race ready to go. Germany are in. They've just put fuel in kart. They are currently in 10th place at the moment after this stop. They are a lap down at the moment. They have been in the pit lane for 42 seconds at this moment in time. They need a quick stop here to help benefit them. So it looks like that then is Jack O'Neill going back in the kart for the United Kingdom as well.
Yeah.
The black helmet getting ready to go in, the black V2 helmet.
And I think this is to make sure that Marianne Percox has done her minimum time across the course of the whole race. Is 30 minutes. Her pace has been decent. In fact, just put in a 1:14.2. But again, when this is down to probably, at this current rate, this race is going to be decided by less than 20 seconds.
Yes, they're reacting to what Spain and Belgium have done now doing this.
And that's why I think they may just elect for the single stint for Percox today and hand it back to the O'Neill brothers to try and bring this home. This is Team Malta.
Oh, this is Malta. Oh, now this could be a problem for the United Kingdom. This could be a problem because there's a queue starting to form in the fuel bay. That's now 3 carts there. No, 2 carts. Someone's backed out of it. They didn't want to come in. So now, where is the United Kingdom? If they come in on this lap...
You go again.
Are they going to send her around again? Are they going to send her around for one more lap just to make sure that this pit lane is clear and there is no delay in there? This is an interesting one. Now, there's Malta. There's Chile in the fuel bay now. They're nearly done. The car's being fueled and lubed up as we speak. Now, this could be a stroke of genius or the worst of luck for the United Kingdom here, whether or not they're going to get caught out in traffic in the pit lane. I think if have they sent her around again, or where is she on the lap?
Just come over the line now, so 1 minute 14.
Okay.
I'd say at the moment, yes, Jack O'Neill is there ready and waiting. I think this is just to cover every eventuality. It doesn't necessarily mean they are going to stop, but at least they've got the option there. And if they do, it's going to be a low-risk point. And I think they'll probably try and find a point at which they know that nobody is going to be coming in if they are going to end this stint a little bit earlier. And because there's no point trying to pit when you're taking an early stop to get a faster driver in when we're talking mere seconds here. There's no point trying to do that when the pit lane is busy, especially if you're thinking about putting fuel in. Because you could far more easily lose 15 seconds getting your entry into a fuel bowser incorrectly than out there on track.
Oh, exactly. The gap between the United Kingdom, Spain and Belgium right now is 44 seconds between them. There is the Chile team. They are seeing a warning flag. In this mid-pack, let's go down to the pit lane. Nicole Sutherland, what have you got for us?
I am with Belgium's team captain then, Maxim. Maxim, you've just finished your second stint. What are the conditions out on the track like now?
Really windy, really difficult to have a good lap alone. So I just drive all my stints with Spain, pushing each other to go as fast as possible to come back closer to United Kingdom and the rest of the field in front of us. And we don't know about all the strategy they had been doing, so we don't know where are the fuel contenders about now. So we will see at the last stint, at the last 10 minutes, who's going to win this one.
So when you say it's tough out there by yourself, is that because you've got no tow and the wind is causing you to just drop back?
Yeah, of course. The wind is really big, and you have to maximize your speed as possible, and driving alone is really difficult to do it.
Okay, so the wind has picked up. Has the track temperature dropped, would you say?
I don't think so. Okay. It's still quite fast, but the tire degradation is getting a good job as well, so difficult.
So you've completed 2 stints. Will we be seeing you out there for a third?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the last one.
Great to hear from you, Maxim. And obviously, last time we were at the FIA Games, you led the team to victory. Are you quite confident that you can do the same again this year?
It's really close with all the team, but we are gonna make everything to get that gold medal once again.
Great to hear from Team Belgium. Then we'll hear more from Andrew and Anthony about what they think about the wind and the track conditions right now.
Well, the wind out on track, we don't know. The wind in the commentary box, however, from myself is fine. From Andrew Mather is another story.
Hey.
But there we go. Let's talk about the racing because United Kingdom, they've pitted now. They've come in. They have come back out on circuit ahead of Team Belgium. By 1/10 of a second. They are fighting now for position. They are behind Spain. But what is the pace like between the United Kingdom and Spain? Well, on that last lap, it was considerably faster because they left the pit lane. But what's the outright pace going to be like?
This is a really intriguing story now, Anthony, because I've just been spending the last 5 to 10 minutes going through the data of our top 5 before that pit stop was made and seeing where the teams have made or lost their time. On that last round of stops, Belgium on their pit out lap time, so this is the one that reads and takes into consideration the time. 2 minutes 12.6 for Belgium on lap 127. For the UK, 2 minutes 10.9 on lap 132, and the gap between them at the moment is 1/10 of a second. So
Yes.
that 2 seconds is making the difference right now between the UK and Belgium. For Spain, this is the really interesting bit for me, Anthony. 2 minutes 2 on their fuel stop. We now know that all of these teams can get to the end on fuel. 10 seconds or so are in it, and right now it is that strategy again from Spain, this supreme strategy that they've played of going a bit longer on the fuel to the first stop, meaning that when they had the second stop, we've heard it from the drivers down in pit lane that everybody's going to have to do 2 fuel stops. Spain doing it a little bit different, going long on that first stint to lap number 87, and then doing a short fuel hop onto lap number 24, fuel it up to the end. That's making the difference right now between Spain adding to the 2 gold medals that they had yesterday. But now it goes into a different phase, Anthony. Forget the fuel, as I knocked my microphone. Apologies, folks. This is now a sprint race. This is a proper sprint race all the way for the next hour and 12 minutes.
It is, yeah. And again, I'm just looking at the sort of sector times now. Belgium's got past the United Kingdom, so they're in 4th and 5th place now, respectively. 0.5 of a second between them, so Belgium are lapping faster at this moment in time than the United Kingdom. Estonia and Israel are still there, 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Now, Estonia have pitted, so they're actually doing a really good job. Theoretically, they're in 2nd place. In fact, actually, I'd say they're possibly even in the lead.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at that. Yeah, they are, because they came in 3 minutes ago, didn't they? So, yeah, Estonia have got themselves in the last bit now. Did they take fuel? I don't think they did. No, I don't think they took fuel there. That was a 1 minute 48.
That's not a fuel stop.
That's not a fuel stop.
When was their last fuel stop?
1 minute 45 was on lap 33. 2 minutes 13, that was a fuel stop on lap number 67.
So that's their 2nd stop then, they've done that.
That was their 2nd stop, their first on fuel. They then pitted on lap 100 on a 1 minute 48, and then they've done another 1 minute 48 just then on lap 132. So yes, Estonia have got themselves on track back into play, but they're going to need to fuel on their last pit stop, and that's the slight risk.
Yeah, that is the slight risk. But again, they'll just try and just push as hard as they can. They'll use the fact that they've got a lighter kart with lower fuel in there, and looking at their lap times at the moment. Well, 1:13.4 on that last lap for Estonia when they last crossed the line. That was 0.4 faster than Israel, but they are due to come in a few moments' time. It was slightly slower than Spain, and it was slightly slower than the likes of Belgium and the United Kingdom behind as well. So again, they are matching the pace right now, but it's tense between them at the moment. So this is a tense moment then for Estonia. They really need to dig deep here and get some real quick times in.
Absolutely, they need to take advantage of the karts being lighter at this stage of the race. There are your race leaders on your screens. The shadows starting to lengthen here at the Aspar Circuit, just coming up to 6 o'clock local time. 70 minutes of this race to go. Hungary there hasn't really been the middle part of the race that they would have hoped. The team that started on pole position are now off the lead lap. They're in 9th place. 8 teams remain on that lead lap. The others, apart from the ones that we've been mentioning the last few minutes. Georgia still there, still with maybe an outside chance of a medal. As down the inside go Spain on Peru that time. Peru are now 2 laps off the overall lead. The Netherlands as well. The Netherlands having a quiet race, but a really strong run here, which, again, you never know what could happen in the latter stages of this race. You know, a mistake, a speeding in the pit lane penalty, whatever. The Netherlands are not completely out of the reach here of the medals. They've got a 26-second gap up to Slovakia. Slovakia are then 17 seconds further off really where we're looking at the medal cutoff right now. So we'll keep an eye on the Netherlands. We know that they've been running a a fairly straightforward strategy. They did fuel on their last stop, so they just need to do one more driver change between now and the checkered flag.
They certainly do. Watching this battle here on our screen currently, this is your race leader at the moment. They've got the close company of Hungary. The previous pulses, like we were saying. Now they're in a close-knit battle at the moment, and this is another factor that can throw a spanner in the works for someone. You know, an incident out on track. I'm knocking on wood right now. I'm not calling anything right now, but you know, well, Serbia sees a black flag, and that's obviously another thing that can throw a spanner in the works. But there are so many dynamics still at play here that could cost a race. And at this point, with just over an hour to go, any one of those things, like you say, a spin, a black flag, a breakdown, that would be race over and chance of a medal.
My turn to touch wood here.
Okay, go on.
You know, sometimes in arrive and drive racing, you know, I spend a lot of time in those paddocks. There's always talk, particularly amongst the very competitive drivers, about, well, my kart didn't have this and my kart didn't have that.
Yeah.
Full credit to Sodi and the organisers for how well they've prepared this fleet of karts. I'm knocking on wood because I don't want anyone to have any problems. You know, we've been racing now for the best part of 3 hours. And I've seen the Sodi RT10 do this before in even longer races back in the UK. How good is it to see? We're 3 hours in, pretty much, and the top 5 is covered by 8.5 seconds.
Well,
that's mad.
Credit to Sodi, and as well credit to Honda as well, because you always say it, when you want a reliable car, what do you buy?
A Honda engine.
A Honda.
Yep.
Well, a Honda-engined vehicle, yes. Apart from a Civic, because they always need a rebuild. But eyes on this one here. Well, it's still happening here. Israel and the likes of Costa Rica just trying to push themselves through in this stage at this moment. Chile there as well, pushing themselves up in through the order. But keeping a close eye on all of this. Chile just trying to see what they can do here as Belgium now fighting their way through. They're now into third place. They've got past Estonia as well. So Belgium back up into P4 as this is going to be a change now for P2. Belgium getting past, moving up into second place, right back behind Spain. The gap is 6.5 seconds. And for them, that's exactly what they wanted to do. After that pit stop, they wanted to close back up to Spain. And the lap times, 0.2 of a second faster. By the time they reach the end of the race, there would be nothing between the two of them. It's just a case of where is the third place team going to be and who is that third place team going to be? Is it going to be Israel? Is it going to be Estonia? Is it going to be the United Kingdom? Is it going to be Slovakia? Or is it going to be the Netherlands? We just don't know. But they're all in and around that area. But they're just trying to close these gaps up as quickly as they possibly can.
I don't know if we can get a replay of that run from turn 6 through 7 and 8 of Maverick Desi, like, you know, folding himself in the kart into the most aerodynamic position possible. When you see him a little bit agitated at the wheel, I think that's him. He is literally, we're down to 0.1% of a lap here. That is the effort that's going in from all the drivers out there because it is so close out there. As Jack O'Neill trying to move through the traffic. This is for 4th place on the road. Remember, Estonia still owe us the fuel stop in terms of when they're coming in for those driver changes. These two teams are pretty much on level pegging, but the UK team have taken on more fuel and can get to the end of the race on their fuel. In come Israel. This is a big stop. This will be their penultimate pit stop. Do they go for fuel? I would think they would, as they come in from 3rd place.
They haven't. They haven't gone for fuel. They've gone straight through. I'm going to have a look at some data. When did they last refuel?
They last refueled on lap 71.
That's a while ago.
Yeah. So they're going for the reverse Spain in a way. If they there's 2 ways they can sort this out. So they're gonna do a driver change that gets them away from that max 45-minute rule. They'll have 64 minutes remaining, Do they do a very... No, that's the other problem. They can't.
They can't do a splash and dash.
Hour.
Yeah, this is what we talk about in endurance racing. In previous runs, they could be able to do, we'll just do a quick 2 pumps of the Bowser and away you go sort of thing.
It's a double side of it because they've got to do at least half an hour for the driver
That
as well.
too, yes. So they have to pit with at least 32 minutes left of the race.
Yep.
To include the pit stop as well. And they're going to have to fill the tank. So that's another 20 seconds on top of that pit stop. And they've got to do it with 30 minutes to go. I think it's going to fall apart at the end, and I don't think they realise it.
Yeah, I think Israel have got a little bit caught between 2 different strategies.
And a warning flag as well.
That's just
it's
a warning.
not an investigation. Yeah, that's just a warning. So that's still not the end of the world for them either. So, okay, so we'll keep a very close eye on that one. But we in the commentary box think that they've definitely got another pit stop to do, and they've got to do it with at least 32 minutes left of the race, which is in around 34 minutes time as well, because we are 1 hour 2 minutes, I should say, from the end of this race. And on that, we're on lap 143 at the moment. Spain lead the way from Belgium. United Kingdom, they're in 3rd place ahead of Estonia. Israel are in 5th place ahead of Slovakia. Georgia in 7th from the Netherlands. Hungary in 9th. And the United Arab Emirates at this moment round out the top 10. And from 9th place downwards, all a lap down or more from the rest of the field. So it's effectively down to 8 teams right now with a chance of getting that. And they are the 8 teams currently sitting between 1st and 8th place out there. But again, it's all down to those lap times. Right now, United Kingdom, Spain are matched on their lap times. Belgium is faster, 1:12.8. That's another 0.4 faster than Spain. That could also be a fight here, because if Belgium and Spain start battling with each other, that will allow the United Kingdom to close back in as well.
It would indeed. I also wouldn't count Slovakia out of this race
No,
yet.
not at all.
They've gone for another variation of how do you do 2 stops on fuel in this race. They put fuel in at on the very first stop on lap 35. They did a 2-minute 13 pit-affected lap. Then had a drive change on lap number 71, and then they put fuel in again on lap 107 on a 2-minute 24. Now, I'll confirm the maths in a moment. I reckon Slovakia are also good to the end of this race on fuel. That black flag has set them back a bit.
It has.
But at the same time, they know that they're a black flag, they're an unscheduled pit stop away from being in the medals at this rate, because they're definitely within range of Estonia once they take their final stop on fuel, which will have to be the next stop in around 20, maybe 25 laps time. And they've got track position over Israel.
Yeah. So, again, there's still a lot happening out there. This, at the moment, is Spain, your race leaders. They have got Hungary right there just behind them. Now, they are in 9th place. Now, Team Hungary are a lap down. They have stayed there. They are the leaders of the lap down teams out there. But they're in between a rock and a hard place right now, because they're catching up to everyone else, but they're behind the race leader, knowing that they're not going to be able to unlap themselves here because they're sitting right behind them.
And the other problem is they're pretty much on the same strategy in terms of of stint length. 25 minutes at the moment for Spain, 24 for Hungary. For Spain, this is great, though, because it's Adam Salbo in for Hungary as a black flag comes out for Serbia. In the number 21.
17th.
That's not their first one either. That's their second black flag in the space of 15 minutes. It really has fallen apart for Serbia in the last half hour.
Can confirm their previous one was for contact into the final corner. That's why. So maybe a similar story in this situation. Unsure. Multiple reasons why a team can receive a black flag.
Or a pit lane infringement.
Pit lane infringement.
It wouldn't be the first time a driver is sped through pit lane on receiving a black flag, and then gets another one for the troubles of frustration.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's very easily done. Right, race lead down to less than 5 seconds now between the top two. The top three separated by less than 9 seconds out on track. So it is still mighty close right now, but with Spain with clean air in front here, they've got no traffic in front of them for quite some time right now. So that's vital. Clean air is crucial. Where is Belgium and the United Kingdom? Right, there's the United Kingdom, so they're going into the chicane now. So they're all on the same straight right now. That is how close this race is.
Is indeed. We're into the last hour. Spain lead by 4.5 seconds from Belgium, the winners of the gold medal 2 years ago. Spain looking to add to the 2 gold medals that they won in the rally disciplines yesterday, and with the first gold medal here in the karting arena. The United Kingdom are already on the medal table from yesterday's rally disciplines as well, and we're looking pretty good in the GTs earlier today as well. Could they be adding to their tally as Belgium go down the inside of the UAE? They're currently holding the bronze medal position, but only just by half a second ahead of Estonia. Estonia on the same number of stops as the top 3 in terms of visits to the pit lane, but have only fueled once. They do need to put some more fuel in to make it through to the checkered flag. Slovakia previously led this race. They're in 5th place, 50 seconds behind the race leaders. They did have a black flag in the last hour. That has set them back, but they're not completely out of it for the medals. Georgia just missed out on the medals 2 years ago. Can they go better here in Valencia? They're in 6th place. They're 5 seconds behind Slovakia. They are in 6th place. They're about 4 seconds themselves ahead of the Netherlands in 7th place. And it's another 4.5 seconds back to Israel, the number 14 in 8th place. All those teams could still get at least a bronze, I think, if things go their way. They're all still on the lead lap. Hungary are in 9th place. They're one lap off the lead. The UAE complete the top 10. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits.
Thank you, Andrew. So, of course, we're in the last stages of this endurance race. I was just catching up with the Israel team, and they've told me a little bit of an interesting strategy. So what they're going for is their driver that's on the track right now. He's going to do his stint, and then they're only putting one more driver in for the rest of this race. That will... So Yam is going to do the full 45 minutes, but what makes it extra interesting is that they're going to take a gamble and they're not going to refuel. They think that they have enough fuel in that Sodi cart to last the rest of this race. Don't know if it will work. I'm sure we'll find out shortly.
Okay, thank you very much, Nicole, down there. So we're looking through our data here just to find out, have Israel only fueled once? Andrew,
yes,
they have. Okay, and when was that?
That was on lap 71.
71. That's quite some while ago, actually. They've still got an hour left in this race. Is that going to last? They think it will.
Well, for Israel, I can understand it, because in their position, track position, they're in 8th. If you think you can make it, and that's the difference between you getting a bronze medal or not, why not? Throw it, throw the dice. And
no, carry on.
And yeah, it's either going to be, because this is all about the medals, these races.
Yeah.
At 4th place is a good achievement, but in terms of the medal table, it's not championship points or anything like that as we have in other races.
And when we look at it as well, okay, Israel, they're in 8th place. They are 1 minute 10 down. In fact, they're seconds away from actually being lapped by Spain at the moment. They're the next car to be lapped. Now, on a pit stop, we've seen, what is it, different-wise? So 1:40 if they haven't fueled, and then it's over 2 minutes. So it's another 20 seconds, 20, 30 seconds. Even if they don't fuel, and that's a big risk if it's not gonna, if it will make it, they still need to do another driver swap, the same as everyone else. They also don't need to fuel. So they're on the same strategy, effectively, as what the front runners are, but they will be lighter. It's whether or not their pace will be faster and whether or not they'll be able to close that gap up to those lead 3, knowing that they'll be on fumes at the end of the race.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see. We'll see whether it's going to be enough to get them through. I think it's a bit of a long shot at the moment to see that number.
You're
number
literally
14.
doing maths.
I am doing maths to try and work out kind of how many.
It's quite incredible.
How many laps I reckon we're going to finish this race on?
Oh, really? I would usually just take a guess. So it's 1 minute 12, let's say, 1:13 average a lap. We've got 53 minutes left. So that is, I'm just going to say a rough number, not actual maths. I'm going to say there's going to be around another maybe 30 or so laps in this race on top of the already 140
151 laps.
151 laps are on.
I reckon we're going to be on about 190 to 195 laps.
You're going to say 190 to 195. I'm going to say, without maths at all, 185.
Cool.
That is literally, I didn't know, that was a pure guess on that one. No maths went into that at all. That was a pure guess. So there we go. We'll see who's closest. Should we write those down, actually? What's yours? 100?
I'm going to go 192.
You've got to go with a number.
192.
192 to be specific, and you're doing that with brain power and maths. I'm going to go with 185 on pure blind luck.
There we go.
Let's see.
Here's your battle for third place. Here's the battle for the what at the moment is the bronze medal. And the United Kingdom holding on to it at the moment, knowing right now that they've strategy-wise still got the advantage of knowing they can get to the end on fuel. They definitely can make it to the end on fuel. Estonia last pitted for fuel. They're in effectively the same situation as what we were talking about with Israel. But slightly worse situation, and they last pitted for fuel on lap 67, 4 laps earlier than Israel. So, well, I say if Israel reckon they can make it to the end of the race without fuel,
does
again,
Estonia think they can?
Do Estonia think they can do it?
Oh, that's a great question, because then, yes, they are in a much better position because they are on the. They still need to do the stop, the same as Spain, Belgium, and the United Kingdom. They still need to do the stop, but they will have a lighter kart, and if they put the quickest driver in, which I'm sure the rest of the teams will do the same as well, yeah, is it going to be a 4-kart battle for the lead?
Could well be, and right now it makes sense for them to work together because a bronze medal would be great, but everyone's come here to try and hopefully get the gold medal.
And as well, this is a good place for Estonia to be as well. Behind another kart, save fuel, use the tow, let the UK team punch the hole through the air. That will use more fuel, that will use more energy. And so they are just saving fuel. Because what do you do if you need to save fuel on the motorway? You sit right behind a lorry and you lift off and you let it pull you along on the motorway. That's exactly what he's doing out there. And yeah, this is going to be a close one. I'm liking this one. This is going to be an exciting one to the end. Stay tuned.
Down the pit straight then, going past the number 14 of Israel. See, that's the problem now for Israel. So as I say, they're on the exact same strategy as Estonia, and Estonia are now a lap ahead.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, think for Israel, the medal chances on this occasion are
slowly
looking
drifting away.
A bit long.
Yeah, that is a big a shame for them, especially after the brilliant start they had in time qualifying, of course. They started on the front row of the grid as well. So this is a very tense moment for them. But let's just see what happens, because again, we could see dramatic things happen in these dying stages of the race as we head on to the next lap now, pushing forward all the way throughout this. Looking at the pit stops as well, the top 5 teams are all on 4 stops. Slovakia are on 5, but they've of course had a black flag, which is why it's on 5. Then the 2 teams behind, the Netherlands and Hungary, they're on 4 stops as well. But Hungary are the leading team that are a lap down. So it's down to the 7 teams right now who are still on that lead lap on this moment. 50 minutes remain of this race. We are lap 154 of it so far. 50 minutes remaining. This is coming into the dying stages of this race now. You've done more maths and calculations. What have you been working out?
Yeah, I'm still sticking 190 plus. Because
190 plus.
Including pit stops, your average lap time at the moment is around 74 seconds.
Okay. So can I change my answer?
No.
Is it too late? My blind luck. Right, okay. No, I'm sticking with 185.
You're hoping for the rain.
The blue sky everywhere. And what rain?
Hoping
for the rain. There's no rain. It's a beautiful day here in Valencia.
Lead gap is down to 1.1 seconds, and Belgium are lapping in the 1 minute 12.
Job.
They really have cracked on in this stint. They're working hard. Remember, they had a hold-up in their second pit stop. That was their first one on fuel. 2 minutes and 34 was their pit-affected lap, which is around 17 seconds. That indicates to us, we didn't see it happen.
And
there
it
indicates
is.
to us that they were behind. And this is the battle between Spain, and just behind, you'll see the number 4. That's Hungary, who are one lap down. There are the Belgians. There are the reigning
and look at it. He's like, come on.
This is it now with 48 minutes to go. Both of these teams are on the same strategy. Both of them took fuel last time around. Lap 124 for Spain. It was a shorter pit stop. It gave them a 10-second or so advantage over Belgium, who pitted on lap 127. But this is what we mean now. This has turned into a 48-minute sprint. Forget about most of what you've seen in the last 3 hours and 12 minutes. This is going to come down to a straight fight between Spain and Belgium's drivers. There's 4 minutes difference between them on driver stint time. That's not going to be a major factor now between now and the end of the race. It's probably the only thing they can play around with as to whether they know whether they've got a faster driver in the pits at the moment. Let's head down, though, for another pit report from Nicole Sutherland, who's got some news from Estonia.
So, we've been doing a little bit of pit lane journalism. I caught up with Martin Ojepold from Estonia. Martin told me that earlier on in the race, when he came in to do the driver swap, he actually forgot to refuel. So that means their whole strategy has been slightly thrown off. And now that the driver from Estonia, who is out there on the circuit, they're not sure how much kart fuel is left in that Sodi kart tank. Because of this, when they come in again in a minute, they're not sure. They're not sure if they're going to need to refuel. They're literally going to have to look at the tank to work it out. Let's see how this plays out. Boys, over to you.
Well, Nicole, if you stay with us for a few moments' time, now Estonia, like you say, okay, so they forgot to put fuel in. That's fine. They're on 28 minutes running at the moment. It's exactly the same as the United Kingdom. Now they're going to be coming in at the same time. So so do you think they're not going to fuel? Do you think they're not going to fuel, or are they going to?
Well, when I spoke to Martin, he wasn't too confident that there was going to be enough fuel left in that kart to follow them out for the rest of this race. I think they're going to come in and they're going to have to refuel if they want to have any chance of finishing whatsoever.
Right, okay. Thank you very much, Nicole, for your reporting efforts down there in the pit lane. Andrew.
I agree.
This now is going to be, a situation that, I mean, they must try and communicate to the driver to lift your leg up, look at the fuel tank and see what the level is and whether or not that is going to last 45 minutes.
So the problem for Estonia here is, as we noted earlier, Estonia last pitted for fuel on lap number 67. That was a 2 minute 13. If we're going by 74 seconds being an average pit stop, if we're going by Sodi's technical advice that 2 hours on a tank of fuel, what does that mean in number of laps? 98 laps. You do 67 plus 98, that is well short of even your in the air 185
prediction
of this race length. Estonia are going to need a little bit. They're going to need to become almost like an electric kart and run all the way to it. I cannot see at the moment how Estonia are going to be able to even get close to the end of this race without another fuel stop.
Very, very interesting. Right, quick fuel stop there for Poland. That's all done and dusted. Quick stop as well. They pushed that one off the line. Now there's another kart in that's heading into the fuel bay. Who is this? This is Uzbekistan. They're currently running in 20th place at the moment. They are 4 laps down from the lead battle, but very much still in this race and are still battling with the likes of Armenia, with Malta, Argentina, and Portugal as well. So they are still in that fight between themselves out there as they're primed in the cart, drops the cart and gets going. There's another cart in. Who's the next cart that's come in for fuel? I think we've had Poland in. Is this Serbia or Peru?
This is Serbia in.
Serbia. Okay, let's see how their fuel stop go. Adjusting the pedals at this stage. Very smart move. Means you don't need to do it while you're doing the actual stop. Again, that saves vital seconds in the race. Yes, okay, the driver who's just come in is going to be cramped. Chain gets lubed. Teams are pointing in another cart now. Who's this in? Is this Estonia?
That is Estonia.
It's Estonia. They've called it. They've come in. They've said, right, we've got to fill it up. And the problem that they've got here is that they are not going to be able to just do a quick splash and dash and save time. The rule is the tank will get filled. It's a quick fuel, despite the fact that was an empty tank. So there we go. That's not too bad for them. Bit of chain lube. Wait for the drop. And we'll have to see where Estonia are going to come out. But that, I think, has scuppered their hopes for a medal, Andrew.
Probably was about 2/3 to 3/4 of a tank used. So, yeah, they've got it done now. And now they pray to the racing gods that something happens to those ahead of them and gets them back into play. That does promote Georgia up to 4th place. But Georgia surely is due a stop. Spain are in. Spain are in. This is a big pit stop now for a team in with a shout of a gold medal. Out go Estonia back onto track. There is Spain. This is the last pit stop. Oh, it's not the
quickest. Or they get a push off the line, and that's been the constant trend throughout it. But you could just see getting the foot caught there on the way out into the pit lane. There's the United Kingdom. They've changed, and it looks like it's Andrew O'Neill at the wheel then for the United Kingdom in this last stage. There's the number 12 coming out as well. That is Hungary. That was the pole sitters as well, who are a lap down. They're sticking with them to try and gain those extra positions. They know where they're going to finish. It's going to be probably in the leaders of the last few moments. There's Lithuania in for a last tank of fuel, because again they can't get a splash, and hyping himself up, ready to jump in. There you go, keeping the blood flowing in the body, and there we go. That's a dashing dance there. I can only imagine he's doing the Macarena there.
That's Vides Machuda, who, if there's any prizes at the closing ceremony tomorrow night for the best dance move of the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games, I'm going to nominate him. Away go Lithuania there for their last fuel stop. And right, so it's Jose Perez in for Spain. And we'll wait to see where Belgium are. I tell you what, despite the little fumble, that was a very, very good driver change stop for Spain. 1 minute 37. Earlier in the race, I was thinking anything 1:42 there or under is a good stop by just changing your driver. 1:37 is very, very good indeed.
United
Kingdom 1 minute 39. So their deficit is 12 seconds at the moment to a potential silver medal. Georgia have not pitted yet. Belgium have not pitted yet. They've got to pit in the next 5 minutes to make sure they don't go over the maximum driver stint time. The shadows lengthening as the sun starts to drop behind the hills here in Valencia.
Disappeared now, hasn't it? I think it's below the horizon now. It's looking mighty low out there. What is the local time at the moment? We're 6:30, so yeah, with the 40 minutes to go, yeah, we're bang on finishing at 7 o'clock. Local time here, but it's still 20 degrees out there. It's turned into a wonderful evening for an endurance race, hasn't it?
It has indeed. And these will be good conditions, really, really good conditions.
Yeah.
The track will be rubbed in a bit more now. We've had a full day of racing here at the Aspar Circuit, and the drivers will be enjoying this, I think. We had a lot of rain overnight. I think some of the drivers were a bit worried about it, because, of course, if it had rained in this race, no wet tyres to be fitted. Slicks all the way. That is your race leader, Belgium, looking to do back-to-back gold medals. It would be their 3rd gold medal in the history of the karting disciplines within the FIA Motorsport Games. This is, of course, their only opportunity to win a gold. They haven't got any drivers through in the sprint categories. The finals of those you'll be able to watch tomorrow here from the circuit with the broadcast for you around the world. Sweden make their final pit stop with 39.5 minutes to go.
Indeed, there was Sweden doing their, I believe, final
the
driver
last one,
swap. That's it then for the end of the race for Sweden. They currently sit in 12th place, battling around with Israel and Lithuania at the moment as they make their way back out onto track then for the last 39 minutes left of this race. Now, it falls down to the question of pace between drivers at the front. Spain lapping 1:13.195, United Kingdom 1:13.124. There are at this moment 11 seconds between the two of them. There is Portugal, the all-female team, into the pit lane now. This is for their final stop as well. They're getting fuel and chain lubrication at the same time. Portugal currently running now down into 19th with being in the pit lane, but still tough old race they have had in this one because they've just been caught out in so many battles out on circuit.
Yeah, they have. It's been a sterling effort from Margarida Furtado, Francisca Chaos, and
we will speak.
Matilda Margalach in that kart. I'm just going to throw another one in, Mr. Jordan.
Go on.
Israel have done what they said they would do in this race. They have pitted. They pitted 5 laps ago.
Yeah.
They did not take fuel.
Okay, so is Israel going to make it on the tank that they have?
Well, we talked about Estonia. Pitted on lap 67 with a load of fuel. They were looking at another 98 laps. Let's be confident here. Let's say the kart can make it 100 laps on fuel.
Yeah.
Make the maths easy as well. That would take Israel to lap 171. That's in about 10 laps time. They're going to be about 20 laps short, I think.
Yeah.
Let's head down once again to pit lane. Nicole Sutherland's got some more news for us.
I'm with the team leader of Sweden then, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you've decided to only go for one fuel stop during this whole 4-hour race. What determined that decision?
Yesterday we had a few practice sessions. We have checked the fuel level after each session, and since we started in the middle of the pack, we decided to risk it and do one stop.
Okay, and your final driver change, Matilda Olsen jumped in the kart. Matilda, very, very experienced driver on the world stage. Is that a tactical thing for her to do the last leg because she's so good in the kart?
We have three very good drivers, so for us it doesn't really matter who's going in. For us, this time it was Matilda, but it could have been someone else.
Great to hear from you, Emmanuel. Back up to the box with Andrew and Anthony.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Big news.
Yes.
Belgium have stopped. Belgium have taken the lead of the race from Spain on their last pit stop, and it was another rapid driver change from one of our race leaders.
1:37 was the time that it took them in total with lap and stop. That's pretty quick, that is. And yeah, like you say, it's put them in the lead. However, again, we'll just have to see how this goes to the end in terms of pace.
It was a very quick outlap as well.
It
now,
was.
Just to further explain to our viewers who've maybe just joined us in the last half an hour or so, the pit loop, the timing loop out of pit exit is further down the pit straight than it is on the race circuit. So it means as the data's coming through, we sometimes get a sub 1:10 lap, which is about 2.5-3 seconds quicker than a normal full lap, just as the data goes. That was a 1:08.4
it was
out of the pits from Belgium. That is one of the fastest outlaps that we've seen so far today. I just want to come back to a point on kart number 14 in Israel, though, and strategists around the paddock are probably going to curse my name when I say this, because I know they can hear us. I cannot see how Israel, based on Sodi's technical advice of 2 hours on a tank of fuel, they pitted on lap 171. We liberally reckon they can do 100 laps. They're going to be about 15-20 laps short, unless this race goes under a lot of caution period. What happens if Israel run out of fuel on track? Could that trigger something like a full course yellow or a slow procedure? I mean, everybody on the lead lap is suddenly back in this race.
Bunched up.
Bunched up for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, that would be the dream. It would. Like a proper sprint to the end and find out who is going to get it. But, like I say, that is just that. We'll have to wait and see what happens, of course. And we could be completely wrong. Israel might just pit. They might just say,
yeah,
it's not going to work. Pit. Yeah,
yeah.
Let's get it to the end and we'll go down another lap down or so or something like that. So you never know. You never know. But right now, as you can see, teams looking on with eagle eyes here, just to try and assist their drivers out on circuit as much as they possibly can. You can imagine tension starting to build up at the front here, especially between Belgium and Spain right now. 2.9 seconds. They're going to the end. What is the pace looking like there down the inside? That's the United Kingdom. That is third place right now. And they are caught up in traffic and have just picked up a warning flag. And so has Slovakia, who's the team just ahead of them as well. There's Lithuania and the United Arab Emirates that they've just got past. So this is an interesting one here now because the United Kingdom is 12.7 seconds behind Belgium right now. That's a big gap to try and close down, especially when you're lapping pretty much identically to what Belgium are doing.
We like a bit of R&R, don't we, mate? Risk versus risk and reward.
We love it.
United Kingdom are currently sat in a bronze medal position. They were gutted to miss out on the medals 2 years ago. They're in terms of on-track position with their friends from Slovakia, who we saw these two karts together earlier in the race, did we not? They know that number 22 kart is quick. They also know that it's a lap behind now. Why? Because Slovakia got a black flag. That's the only real major difference between the number 9's race and the number 22's. You're very right to mention the gap up to Spain. It's 10 seconds. They've got a comfortable gap over Estonia in terms of holding on to that bronze medal. I just wonder, is this the start of the race, stage of the race now for the United Kingdom where, you know, they look at the odds and go, would we rather just get, have a medal? Because that was their aim at the start of the week and played a lower risk strategy between now and the end of the race, now that they've had a warning flag, or do they keep pushing on knowing that, if they can, there's still time to bring that 9.7 second gap back to for a silver, a 12.3 for a gold, but everybody's got their fastest drivers in right now. It's going to be interesting to see how they play it.
Yeah, it is indeed. Dying stages of this race. There you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that is Argentina in for their very last pit stop out on circuit. Still waiting to hear news about what's happening to Israel out on circuit in this one. Are they going to be pitting again? Are they going to the end and potentially not making it on fuel? This is the question, but we are going to have to just purely wait and see on that one as we're down to 31 minutes remaining. 3.5 hours have elapsed. It is down to the final 30-minute sprint now. It's down to 4 teams, effectively. Belgium, Spain, United Kingdom, and Estonia. Estonia are still a long shot away. They are 35 seconds behind the United Kingdom. But they are still on the lead lap. They are still in a good spot. The same for Georgia. They're on the lead lap as well, but they are 1 minute 7 seconds behind the race leader, which is pretty much a lap down as well now. So, again, it's purely down to the top 4 in this one. And all the meanwhile, it's just a case of what is going to happen. Is it going to be calm and clear for the rest of this race? And is it purely going to be down on pace? Because, again, as we refer back to that one, well, United Kingdom are going faster than both Belgium and Spain as they sit behind Slovakia at the moment, who are doing exactly the same pace. And in fact, I would say are not the fastest drivers. The fastest drivers are actually the United Arab Emirates on that last lap. They did a 1:12.5. So they were the fastest drivers out there. So they are still in a good position right now. So keeping an eye on all of that. It's just a case of what is going to happen. Belgium and Spain, the gap between them is still 2.8 seconds. Looking at the lap times, 0.02 of a second difference between Belgium and Spain on this one. At that rate, it's not enough. They will not be able to close that gap, only going 0.02 of a second a lap faster than the rest of the field. We're on lap 170 right now. Half an hour to go. I may come up a bit short here, but I'm actually not too bad on my prediction, I don't think, with 185. My win and a prayer prediction there of 185. But let's see what happens as we look very closely here at some of the teams out on track. But right now it's all just falling down to this one. It's been a mighty long day for the endurance drivers. They did their qualifying this morning in the first session before we went racing for the sprint classes today. And we are moments away from finding out who is going to be getting that gold, silver and bronze for the first time in the karting categories this weekend in Valencia for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. But still, as we go through, it's Belgium, Spain, United Kingdom and Estonia in that top 4. They are the favourites at this moment to go to the end. Well, lots is going to be happening on this one. Are you checking medals at the moment?
I am checking medals. Congratulations to Germany. They've won their first gold medal of the Games over the GT race. The United Kingdom have got another silver. Switzerland have got their first medal ever in the FIA, in this Games. I think I'm right in saying that, well, they've not had one in karting before. No, that is their first medal ever. So congratulations to Switzerland. That is your result. If you've been at the track or watching this one, apologies if I just spoiled that for you, but that was the result of your GT race.
Yeah, sorry.
Belgium looking at the moment like they could defend their title. They started 6th on the grid. They're holding that gap at 2.7 seconds. Their pace has gone up here. This is good track conditions as well, because I think there will be a little bit of cooling of the air temperature out there now. The track as well in a bit of shade. The lap times are quick as they're all, the leaders are all in the mid 1 minute 12s at the minute.
Yeah, they are indeed. And the lead gap down to 2.6 seconds now. So a couple of tenths taken out of it, and the United Kingdom closing it down to 11.7. So Belgium looking good for a back-to-back endurance win here at this moment in time. Of course, I'm knocking on wood, but that would be an incredible achievement. Belgium would look absolutely mighty in the world of endurance karting, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they came with a game plan here. They've not got to the end of it yet. We've still got half an hour of this race to go. They're at least looking good at a medal of some colour. It's just a question of which one it is. 26 minutes of this one remaining. 2.7 seconds is the gap from Belgium to Spain. Spain at the moment looking at adding to their tally of medals. It was a good day for them yesterday. Can they get the silver here? They've got an 8.7 second gap back to the United Kingdom. United Kingdom have already got a couple of medals in these games. They are looking to get this first bronze in karting. They did not get any medals in the karting events back in 2022. Estonia are 37 seconds behind, hoping that there might be a twist of fate in the latter stages of this race. Georgia looking at being in the top 5 2 games in a row. They are still on the lead lap. They're the last of the teams on the lead lap. On 1 lap down, Hungary are back up to 6th place. Slovakia have just taken 7th ahead of the Netherlands. The United Arab Emirates are ahead of Israel in the battle for 9th place. That completes the top 10. Germany back to 11th place, pretty much where they've been throughout the entire middle part and end of this race. They've been very solid. They're 23 seconds behind the battle for the top 10. They're 1.6 seconds ahead of Sweden. That's the last of the teams 1 lap down. 2 laps down, Lithuania in 13th place. They're 29 seconds behind. We're going to take a quick call down to the pit lane, to the very far end of the pit lane. Nicole Sutherland is with Team Uzbekistan.
I am with Uzbekistan sporting coordinator. This event, absolutely incredible, and Uzbekistan are doing a really great job out there to stay within the top 20. Can you tell me a little bit about their progress between the last games and this week?
Yeah, sure. Our team has been an incredible tournament, actually, because from the last tournament that was held in France, actually we had a very good progress in terms of our drivers being experienced more, and Yeah, we've been doing good right now because actually our federation has been created in 2019, and from that, like 5 years only ago. And from that year, I think we've progressed to the highest levels of the sport in the international arena. We've been showing ourselves, like demonstrating that we can do this. Because in Central Asia, it's not a lot of fans of this sport. We're trying to give them what they deserve, actually. Because yeah, it's actually really good tournament. So.
And I can tell your drivers have a lot of spirit. You know, they're really enjoying the event. It's so obvious to see. And, you know, even if a medal might not be achievable in this race, I'm sure if you've got a lot to celebrate later on today.
Yeah, sure, because they are very happy that they can represent their own country to the highest level of this sport. And I think they cannot be more proud of themselves, actually, yeah. We'll be celebrated for 100%, yeah, thank you.
Great to hear from you. A lot to celebrate, a lot to be proud of. Congratulations for attending the event. Absolutely fantastic. We'll head back up into the box, but great to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely great to hear from Team Uzbekistan. They are holding in 18th place right now. Just to continue that rundown, with 23 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in this race, Lithuania P13. Poland's not been their race. They're in 14th place, 28 seconds ahead of Chile, who complete the top 15. 36-second gap then back to Peru in 16th. Serbia another 26 seconds back ahead of the aforementioned Uzbekistan. 46 seconds is the gap between Serbia and Uzbekistan. Portugal only 4 seconds behind Uzbekistan. That position has changed back and forth across the course of this race. Portugal in 19th. They're 18 seconds ahead of Armenia, who complete the top 20. Malta next up, a further 42 seconds back from Armenia in 21st. Argentina had a tough second half of this race. They're in 22nd place, 7 laps down. And Chinese Taipei circulating as well, 11 laps off the overall lead in 23rd. And I am going to mention that spread of 11 laps, I expected that to be bigger. I'll be honest, Anthony, with just over 20 minutes of this race to go. So it's a credit to all the teams out there who've come, entered, raced in the karting endurance this year from all around the world. They've done the sport proud today.
They certainly have, and they've had to wait a fair while to get this race going. They were struck with a little bit of delays here and there. As you can see, the teams geeing each other on. There you can see the team Georgia just waving the arms furiously, and the Spanish team as well, both on the lead lap at this moment. Or actually, I should say that Georgia now a lap down, only very recently as Spain have just got past. So both of them pushing through. But Spain right now, gap is 2.9 seconds to Belgium. The gap between themselves and the United Kingdom is 8.5. So again, they've just ever slowly creeped down here, Andrew. And 21 minutes to go. My prediction is but 9 laps away.
It is
I feel I've messed up.
You had a good try.
I had a good try. There was no maths involved in that. It was pure guess.
Indeed. So, 21 minutes to go, as you said. There's a song about that somewhere. 13 positions gained for the United Kingdom. Continuing to strengthen their chance of getting their second medal of the day. Spoiler alert, if you want to close your ears for the GT Esports result, because that has come in as well. Brazil have their first ever gold medal in the FIA Motorsport Games in the GT Esports event. Germany have got another medal as well. They like the GTs today. With the silver, and Czechia with the bronze. None of those countries involved in the medal battle in this particular event. It is still Belgium versus Spain at 2.5 seconds. If Spain could, they would still have the lead in the medal table as we're coming to the end of Saturday. Lots of medals, of course, to be awarded tomorrow, but they were top overnight with their 2 golds from the rally disciplines. Can they make it 3? Can they really elevate themselves to what could be an unassailable gold medal count? I'm sure they'll take the silver as well quite happily. They're going to have to overcome the reigning FIA Motorsport Games champions in karting endurance. Belgium are on lap 178. They are 20 minutes away, Anthony, from retaining their title.
They certainly are, and you can tell by the body language, just out of every sharp corner where the car really slows down, you're seeing that push mentality from the Belgian team. And again, it does just show the commitment that they've got here. But again, they need to keep that momentum up. They need to keep that momentum going, because it's still 2.7 seconds. It has gone back up to 2.7 seconds now. So they've opened up the gap again to those moments. So they've taken another 2/10 of a second away from Spain. And Spain as well are also pushing through. I think everyone's just kind of settled now. They've simmered down. And it's just a case of bringing it home for all three of these teams. I'm still curious about the Israel team.
Yes.
They've not pitted yet.
No.
That's still a question mark on whether or not that kart is going to make it to the end of this race with the fuel that they've got. They definitely didn't fuel again, did they, as Belgium sends it down the inside of Sweden through turns number 9 and 10. Yeah, they definitely didn't fuel again.
They definitely didn't pit. As I say, just looking through...
only the one stop.
They've only had the one pit-affected lap time beyond 2 minutes, which indicates that fuel has gone into the kart.
Unless they had a really rapid one that we don't know about.
They've been very consistent with their driver changes. It's another point of praise for all the teams. For the teams from around the world. They're professional in their dedication to the sport. They're not professional in the sense that they get paid for competing. So everyone with a limited set of resources coming into this event. Say 1 minute 43.9 for their first drive change. 1 minute 45 on the dot. 0.000. 1 minute 45 again for the third one, and 1 minute 46. And that's been the trend across these teams in the top half of the table. Whenever they come in for a driver change, it's within a couple of seconds.
And we said it was going to be around the 175 lap mark, didn't we? That it was going to...
Well, yeah, they pitted for fuel lap 71. We said, based on 2 hours, that's about 100 laps. So they are into the point of what is it running on?
Yeah, they are in the point of, is it running on hopes and dreams right now? That's Israeli kart at the moment. We don't quite know just yet. But we are going to wait and see. And the question still looms about what will happen if it runs out. Is it just going to be a case of it's pulled into a safe spot, there's yellow flags for a little bit, and then it's fine and it's clear and it goes again? Or is there going to be drama? We don't know. It depends on where and if it goes out. So still, we just don't know.
Don't know indeed. I think for Belgium, they'll be hoping that there's no stoppages, that we just keep this race running along. There is your race leader there at the back. This could be quite an important part of the last stage of this race, Anthony, because Spain have got the annoyance of 2 back markers from their perspective. Not for us in the box, because this is going to be enjoyable to see. Can Jose Perez find his way through? That was a fairly efficient move past Sweden. Argentina are under investigation. And again, we only know what that means is coming in the next 10 minutes. It's normally a black flag that follows that one. Georgia. Oh, see, this is the crucial moments for Spain. They need to find a way through as soon as possible. Georgia aren't happy about that at all.
Well, that could be interesting. If Georgia put a protest in, if Georgia said, I was hit off the circuit, he tried to get put, he hit me off, he was very unhappy about it. Again, these are those risky moves that you don't want to do at this stage of a race.
Yes, it's a gold medal on home soil for Spain. For these drivers as individuals, they may never get this chance again. 15 minutes, 16 minutes, just under that to go. How much time did that moment cost Spain? Actually, not that much. They're pretty much the same lap time between themselves and Belgium. So, Spain pushing on now. Have they received the call? Jose Perez with 15 minutes to say, go get the reigning champions. 2.5 seconds up the road. Belgium are going to need to dig deep as well. The driving standards in this race in terms of keeping it on the island have been very good indeed, but we still know that this circuit has the capability of biting as the sun ebbs away. We're heading towards sunset here in Valencia. Little bit of time taken out there by Spain. The gap down to 2.3. I'll tell you what, the United Kingdom will quite hope that Spain get up the road and catch Belgium, because if they do start fighting each other, with wheel-to-wheel moves earlier, there is a chance that the 10-second gap back to them in currently the bronze position could come down.
Yeah, no, exactly. Again, that is still in a very tense moment. It is closing in with 14 minutes left of this race. So, yeah, this is a very interesting moment that we're seeing here in the world of racing. And right now, just waiting to see what happens. Spain's under investigation. Spain, the home nation, in second place. Was that move on Georgia? Was it too harsh? And are they in the spotlight? Your mouth is open.
Wow.
You look like a goldfish in the commentary box, Andrew. This is drama at its finest.
This is why you can never take your eyes away from endurance racing, because on a moment like this, a race can change. This is the move. A lot of curve down the inside. Is the argument there is Spain in control? There is definitely contact with Georgia. The team in 5th place, who are a lap down. Georgia protests. That is what we reckon that investigation is for, with 13 minutes and 43 seconds to go.
Oh, there's green flags out there.
Estonia.
Is Israel run out of fuel?
Israel run out of fuel? Israel are falling down the order. Israel are dropping from the top 10. This is the moment that we predicted might happen, that they were going to be short, way short. It looks like Israel have stopped in Sector 2. That is a fast part of the course. I think it's right at the far end going into Turn 9 that they have stopped. Is there a little bit more drama here in this one? We have had drivers off the road in the gravel trap. It's always been recovered with a local yellow. Black flag for this, all going on out there now here at the Aspar Circuit. Argentina have had a black flag. Unfortunately, they're already a long way out of this one, but it's a nervous wait now for Spain, who continue to close in this gap on Belgium. It's less than 2 seconds now, but an investigation is hanging over them like the thunderstorm clouds we've seen here this week. And there was Israel. So Israel have come to a stop on Turn 9 into Turn 10. It looks like it's being covered by local yellows. They are out of this race. They will not be able to get back into the top 10 now. But what are we waiting with bated breath here, Anthony? Are we going to see a change in who's going to get silver?
Well, this is, as a commentator, being lost for words is not part of my job description, but it's part of it right now. I can't believe it. And after all of that racing, to do a move like that and now be under investigation. I mean, from the position, it didn't look that bad, but there was clearly contact. It was
and we've only got one angle.
And we've only got one angle. Of course, race control have about 4 angles on each corner. There's 3rd place. There's bronze at the moment. There is the United Kingdom. They are, at this moment, 11.6 seconds behind. Spain have managed to open up the gap, and they've actually closed it to Belgium because it's down to 2.1 seconds.
And it's not just a potential loss of silver, it's potential loss of a medal of any colour.
Bronze
because what
as well,
we were talking about with
Estonia.
Slovakia with their black flag, it put them off the lead lap, it took them out of contention of the medals. We said for Estonia there needed to be a twist of fate. Not one has come yet, just to be absolutely clear. The number 7 are under investigation. That is the last notification that we've had here in the commentary box. 11 minutes to go. Gap still holding at 2.3 seconds. I think if you're Spain, you keep pushing on right now.
No, exactly that. My prediction of 185 laps is here and is now gone as, well, Spain and Belgium cross the line. Now we're on 186. So my wing and a prayer is over. But the wing and a prayer for Belgium, Spain, and the United Kingdom still very much alive here, Andrew. And there is still just that investigation looming over for the number 7. We have no idea what is happening behind the scenes, whether or not anything is coming from that, or whether or not it's clear with no further action.
Well, we'll wait and see on that one. There's just been a change for 15th place. This is again is as a result of the number 14 of Israel being out of this race due to running out of fuel. Peru have just got up into the top 15, and yeah, I think that cart has been pulled to safety and will not go in. Well, credit them in a way to the team. They had a go. They had I hope that that kart will be able to make it through to the end, but they were about 15 minutes short on fuel. Here's your race leader for Belgium, and of course, who else to try and take this kart through to the end of the race but the man who won a gold medal as part of a quartet team 2 years ago at the Marseille Paul Ricard Games, Maxime Drian for Belgium, needs a big 9.5 minutes and a little bit more, of course, because if they cross the line with 1 second on the clock, we'll go around for an extra lap. Spain still pushing on, 2 seconds behind. This gap that keeps swaying back and forth, Anthony, from about 2.5 seconds from that last round of pit stops that we saw earlier to this point now, we still don't know. And it's, again, we've seen Spain make a mistake under investigation. Easily could happen to Belgium as well.
It certainly could, and it's just a waiting game, really. It's going to be the longest 8 minutes for these three teams of their racing careers so far here at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. The dying stages of this race, the light is faded. It's dusk out there. Clouds are looming off in the distance. It's been raining constantly overnight. The first day here, Wednesday, when I arrived, there was torrential rain. It was unclear whether or not the raining would continue all weekend. It's been okay for the races today. It's been actually the nicest day of the weekend so far for the main bulk of the karting racing. Of course, the finals for the sprint and everything like that are going to be coming up tomorrow, where we'll crown the rest of the medalists from the three remaining categories in the classes. But here today, Saturday, for the Karting Endurance at the Aspar Circuit in Valencia, 7 minutes remain, or just under 8 minutes remain of this race, and it's Belgium, Spain, and the United Kingdom locked in battle. There is the United Kingdom. There is Andrew O'Neill at the wheel of that number 9 kart, and has just done a brilliant job with the team. Checking over the shoulder now, probably having a little look at everything. We know everything like this, making it on fuel. It's just get these karts to the end. Black flag Spain! Black flag for Spain! Oh my goodness me!
They know.
And they know. They've seen it. Spain have lost out on silver. Spain might lose out on a bronze medal. What on earth is happening in this dying stage of this race? That is unbelievable.
Well, we have seen it throughout the course of this race. Whenever the under investigation board comes out, we have seen a black flag follow for Spain. Wait now, they're going to have to come in. They're going to have to come in soon as well. It's better for them as well in terms of the race picture to get this one done as quickly as possible. They're going through sector number 2 now, up the long run to turn 9 and immediately into 10. This is a gutting moment for Spain, who tried this brave strategy, set this race alive by going long on the fuel in the opening hour and a half. They have been in this dice with Belgium for the last hour and a half across these pit stops. They've had this 2.5 second deficit throughout since their last stop.
And
in comes Spain to serve the black flag. This will definitely give the silver medal position with 6 minutes to go, to the United Kingdom. The question is, can they hold on for bronze? Estonia are 55.0 seconds behind the leaders. Spain are in now. They are driving through the pit lane. It's just a drive-through. It's just a drive-through for Spain.
But that was it.
But I think they'll hold on to bronze. Yes, they have. I tell you what, this is not done for silver.
It's not done
Spain
for
have
silver.
come out and are only 3.3 seconds behind the United Kingdom. Okay, right for the host nation. Have they got enough speed to push on now with 5.5 minutes remaining and get their silver medal back? The news will head to the United Kingdom as well. Now, have they come out as still ahead?
Are they still ahead of the... They are. They're still in second place. The United Kingdom are there in third. They've not lost out on silver. The battle for P2 is on right now. Well, There's 1 second between them. There they are. That's the fight. There is Spain. There's the United Kingdom. They are next to each other on track. 4 minutes remain of this race, and this is the fight for silver.
Is indeed. So, Belgium lead by 14 seconds. They can take it nice and easy between now and the rest of the race. Oh, and there's traffic up ahead. It's Georgia and Argentina having a little bit of an unnecessary wheel-to-wheel race there. Sandy O'Neill goes like a shark. Shark mode now for the number 9 for the United Kingdom. This was not a chance they were expecting to have. The black flag, the drive-through penalty for Spain has pulled this back together. It's going to be a 4-minute standoff for this silver medal.
It certainly is. Now, I'm going to be looking at sector times like a hawk right now and see what's going to be like. Well, the United Kingdom on this lap so far is faster by 1/10 of a second through sector 1 alone. He is closing in. Andrew O'Neill right there behind Jose Perez, who is in that kart for Spain. A line astern. What is it going to be for sector 2? What's the time difference between them in sector 2? Is it still faster for Spain? 27.4, 27.3 for the United Kingdom. Reeling them in. He showed the fin on the start-finish straight, right on that rear bumper now, onto the start-finish straight. It is 3.5 minutes left of this race. Belgium's in the lead by 14 seconds. The battle for silver is on. It's Spain versus the United Kingdom. Here we go, down in towards turn 1. A little change to the inside for the United Kingdom. But Andrew just slots back into place then. He allows Perez to just hold on to that position for a little bit longer. But where is the move going to come? And is it going to be a clean move, or is it going to be a move that will mean the difference of everything? This is what it's all about, endurance racing at its finest.
Both these drivers on their third stint, both of them started this race 3 hours and 57 minutes ago. The traffic could still come into play, and that's something you don't often see in an endurance race, but you do with 3 minutes to go when a silver medal is on the line. Spain starting to drive defensively, just subtly, just making sure that Team UK behind know that if they're going to make a way through, they've got to do it clean. Remember, Team United Kingdom have had a warning flag in the last hour of this race as well, so they're on a little bit of a knife edge. 2 minutes and 20 to go. There are your race leaders. Belgium, what a job Belgium have done here. They led early on. They had a good lead up to the first pit stop. They got through that nice and clean. The second stop didn't go their way. They have fought back. They have stayed calm. They have stayed professional throughout. And Maxime Drian knows that this is going to be a special moment for Belgium. They came here to these games defending 2 gold medal titles. They won't retain their title in the sprint senior, but they are mere moments away from doing so in karting endurance and extending their lead at the top of the all-time karting medal table at these FIA Motorsport Games as Team UK get really close to Spain. 90 seconds to go. How and where does Andy O'Neill make the move? He's gone down the inside in the infield section through sector 3. O'Neill takes second place. Perez tries to come back. This one won't be over because there's still traffic ahead. The one has been a little bit defensive on other karts out there in the last few laps, but the team with the number 9 who started this race 16th, the United Kingdom, are up into a silver medal position.
Absolutely superb. The timer ticks below 1 minute. There are seconds left in this race. Belgium lead it. 15 seconds clear now from the United Kingdom. Spain are still there, but the gap's already opened up to 0.3 of a second. I just don't think the momentum's there. There's the gap already. There's a kart length between the two of them. Has it just faded? Has the dream of silver gone? But there's traffic. There's traffic here, and it's Argentina right in front of the United Kingdom here under blue flags. Are they going to adhere to these blue flags, or are there going to be dramas between these 3 drivers here? Spain still has a chance. 15 seconds remain of this race. I don't know when the checker flag's coming out. It's not this time, I don't think.
Ooh, it's going to be close.
It's going to be close for Belgium. Where are they? They're crossing the line, I think, now. There they are. They're not going to see a checker flag. They're crossing the line with 2 seconds left to go. The checker flag. And Spain's got through. Spain's got back through. He's into the second place. But protesting is Andrew O'Neill for the United Kingdom. He says, no, the move was not on, but he's going to fight back. They are absolutely line astern on, I believe, this final lap of the race. I don't think that. Yep, last lap has been called. This is the final one. There is Belgium. He's hyped. He's psyched. They're going to get a back-to-back win in the karting endurance here in the FIA Motorsport Games, this time in Valencia in Spain. But what is happening between Spain and the United Kingdom? There they are in the foreground. They go through absolutely line astern. Here comes Maxime Drion, though. Absolutely superb performance from the Belgian team. Their strategy was to a knife edge. It worked beautifully over the course of this 4 hours. It's the yellow noodle. It means he's done beautifully from the other teams. Belgium in 2024 win gold in karting endurance in style in Spain. But where's the battle for second place? Spain versus the United Kingdom. Where are they? Are they still line astern? Is Spain still in second place? They are out of the final chicane, but it's a run to the line. It's side by side. Spain claims silver. The United Kingdom in third claim bronze. But, to the end of that, absolutely superb.
Belgium win their third gold medal in karting in the history of the FIA Motorsport Games. They defended their title successfully here this evening in Valencia. It is a first gold for them of these games in Valencia. Spain add to their tally 2 golds yesterday, a silver here today by, listen to this, 0.064 of a second. What a supreme job there by Spain. United Kingdom, a third medal for them of these games, a first medal ever in the karting disciplines. They missed out on one 2 years ago in the Marseille Paul Ricard Games, but there it is. Your provisional result, Belgium, 2-time winners of the FIA Motorsport Games in karting endurance. Spain with a silver medal. United Kingdom take the bronze medal. Estonia finish on the lead lap as well in 4th place. Slovakia were a great part of that race. They finished 5th, 1 lap off the overall lead. 2 years ago, we were talking about full laps between the first 4 positions. That's a credit to everyone out there and the quality of that race, that the top 5 all finished covered by just over 1 lap. Georgia P6, another great drive from them following up their 4th from 2 years ago. Netherlands in 7th, Hungary 8th, the United Arab Emirates inside a top 10 completed by Germany. Sweden fought back in the late stages to take 11th ahead of Lithuania. Poland P13, Chile and Peru both in the top 15. Serbia, Uzbekistan, Portugal, Armenia and Malta all record top 20s. Argentina P21, Chinese Taipei 22nd. 2 non-finishers in that race. Israel running out of fuel 15 minutes from the end, and a mid-race disqualification for Czechia. That was karting endurance.
It certainly was. Well, hopefully we'll be heading down to Parc Ferme in a few moments' time to chat to the winning teams. Hopefully we're not going to be going over the highlights, because it was 4 hours of highlights. That's another 4-hour race we've got to go through purely in that. But what a drama as well. Spain, that late black flag, just managing to keep ahead of the United Kingdom. But I don't think that's over, because you saw how much that there was protest after the move. We didn't see the move. That's the problem. So we don't know.
And we didn't see whether the back marker was involved as well. That could be the thing. It could actually be protestations not between the 2 medal winners.
Yeah, but actually,
we don't know because we didn't see it.
We have no idea. That, though, is brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely superb endurance race. 2 years ago, it was a team of Jeremy Peclaz, Sita Van Meer, Antoine Mollet and Maxime Drion who took the gold medal. For Maxime Drion, that is now 2 gold medals for him. Maverick Dessy and Justin Straven joined him this year to retain that title. What a start to the medal races here at the Aspar Circuit. More of it tomorrow, of course, as we have another 3 sets of medals decided in the sprints. Let's bring in Nicole, if she could hear us down in pit lane. Nicole, what are the emotions like that down there in pit lane? What were they like in that last 10 minutes?
Absolutely full on, Andrew. I was stood right behind Team Belgium. They were so excited, the whole team. On your screen then you can see Maverick, one of the team drivers. Justine is there as well, jumping up and down, very excited. Bottles of champagne in hand, waiting for Maxime to come in. Obviously the driver who did the last stint for them in that race, previously won this race for them 2 years ago. He is their team leader. I can see him out the corner of my eye. The champagne is going.
Brilliant stuff. Don't get too involved in that one, Nicole. You don't want to get soaked with that one. But what great scenes, I think, from the Belgian team here. It'd be great to get the full insight from them. But as you go, double back-to-back, an incredible achievement for the Belgian team.
And fully deserved as well. You know, it's been a scene in endurance karting, particularly in spec series, you know, arrive and drive endurance karting, that if you want a quick team, you call the Belgians.
Exactly.
And they've proven it again this year in 2024. They are the best at this in the world. I make no shame in saying that. They really do have a knack of the analytics, the teamwork, the speed, the working together. They are able, you know, they've got a great community of getting every single little fibre out of whatever they've got underneath them, and they've proven it again here at the Aspar Circuit.
Nicole, if you can hear me, get in there, get chatting to them. I want to hear what they've got to say.
Congratulations, what a result. Tell me, how do you feel?
I don't know, incredible. Nice race, really tough with España. Just drive through after the 10 last minutes, but good race from Max, from Justin, from me too. And it's a gold. First goal from Belgium. Perfect.
Absolutely, and that battle with Spain, were you aware, you know, when they got that penalty, that it was done and that Belgium had the gold in the bag?
It's like that. It's not our fault. Just racing, and we count after the race, and we are first.
And of course, we've seen the champagne being sprayed, but how else are you and the rest of Team Belgium going to celebrate tonight?
Yeah, of course, fiesta all the night, of course. Fiesta loca. Come on. Thank you.
Congratulations to Team Belgium. We'll head back up into the box, but what a result for that team once again within this competition.
No, exactly right, and you're getting flustered with the Belgian flag there, Nicole. I really want to try and hear from Spain out there whether or not they thought that that penalty was due, if they feel like that was a fair thing. You know, they had to really fight. They still got the silver in the end. They certainly had to work for it, though, and you can imagine still as well that there's still a bit tentative whether or not they've got that silver.
I think there will be, and we should stress, you know, results are provisional as any race at this stage. I think the penalty is probably fair. They only lost 10 seconds. It was drive-through, so you know there was contact. Georgia did find themselves on the grass. That's just my opinion. But I'm glad that it didn't spoil the battle. That's the thing I'm most glad about, that we still got that fight for the medal at the end.
It wasn't like a 10-second gap between them, and it wasn't going to close up.
They were in that big gap between the United Kingdom and Estonia. But full credit to Spain. I love their strategy.
Yeah.
I love that they did something different. And I think they caught a lot of people in the paddock on the hop a little bit of like, hang on a minute, this Spain kart's going a long way. And then the fact that they swung it back as well, because we were expecting them to go, they might try a risky one, they might try and do what we saw from Israel and not by design from Estonia, and they flipped it and then did the second fuel stop on the very next step. It was a very, very clever piece of strategy that nearly worked.
Yeah, indeed. Well, plenty of action is still yet to come this weekend in the world of karting. And for karting sprint, we're done with the enduro, but tomorrow, starting at 9:30 in the morning, sprint mini heat. It's their third qualifying heat. It'll be the fastest groups in time qualifying, groups A versus B. Then it'll be group C and D for their qualifying heat. Then it goes into the finals. There'll be a final B for mini, final A, then the finals for junior and senior. Who are going to be the first medal winners in the sprint mini category in the world of karting in the FIA Motorsport Games? Who is going to claim the wins in the junior and senior categories as well? We're going to find out in around 15 hours time, so make sure you set your alarm clocks for that one or head to the circuit itself. Aspar Circuit is the location. I've been Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the commentary box. It's been a fantastic day. We will see you in 15 hours time for the FIA Motorsport Games 2024 for the karting at the Aspar Circuit in Spain.